I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Principal's first founder, Heath Mayo, to the stage. There you are.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Principal's First Summit. It is always a distinct honor, really, to start this weekend, which to me is one of the best weekends of the year, quite frankly. It's just such a joy and energizing to see all of you in this room. It's a grassroots organization. People come from all over the country. The ideas that make America America were under assault, and that people needed to stand up and start to say so out loud. And we have, and we will. And that theme of America 250, that means something different this year. Because this year, we're not just fighting for the soul of a party, or the integrity of an institution, or even the outcome of a single election. We gather this year in the 250th year of our nation, and so I hope you feel the sense that I do, that it seems that history is looking at us this year more than other years. And so I think the theme this year, this moment, asks us to do something harder over the series of conversations that we're about to have, both today and tomorrow. It asks us, I think, to lift our eyes from the immediate chaos around us to look at the full arc of our country, where we came from, what actually made us great, and what kind of nation we intend to be in the decades ahead. I've been thinking a lot lately about John F. Kennedy's 1962 speech at Rice University. I think everyone remembers the famous line in that speech about going to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. But earlier in that address, Kennedy does something that I think is pretty remarkable. He compresses the entire span of recorded human history into just 50 years, okay? So if all of human civilization, he says, took place in just 50 years, then we only recently learned to write. Printing was invented just 2 years ago. Steam engines appeared last year. Penicillin, the airplane, nuclear weapons, space travel, all of them came practically in the last 2 weeks. His point was that the future doesn't arrive at a steady pace or slowly. It compounds. It surprises. It demands more of us than we expect. Now, roll forward that metaphor for 2026, and Kennedy's vision almost undersells what we face as a country today. The smartphone would have appeared in the last few days. Social media reshaped global politics in the last just 48 hours, and sometime in just the last few seconds. We invented systems that can write, reason, code, diagnose disease, compose music, pass the bar exam. And we haven't even really paused to understand what is happening. The pace of change that Kennedy warned us about has not merely continued, it has gone exponential. We're living in a period of technological transformation that is, by almost any measure, without precedent, not just in the United States, but in all of human history. So we live in a time and a country today that is bigger than Donald Trump. It is much bigger. And we leaders in this room need to understand that the moment we are living in is not a moment that is defined by Donald Trump. It is defined by us and the choices that we are going to make as a nation. Because as Trump and our supposed leaders, they draw our attention on a daily basis to everything but those challenges. They draw our attention to their personalities, vendettas, and performative antics. And while they have done that, America's infrastructure has fallen to 13th globally. While we were busy alienating our allies because they did not give us the Nobel Peace Prize, our kids fell to the middle of the pack among developed nations in science and math education outcomes. These are not abstract statistics. They are real-world costs of a country that has been distracted for far too long from its own future, from the future of the people in this room, our kids, and our families. That has been the cost of the last 10 years of our politics. And unfortunately, that is by design. The chief bet being made by China, by Russia, by every authoritarian regime watching us right now is that American democracy has become too chaotic, too self-referential, too divided, too consumed by internal theatrics to focus on a singular goal and see it through. We cannot let them be right about that. And to prove them wrong, to answer that challenge, starts by reminding ourselves what actually makes America great. Not great in a bumper sticker sense, not great as a political slogan, but great in the deep, durable, historical sense that has made this country the most consequential and enduring democracy in human history. It isn't our geography, it isn't our luck or resources, it isn't even our military might, and we should say, for folks who get it confused, that it certainly isn't our race. What has made America great is the institutional architecture the founders built, and our repeated, if imperfect, willingness to live up to it. It's the separation of powers, the rule of law, a free press, the peaceful transfer of power, the idea radical in 1776 and radical still in much of the world today that government derives its legitimacy from the consent of the governed, not the will of the strong man. It is the capacity which we have demonstrated over 250 years to course correct, to acknowledge the gap between our ideals and our reality, and then to do the slow, hard, incremental work of closing that gap. We didn't get it right on slavery. We didn't get it right on civil rights. We didn't get it right on a number of things, but we had, and we preserved the institutions through which a free people keep demanding better of themselves. That is the miracle of the American experiment that we all share in. Not that we are perfect, but that we have all built something capable of self-correction, self-fulfillment. And today I believe so can choose to go this way or that, to self-correct from the dangers that we have put ourselves in front of. But course corrections don't happen on their own. They require people who are paying attention and who are willing to fight hard when it is difficult, when it takes effort and energy, people who will fight, go the extra inch to make sure that we go the right direction. That is what this Principles First room is about. So if those are the foundations, institutions, rule of law, the capacity for self-correction, what does America need to commit itself to now to lead in the decades ahead, to correct and go in a better direction? First, we have to be honest, as Kennedy knew, about the scale of the technological changes in front of us. This is not a niche policy question for tech committees in Congress. Artificial intelligence is going to touch every sector of the American economy: healthcare, education, manufacturing, national security. It's all coming. And right now, the people responsible for shaping our response to that challenge spend most of their bandwidth on performative outrage and culture war theater. None of that helps or answers the challenge, and that has to change. Second, we have to be honest. I wish I could stand here today and tell you that at 250, America's institutions were strong and durable and in keeping with the founders' vision of what they should have been, but they are weakened and they are weak. Not because Americans suddenly became worse people, but because the incentives that once moderated behavior in Congress, in the executive branch, in the media, in our civic life have eroded. Congress has ceded authority while avoiding responsibility. Executive power has expanded with diminished accountability. And the public square is not even recognizable. It has completely been reoriented around outrage rather than deliberation. You cannot restore a republic at this late hour by electing better individuals into broken structures, though better individuals we definitely need. You have to fix the structures, the incentives. That is unglamorous work. It is hard work. It happens in back rooms. You do not always see it on TV or in sound bites. But that is the work that endures, and that is important. We have to put an importance on that type of leadership in this country again. And lastly, we have to recommit to America's role in the world. I know it can be challenging, but the isolationist temptation, the idea that America can just pull up stakes, tend to its own garden, let the rest of the world sort itself out, is not a new one. We had it before World War I. We had it before World War II, and history's verdicts on those choices are not ambiguous. When the United States retreats, when the world does not become more peaceful, it becomes more dangerous. Authoritarians fill that vacuum. Our allies lose faith, our adversaries gain confidence, and eventually, we pay a far higher price for our disengagement than the price we would have paid for our leadership. And so the world is watching us right now as we confront these choices, not to see which party wins the next election, although that is important, to see whether American democracy still has the seriousness of purpose to address these challenges. I think that question is out, and it's not clear how we're going to answer that question. In 1962, Kennedy closed his speech by saying that space was out there and that we were going to climb it. It was a declaration of agency. It was a refusal to let the difficulty of a challenge become an excuse for standing still. That spirit, that can-do America, is not an artifact of a different era. It is the most American thing that there is. It's the tradition of the Revolution, which was won against longer odds than the Patriots had any right to believe they could beat. It is the tradition of the Union soldiers at Gettysburg and those NASA astronauts that put man on the moon far earlier than Kennedy had even thought that we could do it. It is what has brought us through every challenge that we have faced. And we are in a genuine crisis right now. We should be clear-eyed about the crisis that we face. Not because of one party in power or because one man in one office, although certainly that has contributed to the crisis that we face. We are in a genuine crisis because the moment we are in, historically, technologically, geopolitically, That moment is demanding more of us than our politics seems currently capable of delivering. That gap, the gap between the seriousness of the challenges that we face and the seriousness of our response, that gap is the crisis, the very real crisis for the country that we love. And closing that gap is the work of everyone in this room. That is what Principles First is dedicated to doing, and what the American people urgently need to be committed to doing. So that is why we're here this weekend. Not to fawn over a speaker or signal our tribal loyalties to each other. That is not the purpose of this gathering. There are other gatherings where you can go if that is what you are looking for. We are here because we believe that principled leadership still matters, that principled leadership and ideas are what are going to pull us out of this crisis, that the question of what kind of republic we are going to be is still an open one, and that the answer depends, at least in part, on whether people like us, people like you, continue to show up and expect and demand that we can be better than what we have shown. 250 years ago this year, men who knew that they were probably going to hang for what they were doing signed their names to a document that said all of this, all of the overcoming of challenges, all of the self-correction, all of the getting through the differences that we have among ourselves, that all of that was possible. They weren't naive to the dangers that they faced. They knew they faced death, but they took the pen and they signed the document anyway. Our job, your job, the job of everyone in this room and in other rooms around the country is to be worthy of the great experiment and project that they started 250 years ago. That is the work. I hope we do the work. I look forward to doing that work with all of you. These discussions this weekend and the work that we will do after these discussions in dinners and gatherings around the country that we do, making sure that people understand the importance of these principles and the real crisis that the country faces. That is the work that is going to make sure that we go down the right path instead of the wrong one at this critical moment in our history. So with that, let's get to work. Thank you for being here, and welcome to the 2026 Principles First Summit.
All right. So we're supposed to answer the question how we got here. So what do we want to take 6 hours, 7 hours to figure out how we got here? I think a good way to start, though, is I'm always curious of, I always say this, when we're all here because we're not comfortable with what's happening now. And everybody, I tell this to my wife all the time, everybody has a line that's eventually crossed, but we all have, our lines are in different places. You know, for Liz Cheney, it was January 6th was a line, right? We see this with Marjorie Taylor Greene, it was the Epstein files that were a line. Everybody has a line that sort of got him to this place going, whoa, what are we doing? We've got to restructure this. So I'm going to start that way because I think it's a good way to get at how we got here. So Pat, let me start with you. How did you end up here? What was the line that was crossed for you that you were like, you know what, I'm out?
Well, first of all, I've always been an outsider to any organized group. First of all, if any organized group accepts me, I question them.
There you go. You and Groucho, right? Was it Groucho?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only Marxism we're quoting up here today. So.
And second, when they do accept me, when I'm around people who all think alike, I've always been a kind of a contrarian. And it's both a strength and a weakness of mine, and I recognize that. So I used to be a Democrat when I was a young man, and then when Reagan ran, I became a Republican. But then when I get around a lot of Republicans, I question them. I challenge them, and I did the same thing with the Democrats. And I was that way as a mayor, and I was that way as governor. I always wanted to be challenged when an idea was presented, so we hear all sides. And what has happened, I think, especially during the last 10 to 15 years, is no one is challenging the groupthink, which is kind of an Orwellian
In
type.
whichever group they're in?
Whichever group they're in, and the purity test that every group has. And through both political parties and media and everything else, we're being segregated into a groupthink very similar to junior high cafeteria table. You know, where you have your cool table, you have your cheerleader table, you have your jock table, you know, you name it. And if you dare change tables, you're challenged. And I'm the type who would go ahead and change a table just for the sake of it. And I don't think we're doing enough of that at this point in time. And the cancel culture now is canceling anyone who dares do that. So mine has been an evolution, to quote Barack Obama. I've evolved on this. And so it wasn't any one moment. But I think people like you are needed now more than ever to challenge the status quo, not from a revolutionary standpoint, but from a standpoint to make sure that all the voices are heard. And especially, the last thing I'll say is the word principle, is that I think we need to put principles ahead of the political party or an individual, or ahead of emotions, and start looking at policy for the next generation and a generation like that. So the word principles had a big impact on me when this organization called me in the past month.
Bill, what was your line? When do you remember it was like, all right, you know what, I can't anymore?
Yeah, let me first just say I've been involved with Principles First, I think from the beginning with Heath, and then Heath and Brittany. I just want to pay tribute to Heath and Brittany and all your colleagues for the incredible job you've done, and thank you all for coming and being part of the organization as well. And I know many of you have been active in the regional level and some of the meetings there, and have been here before. I've seen many of you not here, over in D.C., you know, until we came out to this exotic suburb of whatever this is here in Maryland.
I know,
They
Bill and I have lived
could
here
have come
too
to
long.
Virginia, where you know, some of us live and enjoy things. But here, anyway, it's nice to be here.
Where
in
do you
Nashville.
want the casino, Bill?
Yeah.
Just a little closer to your house, is that it?
No, I mean, we fought hard to keep the casino actually out of Virginia, and unfortunately, the Maryland legislature went the other way. Anyway, but enjoy the casino tonight. Don't let me put you off from being here. Anyway, but Principles First is a great success story, and look, it's an inspiring one. It's a heartening one. It's a hopeful one in a pretty dark time often. So I just wanted to begin by saying that. Chuck's forbidden us from quoting Karl Marx, which is a problem for me now that I'm woke Bill Kristol. You know, I usually have a couple of Karl Marx quotes handy, but I'll skip those. Look, I mean, I'm going to be very simple-minded. My red line was Donald Trump, and it was Donald Trump in 2015. And I know you can get deeper conversations about polarization and the sociological problems we have and divisiveness and all this, but at the end of the day, these problems, in my view, were problems. But they were manageable or could be managed, or people of good faith could figure out how to begin to deal with them, and people were trying to deal with them, to be fair. Trump is like it's like being a patient and you have some aches and pains, you have a few injuries, you have some actual conditions that need to be treated that are dangerous, even threatening. Then you get a raging infection in a hospital, and the infection can be deadly, and you need to deal with the infection before you can get back to dealing with the underlying problems and causes. Now, that doesn't mean that doctors, if you think of this analogy, just to torture it a little more, I mean, people need to work on the other things as well. So I'm very much in favor of that, too. But I think as long as you have Trump and Trumpism in the ascendancy, and this is very important, as long as you have one of our two major parties, which at this point controls both houses of Congress, totally acquiescent and enabling Trump and Trumpism, that for me is the danger and the existential threat. And that, I think, has become more and more the American public's red line. The elites, not so much. They've all figured out ways to go along and get along. Not all. Many of them have figured out ways to go along and get along. But I think, anyway, that's my In 2015, I was editing the Weekly Standard. We were not a Republican Party at all magazine. We were a little heterodox, as Pat was saying. He was too, on issues. But we were, conservative-ish. And I remember just saying, look, I can't support Trump if he's the Republican nominee. And how could you do that? You served in Republican administrations and all. And I tried to explain how much of a danger I thought he was to the country. And unfortunately, I think on that I was right.
Brittany, look, you're part of this organization. You worked on the Hill. You were moving up in Republican politics, and this is a tribal town, and so this is not just taking a job. By doing this, by taking this leap, you were basically saying, you were denying yourself, and that's not easy for younger folks. And we've seen the allure of a goal where people will say, well, the ends justifies the means, but you're not doing that. What was your line?
I'd say, similar to Bill, the day that he descended down those golden escalators and called Mexicans rapists and said all of these crazy things. Not that it should matter. I am Hispanic American, I'm Mexican American and Cuban American, but it's just the fact that it was so dehumanizing. I was working on the Hill at the time as a press secretary for a freshman member of Congress, and I remember, none of us were fans of this moment, but we were all sort of ogling at the TV, thinking, this is so ridiculous. This guy's never going anywhere, right? And then obviously he did, and I continued to work in Republican politics, including at the RNC during his first administration for a little bit of time, and then went to work on a Senate campaign. And I'll tell you this, is that in Republican politics, and I'll even say now, because now tweets, the likes you can't see publicly. I see you like my thing, you see you liked my thing, but nobody else does. And so I do get a stray like from someone who probably shouldn't be liking my things every once in a while, who's on the Hill, and that always makes me feel really happy inside. And what I'll say is this, not only obviously the Golden Escalator Day, but I was a staffer for the minority leader at the time of January 6th. Next question is always, were you there? No, I was not there. Staff was encouraged to stay home unless you were staffing him that day, which I was not. It was supposed to be a big protest day. Obviously, we know now the history of what actually happened that day, and it was much more than a peaceful protest, even though some would say they're patriots. Not us in this room, that's why we're here. And not only was that just a complete desecration of the People's House, but as someone who worked there, it also felt like a real personal violation. There were zip ties left in our office. There were cups strewn around because they'd been drinking things, and it just felt like dirty. Like, this is where I spend the majority of my waking hours, is in these offices, and this is what I do to give back to the people, and this is what's really important to me. And I don't do it because of the proximity to power. I do it because I really feel like this is one of the best ways to give back to our communities. And so after I worked for, eventually then, Speaker McCarthy. He was the first speaker to ever be vacated, as I'm sure many of you in this room know, because you like paying attention to politics like me. And then that meant we all lost our jobs. And so it positioned me to say, okay, well, I see the writing on the wall. I wanted Nikki Haley to win the nomination. Obviously, that did not happen. And I said, I'm not going on the record and defending this. It's important to me to have a backbone and actually do and say the things that I mean. And so I send a cold email to principals first, and I will say when I first was unleashed from being in the House, I did receive a phone call from, I won't say who, but for someone pretty high level that said, "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" And it wasn't asking me, "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" It was nicely telling me, "Don't do this." And I said, "I'm going to," and I've never received another phone call telling me what to do. So here
Mighty
we are.
fine career there you want, Brittany, right? I always describe myself as short-term pessimistic, long-term optimistic. I think in 1939, you could have been short-term pessimistic, and by 1946, long-term optimistic. The point being is a lot of bad can happen in the short term, or if you want to take another metaphor, the great Martin Luther King quote, the arc of history bends towards justice, but sometimes an arc has to go backwards before it goes forwards. Bill, you were just in Minneapolis earlier this week, and we were discussing this earlier. Tell me your line of pessimism versus optimism after spending a couple of days in Minneapolis.
So yeah, the Bulwark did a couple of events out there, and it was really moving to be there. We spent some time with the citizens of Minnesota. We went to the Whittle Building and to the memorial sites for Alex Preddy and for Renee Good. Very moving. I talked with people who were involved in both the demonstrations there and the efforts to confront and limit the damage ICE and Border Patrol were doing, but also in the amazing efforts, which have gotten a little less publicity, I would say, to help the immigrants. I mean, there are people, I had dinner Tuesday night when I got out there with some people I knew and then a few friends of theirs, people more my age than anything else, a lot of, ex-McCain Republicans, I would say, and then some, Minnesota liberals, but these were upper middle class people in their 60s and maybe a couple in their 70s who were not professional activists. They had not spent the last 20, 30 years going to demonstrations and whatever, their own politics were.
Are they paid actors, Bill?
Quite moderate. They were not, yes, being paid. I mean, wonderful thing. And they were volunteering, and they were, first of all, the organization behind the scenes was extremely impressive. They were bringing meals quietly to immigrant families. They were taking, one teacher at school was using her lunch hour to drive the cars each time, a couple of parents of kids in the school who were worried if they went to the gas station to fill up, they would be harassed, in some cases actually detained by ICE. Some of them are American citizens, some of them are here on valid, what were thought to be valid, green cards and so forth, but nonetheless, ICE does not quite recognize that. And so she was driving their cars to fill up, to refill the gas, and then bringing it back so they could have it. Someone else was meeting the kids at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., coming to a kindergarten, 3 or 4 blocks. The parents would drop her off, give off the kid over to this woman I know, who would then walk them to the school because ICE was around the school, had a fair number of Hispanic and other kids, Latino kids, and ICE was there. So I'd say on the one hand, the scale and severity, and I'll say brutality really of what was happening, and I'm not sure, I didn't fully appreciate it until I got out there, just that, the amount of I see these clips on social media, but it's probably a little better, isn't it? I mean, I'm seeing the worst 10% of what's happening. And a lot of this stuff is more like routine. Maybe you don't like it, but kind of, law enforcement. And they said to a person, it's worse than you think. It's not better than you think. And that they want to intimidate everyone. They're looking to break your windows. They're not reluctantly doing it if there's resistance to giving over your driver's license or whatever. So that's A. But the courage of the resistance and the spontaneous organization of it, the public, the governor, I think the elected officials there have done pretty well. But the public was ahead of the elected officials. And final point I'd make is the Minnesotans, when you talk to them, they're very proud of their state, which people often are, but Minnesota may be a little specially so. And
among the highest turnout always in
always
voting.
The highest turnout.
Always in the 75,
sociologists
80%.
who study it, civic participation, the religious organizations, networks. It's an unusual state, so let's give them credit for that. But I always sort of pushed back a bit and said, but it could happen in other states. They're not that different from the rest of us. They're a little crazy to live up there. It's so cold and everything, but whatever.
Well, the Norwegians, the ones that didn't leave Norway win gold medals, and
How
then
crazy
the others
though.
come to
See,
Minnesota.
Todd's folks ended up in Florida like normal people. But anyway, they left Norway. Let's go to Minnesota. That's really going to be a nice change. Anyway, no, but I mean, so they're proud of what they've done, and they should be. But I think there are important lessons for other states, and it did give me heart in that respect. The kind of bottom up, pretty spontaneous, but also pretty well organized, but spontaneously organized, if you know what I mean. The signal text chains, discipline that they've shown, all of that really gave me heart. All people have been, Chuck and I were talking about this before. The sociologists, political scientists have all been saying communities don't really exist anymore in America. Civic society's falling apart. We're bowling alone. There was a famous book 20 years ago, which is actually a pretty good book. But still, you know, we just can't, we're not like we used to be. If you go to Minnesota and see what they've done, that is as inspiring an example, I would say, of community solidarity and civic virtue, if I can use an old-fashioned term, as I've seen really in decades, I would say.
So Pat, your line of pessimism versus optimism, it can feel like a pessimistic moment. You know, I trust the American voter eventually, is what I always like to say. Where are you in the pessimism versus optimism scale?
I'm very optimistic about our Constitution because I still think the piece of paper of our Constitution is stronger than a political party or a president. And I may be different than you, but I do believe that. And I think in the long term, this great experiment will survive. We've gone through much worse than this as a country. And in fact, I don't think we're benchmarking enough.
I'm not ready to say I'm
Yeah,
ready to
what
drop the
apart-
much.
Yeah.
We've been through worse, but I don't know, much
Well,
worse.
I would compare the '68 riots.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. I'm saying,
Federal government was not on the side of the rioters.
let me say this. Let me finish. Let me finish. One respectful discussion.
Civil discourse.
Where the short term I'm not confident is in the leadership. I have never seen, this is coming from someone as a mayor and as a governor who's had to make the tough decisions during riots, during 9/11, during ice storms, during hurricanes. I've had to do it. And I've had to work with a governor and a president in these very, very difficult situations. And what discouraged me most about Minnesota and also the California fires is the lack of teamwork and maturity among the leaders. They seem to be all wanting to talk to the base. Even the California fires, the governor and the mayor were not even participating in the same conference, in the same press conferences while people were losing their lives, and they're in the same party. And I'm going, that would never happen among most governors and mayors. And when you have a crisis, it's more important than ever to show teamwork. And what I saw during Minnesota from an outsider looking in, because I've had to deal with some major riots and major police shootings where I've had riots, the last thing that leaders do is don't show that they work as a team. They handle their problems behind closed door, they yell and scream or whatever, but they come out united. And I didn't see that with our president, with our secretary, with the governor, or with the mayor to different degrees. But now more than ever, you need to have maturity of leadership, not looking for short-term points, but long-term stability. And before you comment on a situation, get the facts.
Okay, I appreciate what you're saying, but I want to sort of channel what I have imagined what some people are thinking here. This isn't a normal, he said, you know, federal government said, state said situation. This is where the confrontation is a feature, not a bug, of the situation. So and I think this gets at to sort of the challenge that we're all facing, which is do we have an emergency that we've got to sort of, look, we've got to drop the sort of the normal, you're not wrong about, I completely agree with your comment about California, but it feels small compared to what we're dealing with this administration. Do you see that?
I absolutely. I see total hypocrisy among this administration, and I see a constitutional crisis with Minnesota, for example, and with this tariff situation, where there's total hypocrisy. The Republican Party I joined believe in state and local control, and a weakened federal government in, say, you know, more decentralization of decision making. Both parties have completely flipped on so many issues. The voting rights controversy right now, all of a sudden the Republicans are saying, I want strong federal rules and regulations for state control, which is really part of our Constitution, on sending federal troops to Minnesota, totally contrary to what my party used to stand for. And then I see Democrats asking for more state and local control. So we are flipping our policy without admitting that we're flipping our policy because we're so tied or have this allegiance to a Trump or to our political party, and that concerns me. We're not being honest with ourselves about our hypocrisy.
I just think Tim Walz has not been. I was not a fan of his, honestly, as I told him when he came to the board event Tuesday. He reminded me. I was not a big fan of him as a VP pick or as a VP candidate, honestly. And I don't know him well, so I have no personal stake in this. Tim Walz has behaved in an exemplary way in Minnesota. He has not been partisan. I mean, he has talked on the phone to Susie Wiles, and this is public. I mean, tried to talk to her every day to try to damp things down, to try to get her to tell the president to pull in Bovino, to stop this kind of insanity, to stop the provocations. And Susie Wiles, and I think Tim said this publicly, would say, look, I'm doing my best, but it's a hard guy to control. I get in the office every morning and I try to fix the mess that was, created the night before. So I just think it's not equal responsibility.
I didn't say it was equal, but I will say this. I'll give you an example quick. I had to deal with a riot 2 months before my reelection, a controversial police shooting, which in fact there's what we call justified shootings and unjustified shootings. And we had a riot in Charlotte. Media was there for 3 days. I decided, my SBI director said, you've got to call the National Guard. This is the city in which I was mayor for 14 years of. I had a mayor at the time, opposite political party, much more left. She didn't want it. So I worked behind closed doors with her and said, tell you what, I'm going to send the National Guard, but I'm going to hand total authority of my National Guard, because governors command the National Guard, to the police chief, who I knew. I used to ride with him when he was a sergeant and I was a mayor. And I made a deal. I said, behind closed doors, I said, I'm sending the National Guard. Our city's going to burn down. And give full authority of the highway patrol also to the police chief, because you got to have teamwork. Take the politics out of it. And that's what I did. And it worked. Politically, it hurt me. But we did the right thing. We put principle first. And that's the lack of teamwork I'm seeing, is that sometimes leaders have to resolve their differences, not on every hour press conferences to the public, but do like we have to do in business occasionally.
Brittany, other than this giant turnout, which I think is a terrific, optimistic moment, your line between pessimism and optimism, where are you?
Well, you took my talking point, because that's what I was going to say, this amazing crowd. But, I would say, probably like a lot of folks in this room, I'm concerned about our institutions. I'm concerned about Congress relinquishing their power when we've seen things like tariffs. But then we have a bright light like yesterday, a glimmer with the Supreme Court and their ruling on tariffs. And so I think that is a moment of optimism. And the other thing I'd say is, so I still consider myself a Republican. Words like activism and collective action and organizing have never really been in my vocabulary, and now all of a sudden they are. And I'm really impressed by, even though it isn't necessarily my sort of activism in the past, all the protests that we've had in the country, especially when we're able to keep them peaceful, and because we have the right to do that, and I think Americans exercising that right is one of the most optimistic things in our country right now. And so to you, to your friends who are doing that, continue doing that, because as we've seen, that makes people nervous, and it shows that power and the strength of our voice. And that is, I think, the brightest light in this moment. It's the people, it's the Americans who are not afraid to stand up and have that backbone that so many of our politicians don't these days.
So, well said. To me, there's there are two issues, and sometimes I'm not sure which we should prioritize at the moment that we've got to do, right? We've got a constitution, we've got a democracy that needs some updating. You know, sort of I call it the infrastructure of democracy. You know, just like our roads and bridges needed repair, the infrastructure, you know, we need to look at partisan primaries. We need to look at a few things. You brought up the issue of Congress. And I often say, I think the root cause of our current situation is the weakness of Congress, really over I could argue, since World War II. I mean, you know, the fact is Congress wouldn't deal with desegregation. We had to go to the courts, right? Congress wouldn't deal with reproductive rights. We had to go to the courts. Congress doesn't deal with anything when it comes to you know, everything is always, we've sort of been forced to go to the courts. And yet then I look at, well, is this a Republican Party problem? And the last time the Republicans went down this ideological road of sort of isolationism, nationalism, America first, Bill, it took 5 straight presidential elections for Democrats to win 5 straight presidential elections till Republicans said, yeah, that's a bad idea. Let's find the war hero Eisenhower. So I guess the question is, the efforts in this room, these folks here all want to fix this republic. Should the focus be on repairing the Republican Party or repairing or sort of modernizing the democracy first, whatever it takes, maybe finding an independent, rallying around a unifying Democrat? What is the answer?
So I think actually all these things are important, as you said at the beginning, and people should do what they think honestly is right. Part of civic activism, which I also, like Brittany, have been so impressed by, is people should find the lane that they're most comfortable with, that they believe in, that they're best able to help in. Some of us are better thinkers probably about the long-term structural stuff, or have a background that enables them to deal with it and know the law and so forth, and can think hard about some of these electoral reforms. Others of us maybe a little more in practical politics or in civic activism. So I would say, honestly, I try not to, I get this question, versions of this question a lot, and I'm very let 1,000 flowers bloom in terms of civic renewal, political renewal, trying to save the Republican Party. I spent a lot of time in that and trying to get Jim Mattis to run and a million other people in 2016 and then 2020. It didn't work out. I would just add one thing, though. I also think I myself now consider myself basically, certainly an ex-Republican, and basically in Virginia we don't have party registration, but I voted for Democrats consistently over the last bunch of years. And we have a good Democratic governor, and there was a huge Democratic landslide, and it's not a radical party in Virginia. And, but I think it's important that we have, in the absence of having 2 responsible parties, which would be the best thing, we should make sure we at least have 1 responsible party. And I'm not, I mean, it sounds amusing, but I'm not joking. It's kind of important, right? And that party's likely to, almost certain to win the House. I think could possibly win the Senate. Good chance to win the presidency if there's an unpopular Republican president in 28. Really matters that the Democratic Party be a successful and responsible governing party for at least now, without giving up on the notion that ultimately we can't have a functional country here without having 2 responsible parties. But for me, helping the Democrats do better in some things is an important priority as well.
Pat, you've been a little more active in the more of the independent space, and you know, when I think about the moment that I'm guessing broke you inside the Republican Party, it was the way primaries work. You know, I'm a believer. I think taxpayer-funded partisan primaries are unconstitutional. I mean, I'm sorry. The idea, and Bill, I live in Virginia. Also, everybody should be like Virginia. It's no party registration, right? You decide which primary is competitive, and you know that's what I do. I have voted in all sorts of primaries to make sure we get sane people in the general election. But the idea that that is a registered independent, I can't participate in a taxpayer-funded primary unless I join a private club. I believe that's called a poll tax. So I think that's you know, I view getting rid of partisan primaries is probably one of the simplest, best reforms we could do that would be the least controversial. And I'm guessing, Pat, that would be your lesson, but what other ways in the independent and the centrist movement that you're, and centrist is the wrong word, I don't like to use centrist.
I was very active in No Labels. Joe Lieberman and myself and Ben Chavis were co-chair of the No Labels effort, and which did not succeed, but it was a valiant effort. And I'm not going to criticize anyone involved. And Joe Lieberman and Ben Chavis,
oh, as Bill put it, everybody's
become very close friends. Joe was, I'm so lucky to get to know him. I'll tell you where I'm at right now is the gerrymandering is absolutely killing politics. And it's not just at the federal level. It's in our cities, counties, school boards, and so forth. So I'm going to talk about everything's Washington-centric as we speak. I come from being a city councilman, mayor, and governor. I think this is going to be a bottom-up process. And I think we need to start with our towns and our cities and our school boards, which are in terrible shape right now. Everyone's, again, focused on what's Capitol Hill's doing, and there's not enough focus on the financial problems at the local, state, and federal, local and state level. And that includes county and city government. And by the way, those are gerrymandered too.
Yep.
People forget city council races are gerrymandered by whatever party's in control. So I would agree with you 100% and agree with Bill that it's all of the above. But I don't want to be so Washington-centric. This is kind of my Reagan conservative, that I believe in the grassroots, and I believe in local school boards and city councils and zoning meetings. That's where the real action is. And I get fed up when I hear college students or other people go, I want to get in politics and be a U.S. congressman. And I told my dad that one time. He said, why do you want to be a U.S. congressman? You have a chance to be mayor of Charlotte where you can make a difference. And he changed my mind. I ran for mayor of Charlotte, was mayor for 14 years. And I made a hell of a lot more difference than I did as one of whatever in Washington, D.C. So I'm looking at it from a grassroots standpoint to make a difference.
You know, just on the primary thing, Pat was too modest maybe to mention this. I mean, he should be the senator from North Carolina right now, except there's a partisan primary in North Carolina. And outside groups, to speak of Washington, came in and spent $10 million against you, dark money against you, and Trump endorsed his opponent. And so North Carolina, which could have had I think a moderate Republican senator who might have stood up to Donald Trump occasionally and to leadership occasionally, might not have voted to confirm all these wonderful cabinet secretaries we now have. That's not been the case. You know? So I think your point about the primaries and the electoral structure, and particularly the primaries, is so important because the gerrymandering is important, but the states haven't been gerrymandered. The states are the same states they were, right, 20 years ago, 40 years, 60 years ago. And the polarization at the state level, in the Senate, that's the House one sort of half expects to be, you know, pretty partisan just because most of the districts are going to be very red or very blue. The polarization, when I got to Washington, I'll just say one fact that fits into Chuck's narrative, in '85, I think there were most of the 26 of the states, the majority, had one Democratic senator and one Republican senator. Yeah. And then there were, I don't know, temporarily a Republican Congress, so there were 14 states with Republicans.
I think we have two?
Yeah, we have two left, right?
Pennsylvania and Maine.
Manchin went away, so West Virginia went away. So Pennsylvania and Maine, we'll probably after this one.
I think that's it.
We might be down to one if Collins loses in Maine. Yeah. And so that's the degree to which this changes the character of our politics. If you have a Senate where most senators have to work with someone across the aisle on all the issues of concern to their state, it has one flavor, you might say, of politics. If you've got a politics where each state has the governor, the two senators, the majority of the congressional delegation, often a supermajority because of gerrymandering, the state legislature, all on the same party. It goes in, now, I think Trump has exacerbated this in a huge way, but I do think the structural underlying problem there is real. Yeah.
Brittany, when it comes to Congress, I mean, look, I don't know what it's going to take to get Mike Johnson to read Article 1 of the Constitution. I just wish he read that part of it. And it is amazing to me, but he's not alone, right? We've had so many congressional majorities fear, well, we'll let our president decide the specifics of how this bill is implemented and things like that, and you get to this situation. But every week I notice that there's more members of Congress who have read Article 1. Right, we saw it, and it's, I always say this, every day Trump loses another Republican because every day a line is crossed, the tariff line. We've seen it, and when you give a permission slip to oppose him, and I'm very curious if what the Supreme Court did is going to give a new permission slip to a handful of Midwestern Republicans who realize the farm economy's been destroyed by Donald Trump to speak out.
Not only do I think that gives them a permission slip, the fact that another point of optimism that I should have mentioned probably is the fact that I am pretty confident knock on wood, that we're heading into a lame duck presidency, because I do think that Republicans are going to lose the House, which is something that under normal circumstances I would hate to say, but in this moment, we really do need some opposition. And so, I do hope that this continues to give Republicans that permission structure. We've seen it before, and then also we see people go back and capitulate, and I think that one thing that all of us in this room very clearly understand, but Congress seems to fail at recognizing, is that he expects 100% loyalty 100% of the time, but doesn't give any of that back. And we've seen that with people like now former Congresswoman Marjorie Trader Green, right? And is one of his biggest supporters. And I am no fan of hers, but she was a foot soldier for that president and for that gentleman.
She made the mistake of believing Trump.
Yeah, and I think that's a mistake that a lot of people have made. And when you're a leader like that, I'm less inclined to totally forgive, as opposed to an American who just believed something because they were told, and they want to have hope and believe the best in our presidents. And so yes, that's where she messed up, number one, I think. But Elise Stefanik is another one, right? She was very moderate Republican. I don't think was a big fan of his. Was part of things like is it Tuesday Group and all of those sort of caucuses on the Hill, and was for when it was impeachment stuff, and was such a big proponent of his, and then she was going to be ambassador for the UN. Oh, no, actually, we need you here. So then she lost her leadership spot in Congress. It's like, oh, okay, no, well, then I'll find something else. I'll run for governor of New York. It's like, oh, actually, I'm not going to endorse anybody here, right? And so I think that we've seen time and time again, and we know this, and they seem to think, oh, it won't affect me. I'm not me. I'm not the one. I have the loyalty. And then I'm sure it's pretty shocking. So when things like that happen, with the tariff things happen, I hope that Republicans continue to wake up and open their eyes and say, especially as we head into what midterms will likely be, this is really the moment to step up. And I do think that those folks exist, and I hope that they exist in greater numbers soon.
I think with Elise Stefanik, I believe the phrase is karma is a, never mind. Pat, you want to jump in and respond?
There is one other issue that I think's our greatest challenge, and that is since Citizens United passed, when I ran for office as governor, the second or third or fourth, I can't keep track of all the elections I've been in, and as U.S. Senator, you don't even know where the money's coming from that attacks you until long after the election is over. And if I don't know where it's coming from, you don't know where it's coming from. And when I started out running for office as city councilman, mayor, big influence was being able to give a $4,000 check. I mean, wow, that was incredible. Now
it only cost $4,000 to get a picture with you?
Yeah.
Now it's $100,000 to get a picture with you, right? Yeah.
But now it's seven figures that you have no idea where it's coming from. And the advertisements you're seeing, Citizens for a Better America, Citizens for United Way, or whatever, you have no idea who they're representing and what their interests are. And Bill and I were talking briefly last night. The largest donor in Washington, D.C. in the last 2 years has come out of nowhere. Right. And that's the crypto industry, to both Republicans and Democrats. And by the way, the media makes a lot of money off of them, too. But you have no idea how much that's influencing policy, and it's very bipartisan in the tens of millions of dollars.
Chuck Schumer told Senate Democrats to just get on board that crypto bill because there's $139 million sitting in something called Fair Shake, and they're just going to.
And Trump was against it before he was for it.
Of course.
Just 2 years ago.
But the point is that even it is so overwhelming, the money, to underscore this point, that you've got to pick your spot. You're like, all right, I'm just not going to fight crypto. And you have to decide, I guess I'll fight this because that's just too much money. I mean, that's insanity. That's insanity.
They spent $100 million even in North Carolina. It's a down payment for a $1 billion return. In fact, it's moving to your state legislators. In Raleigh, my legislature, Republicans signed by Democratic governors, signed a crypto bill, which means 5% of the pension program has to be invested in crypto. And it's not even in the newspaper. No one knows it. They signed it without a ceremony. The Democratic governor, who I like, nice guy, signed it with no ceremony. The Republicans passed it with no debate. That does give me a little pessimism.
Yeah, no, the power of money, and it only a constitutional amendment bill, right?
Well, I guess the court could overturn.
But the courts, well, as long as they decide that money is
And
speech, there's only going to be a
where you see it
constitutional
is
amendment.
if you're a member of the Banking Committee, Ag Committee, or
Yeah.
Finance Committee
Yeah.
in the Senate and House, you are getting a lot of crypto money regardless of political party.
We got about 3 or 4 minutes. I want to land this plane here and sort of let's look. This is a group here that probably didn't start out as thinking about voting for Democrats. Many of them may vote for Democrats in this midterm year, may do it again in 28 for the same reasons, Bill, you've articulated. How should, if the Democrats get control of the House, and I'm increasingly, history says when you have a situation like this, a presidential approval rating as low as it is, and this that the average pickup for the out party is actually 4 Senate seats, which would give the majority. And I actually think I actually think the Democrats only need 3 Senate seats because there's a certain senator in Alaska who I think would vote to organize with the other party if it's a 50-50 Senate. She's all but said she's open to this, and I'm referring to Lisa Murkowski. So, but how should Democrats spend the last 2 years of the Trump administration, Bill?
I mean, it does matter a lot if they control both houses. You know, if they control the House, I think my liberal friends or Democratic friends have been overdoing a little bit how much damage, how much they can control things if they control only the House. I mean, you can do some investigations. The Trump administration is not going to cooperate with those investigations. They're not going to show up when subpoenaed. The Justice Department's not going to enforce these subpoenas, trust me. They're not going to make documents. If we've seen this with Epstein, I believe they passed by 425 to 1 or something, right? 423 to 1, and then unanimously in the Senate, we got to release everything, no redactions of anyone except the victims. They haven't, and they're not going to. I mean, that's what's striking, right? They haven't. Okay, it's complicated. It's 6 million pages. It takes a while. They weren't ready to do it. They screwed up some things. But you know what a normal administration, even a normal partisan administration would say is, but okay, we're going to fix it. Give us another month. You know, or give us a case by case. They're not fixing anything. It's a good example, though, of the limits of congressional control over an executive that's just willing to ignore the law and ignore normal procedures in terms of, you know, being responsiveness in terms of information and so forth. Having the Senate does change the calculus, I think. Don't you think, Chuck? I mean, it just having both houses so much more powerful.
Much different.
You can pass legislation. President can
Well, that
veto
is the
it.
question.
He can veto it, but then
Do you do that, right? Like, do you campaign to say, you know what, if I can get Trump to sign X, I'll do it?
I don't think
or
so.
are we past this
We're
moment?
past that for temporary. But A, they can't. I mean, the truth is, even so, it's hard. There's a filibuster in the Senate. I mean, it's going to be very hard. Every Democrat I know, elected official, wants to campaign on we can govern better, which is to their credit because they believe in governing better and they care about it. But the truth is, with Trump as president, he's the dominant figure in this country for the next 3 years, not just for the next year. His administration is very purposeful. I don't think they can get Steve Miller fired. They can't get probably Pete Hegseth and maybe they can get individual like Kristi Noem fired. But ultimately, the mass deportation effort, the politicization of the military, these things are going to continue. They can check those things. They can slow down those things. Maybe they can stop some of those things. But I think their basic message has to be, you cannot let this guy continue to
Would
govern
you impeach him again?
for another 2 years, additional 2 years, with a party that's totally complacent. If there were a Republican Party that were behaving normally, I came here under Reagan, we had vetoes overridden in the Reagan second term. I mean, we didn't have people just going along with everything. They had a Supreme Court justice nominee defeated. I mean, cabinet secretaries withdrawn. So I think the key is to say you cannot afford Trump in a Republican Congress for the last 2 years. We will stop that. Then on the side, so to speak, and at the backbench level, and at the think tank level, and at the civic association level, having a sound agenda going forward that addresses some of these real problems we have in the country, economic, legal, and others, is very important. But I would basically, we need to check Trump.
Your former colleague at the Bulwark is running for Congress to do 2 things. The first term is to impeach Trump. The second term is to codify the rule of law. And I get that, and it's a no. I get his goal there. Is impeachment, would that be self-defeating?
I can't tell. I mean, the conventional, I don't know. I mean, look, they should do what's right, and it's a little hard to make the case that he doesn't deserve to be impeached. It might also be hard to make the case why do it if it's not going to happen.
don't
On
have
the
to
other hand, make the senators go on the record. I doesn't think that's such a bad idea. I would be pretty careful about which charges to bring front and center, make sure they're really airtight, that he's genuinely committed an impeachable crime. It might be a bit of a waste of time. On the other hand, the degree to which everyone is held harmless by what they're doing now isn't healthy. And I don't think one should go around vowing retribution for everyone, but literally people haven't paid a price. And just on the Elise Stefanik thing, the truth is one of the most damaging things of the last 7-8 years is many friends of mine, I'm sure Chuck's too, you're making a mistake signing on to that Trump thing. It's going to not turn out well. You're going to end up getting betrayed. A few have gotten betrayed. Most are doing extremely well. Extremely well. Go to the lobbying firms that are succeeding in Washington. Go to the people at the state level who are getting hired for excessive contracts to lobby the North Carolina state legislature. Everyone has to be, who's paying, who are the defense contractors hiring is there. Every law firm has to, when they have any business with the federal government, one of the first things they do, I was told by someone who's a partner at a major law firm, they have a checklist of things they do. In the old days, it was, we got an antitrust case, we got to get some reputable economists to do a serious study to show there's no antitrust problem. We got to get someone who knows the FTC to explain how we can work that process. There was always a little bit of back scratching and inside baseball. Now it's, we need to have someone who's on good terms with the Trump White House, preferably the Trump family, personally, on our payroll as a consultant or advisor to make sure this deal can get through. So the amount of money that's sloshing around in Trump world, so they have done well. They have done well, and that dynamic has to change, begin to change.
Very quickly, and Brittany, you're gonna, which is, if Republicans get swept out of power in Congress, will we really see will there be an attempt to sort of push back against the Trump wing of the Republican Party going into 28 or not?
I think so, and I don't know if that's immediate. Like, to be honest with you, to get back to where we were or in that way, I think it is going to take some years. I don't think it's an immediate thing, unfortunately. I know that there are folks working behind the scenes to do those sorts of things and prepare for moments like that, and we've heard those stories before, of course. But I think that that would be the right way to go, and for Democrats, if they get that opportunity, I'm not really in the business of giving advice to Democrats, given my history, but I guess my one piece of advice would be, don't just be anti-Trump, be pro-something, and the pro-something needs to be the economy, it needs to be American worker, American families, and I think they just really need to make sure that message is clear to the voter.
Well, we want to just get to 251. Right? We're going to make it to 250. Let's hope we get to 251. Last word, Pat McCrory, your advice if Democrats sweep.
I think you look back at the Gingrich-Clinton time period, and it'll be interesting if we have the maturity in those 2 years where Clinton...
Have you met Donald Trump?
Yeah.
You
didn't let me finish my sentence.
I know, but I'm like,
that's the dilemma.
The word maturity, we've been waiting for him to, his mom and dad were waiting for him to mature.
I didn't bring up Trump's name.
Yeah, all right,
I said the best case scenario would be to have a Clinton-Gingrich moment where we probably made more progress, where Clinton did it for his own self-interest and Gingrich did it for his own self-interest, and we didn't look toward the next presidential election at the time. I think at this point in time, the presidential election is going to start soon, although the Republicans are in a tough bind. Those in waiting, especially in the White House, don't know when to start their presidential election.
Yeah.
And so we've never been in this type of situation in my party where we have a vice president and secretary of state who are waiting to get the go-ahead. And listen, is the McCrory impact, I'll name it after myself, as you mentioned, when I ran for Senate, we had no idea, I was 30 points up, I had no idea after January 6th that Trump would be still powerful in my party. I thought it was gone. That was my logic. I had a blind spot.
You and Mitch McConnell.
30 points up, and so McCrory impact would be Trump endorsed Ted Budd, who was in third place, and he won by 20-some points. I might as well go on to the Caribbean. And since that point in time, you see good people like Tom Tillis now not running for re-election. who, by the way, Tom was my Speaker of the House when I was governor. We're losing some good people like Tom Tillis, and I hate to see it. But I'm hoping for maybe a Gingrich-Clinton moment where we actually accomplish something the next 2 years with a majority of one party. But the issue of maturity is,
All right.
seen it.
Well, look, Pat, Bill, Brittany, thank you very much. Thank you. Look, good people, bad people with good incentives will do good things. Good people with bad incentives will do bad things. We have to fix our incentive structures all over the place. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome to our panel on religion and the American experiment. My name is Josh Gillespie, and I'm the digital director for Principles First. Today, we are joined by three distinguished leaders who operate at the unique intersection of faith, civic life, and institutional strategy. Our moderator, Diana Brown, is a sociologist and residential minister at Georgetown University, a strategist for interfaith organizations and host of the Soloist podcast. She specializes in using honest dialogue to navigate modern political and demographic shifts. Mark Tooley is president of the Institute on Religion and Democracy and editor of Providence. A former CIA officer and Georgetown graduate, he is a prolific author on Methodism and foreign policy, exploring the religious roots of American reconciliation and national security. Finally, Reed Howard is a United Methodist minister and chief strategy officer of Future Caucus, the nation's largest bipartisan organization of Gen Z and millennial lawmakers in Congress and state legislatures. A democracy practitioner fellow at UVA's Karsh Institute, Reed lives in an intentional interfaith community at Georgetown and works with the Aspen Institute to bridge divides through moral leadership. Please welcome our next panel.
Thank you all for being with us today. And Reed and Mark, it's really an honor to be with you. And we're talking about the First Amendment and the religious experiment, the American religious experiment. So the First Amendment, as we know, provides a few protections: the freedom of religion, of the press, of speech, of assembly, and the right to petition. But today we're mainly focusing on the freedom of religion, which includes the Establishment Clause, that the United States will not pass any law towards an official religion, and the Exercise Clause, which allows everyone the freedom to freely practice their own religion. So just to start, maybe we can start with Reed, and then we'll go to Mark. What does the First Amendment mean to you?
Well, thanks, Diana. And I just want to say it's really good to be here. I think for some of us, this is our 6th or 7th Principles First Summit, and so it's good to be with old friends. And the freedom of religion is so essential to who we are. And at this moment, we are gathering at the 250th anniversary of our country. And I think it's the time to revisit some of the founding aspirations of our country to measure how much we have lived up to it. And when our founders were thinking about the country they wanted to build, they knew that we would constantly have to wrestle with these larger universal questions. That's what democracy is. It is constantly debating them. And I don't know about all of you, but I feel like we're embattled in these debates right now. They feel fresh, as if our rights were just being written. And the freedom of religion, I think people underestimate how essential that was to the American Revolution. 13 colonies, all practiced different religions. You had Anabaptists and Quakers and Jews and Protestants, and they wanted to establish freedom from the tyranny of the Church of England, who said that in order to hold public office, in order to participate in elements of public life, you had to follow one certain religion. And so this freedom is essential, but it is not necessarily the first freedom. I think it's interesting to point out when Thomas Jefferson and James Madison were debating what to include in the Bill of Rights, there were actually two others. The freedom of religion was the third amendment that got edited out in the process. So for everyone who says that we are a Christian nation, that has been contested from the very beginning of our republic.
Well, an honor to be back here with you, and great to see even with the bright lights, I can recognize friends there in the audience. The First Amendment and freedom of religion are essential to America's identity. Without freedom of religion, could any other freedoms be sustained? So all of us, whether religious or not, should be deeply committed to freedom of religion, freedom of conscience. I think it's rooted in a deep spirituality, just as Christians and Jews and others believe that God does not impose himself on us and leaves it up to us to decide how we're going to come down with him. So should society, and so should the government respect the rights of the individual to choose where they come down religiously. I also think freedom of religion is based on a very realistic understanding of human nature that is also spiritual, that we are fallen, and even if the government were to have, quote unquote, the right religion and were to impose it, it would be exploited and it would be corrupted, and that so-called right religion would be tainted by that coercion. So freedom of religion is absolutely central to the American project.
Thank you. And I'm very aware here that I'm talking to two people of faith, and your faith for both of you has shaped your public work. And so I'm curious if we can get a little bit personal, actually, and talk about how your personal experience with your own religion, your religious and spiritual beliefs, is shaped by belonging to a public that has the freedom of religion, and where you may not necessarily see at all times, if even sometimes it could even feel rare in many settings for your beliefs to feel publicly endorsed or understood. So I was wondering if you could share a time or a story when you were in a public setting when your religious or spiritual beliefs were challenged, maybe even offended, and how did you navigate that experience, and what did it teach you ultimately about what it means to be an American? Who wants to start?
I'm looking to you, Mark.
Mark, you can start this.
Well, I'll open with my provocative childhood story in that I literally grew up with the Nazi Party, which was headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, right across the river. And their headquarters had the Nazi flag and the pictures of Hitler, and the Nazis marched in our 4th of July parade every year. And they met in public high school space, and people booed or responded with silence. But to my recollection, Arlington County never disputed their legal right to march or to assemble. And in retrospect, as offensive as that was wise in that recalling the Louis Brandeis quote, "Light is the best disinfectant." Had anyone tried to prohibit their meeting, they would have been gifted an allure they otherwise did not have. When they were marching in our 4th of July parade, they were pathetic and sorrowful and obviously lost people. They were not making any converts. So to me, as a child and young man, that was a very vivid demonstration of freedom of speech, that even the most wicked kind of speech should be legally permitted so it can be contested and rebutted.
Thank you.
So, one of my most formative experiences with this has been shaped with the struggles that my own denomination has with itself. I'm a proud United Methodist, and over the last several decades, we have been grappling with whether or not to ordain LGBT clergy. And it's been a real point of heartbreak within our institution of people who feel really committed to their sincere reading of the Bible that says that that should be omitted, and people who know through their own experience, through their own understanding of Scripture, that we should be open and welcoming and a more inclusive church. And at times that has caused sharp divisions. Just recently, we had a huge defection from our church where the denomination split. And it's been great to live in a country where you can have those debates freely and openly, and there's not violence that's perpetuated within it. And so I'm grateful for the freedoms that our country has, that we can have these debates in measured ways, that we can pursue justice, biblical justice, in modern times and with modern understandings. I think we've come out of that a stronger church, even with some of our defections and divisions. And that freedom of conscience, that's what this country is all about.
Thank you so much. I have a question now. Let's start. Questions for both of you that I think relate to a common theme, which we want to just dive into the reality that we have, long-standing, but recently a new rise of challengers to the First Amendment, and particularly along the religious line. That people who want to say, America was founded in a Christian milieu, and so even if there is, no formal establishment of Christianity as the official religion, we need to pay homage to Christian roots as, what inspired this. And people who are basically from that kind of standpoint wanting to say, if we care about continuing a culture that we want to have in the United States, where these freedoms are not only legally protected but possible, then we need to allow for a more public and strong-armed Christian culture and legal apparatus. Anyway, Mark, I'm wondering if you could start and just talk about your experience with this question over the course of your career. And has your views on the First Amendment and how and why we should defend it, have they changed throughout your life?
Yes, this is one of the more disturbing developments in American public life, in American religion. I've always been aligned with traditional and conservative Christianity, and there would have been almost no one 30 or 40 years ago in conservative Christianity, with a few oddball exceptions, who would have contested religious freedom. Billy Graham, the foremost evangelical, probably the most influential religious figure in America in the post-war period, always vigorously affirmed religious freedom. The founders of the religious right were almost all Baptist, and religious freedom is intrinsic to Baptist identity. But what has been happening in this new post-liberal period, we have a new generation of thinkers and leaders who, I call them the Theobros. They are, if they're Catholic, they're integralists, but those I look at more closely are my fellow Protestants who are Calvinist confessional state advocates, sometimes proudly self-identifying as Christian nationalists, who will tell us that religious freedom is a liberal innovation. It was a failed or a false premise from the very start. They don't like the First Amendment. They want some kind of religious establishment. Their most important literature would be Stephen Wolfe's book of several years ago, The Case for Christian Nationalism. They believe that the state should definitely be the arbiter of religion and to suppress false religion, and even, as Wolfe admits in his book, have the power, theoretically, to kill apostates and blasphemers. And there are many, many very smart, educated young men who are hearkening to this message. And it is a concerning development, and it illustrates that issues that we once thought closed are now back on the table. Religious freedom. Another one is these Christian nationalists say that women should not have the right to vote. We had thought that issue was closed, but now it's back to being an active conversation.
I think that's exactly right. And that's what it means when Ronald Reagan said freedom is only one generation away from extinction. It is not passed on in the bloodstream. We have to fight for these ideas again and again. Christian nationalism is a scourge, and it's back. And let's not forget, it's being practiced by the President of the United States. We have to push back against this. Just the other day, Cardinal Dolan of the Catholic Church went on to denounce the fact that ICE is outside of churches picking up parishioners. This is a huge threat against the practice of religious freedom in our country, and it's dismissed by the likes of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump as just a liberal talking point. Cardinal Dolan is not a liberal. I saw somebody on Twitter recently say this is like if George W. Bush showed up at a No Kings rally. So we have to take these threats seriously. They are as present in our world today as ever.
Well, and a quick follow-up on this. Why do you think these post-liberal ideas are suddenly appealing to people, and what do we do about it?
Well, I was invited to speak at an Ivy League school several years ago by an impressive young man and had a great experience there, and he was from a mainstream church. So I was very shocked, having kept in contact with him, when he texted me in November objecting to my critique of Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, and volunteered that, and he's now a practicing lawyer and doing very well in life, but volunteered that he liked the Christian nationalist message as described by Stephen Wolf's book in terms of having a Christian confessional state. And he said, no, after all, my own tradition, which was talking about himself, but also true for me, Methodism offers nothing socially or politically in terms of describing the common good. So that is not true. The Methodist tradition has quite a bit to say about the common good, but I do think that many of our great Protestant traditions have left the field open. The church institutionally is no longer as formative as it once was, and it has ceded ground to the online personalities and the provocateurs who offer a much more exhilarating message to especially young men, and they're very hard to compete with. So we who are in the traditional Protestant churches, evangelical churches, and Roman Catholics are going to have to up our game in articulating a vigorous vision of the common good that's never going to equal what Nick Fuentes has to offer, and we don't want to equal that because our message is going to be based on the premise that we're fallen individuals. We're never going to be perfect this side of the eschaton. We're not going to perfect society, but we can be witnesses for the good and for righteousness in society.
That was beautifully said. More bluntly, I think there's just a lot of twerps out there who mistake their insecurity. They masquerade their insecurity as a strength. And they believe that they have to demonize to be strong themselves. And this are some of the oldest debates that we have as a democracy is, do we want an open republic or a closed republic? Do we want to organize around broad principles of freedom and equality and opportunity? Or do we want to order our national and public life around a closed set of values that are narrowly defined? And I think people who are insecure about the openness of our society and maybe how their own understanding of themselves is being challenged today, they're advocating for that closed republic. They think that is how we muscle through and create prosperity. And what I would say is that is contradictory to the foundation of America. We believed that we could bring together diversity, e pluribus unum, and create something strong. That's, I think, what led our country to greatness over the last 250 years, that we constantly battled and contested differing ideas, but that we saw that debate as one of the great strengths of our country, and we could still come together. Our founders chose an open society, the classical liberal order. And I think that led us to great prosperity, and we should not forget that now at America's 250th birthday. I think it's incumbent on all of us in this room to choose it again. That's the work of being a citizen in a great democracy like ours. And that's how we'll lead the next 250 years.
Thank you, Reed. Reed, I wanted to direct another question to you. So Reed and I are both residential ministers at Georgetown University. Neither of us belong to the Catholic Jesuit tradition that the university belongs to, and yet the university has made space for residential ministers like us, and also Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, Protestant of all kinds, and basically very many different religious faiths to be represented, not only as staff, but as leaders and of people with a kind of with spiritual authority that the university respects. And so it's a great honor to work there in a very, very cool environment, kind of like a little microcosm of what it can look like to really celebrate religious pluralism and to see it as an asset rather than a threat to vibrant religious life. But Reed, I'm wondering if you could tackle this question of what non-Christian faiths have to offer Christians in America.
Yeah, it's a beautiful question. I like to say I live with a Buddhist monk, a Muslim imam, a Latter-day Saint, and 400 college freshmen. And that is not the setup to a joke. It's what we get to do every week. And it has strengthened my own faith to be around people of good conscience. And our debates are more lively. And what it has taught me is that I want to live in communities where we have trust. There's this great social psychologist, Charles Feltman, who created this definition of trust that I've come to see in my work at Georgetown, which is this idea that trust is about making something that is important to you vulnerable to the actions of one another. That's what it means to live in a free society like ours. And we debate these questions all the time in an interreligious context. And we break bread together. We have fun together. We play games together. I have beat Diana at a lot of games, I want you all to know. We have to bridge these divides of our differences and find what makes us human. And that doesn't weaken my own religious beliefs. I still believe that we have eternal souls, and I believe that there's real evil in the world in the form of sin. I don't soften those perspectives. But I will say, here's why trust matters in this larger sense. A couple of years ago, one of our students on Georgetown's campus passed away. And he died over winter break. And when he came back, there were all of these nasty rumors circulating about his death. And it was painful. It was so out of line with the character I knew of these students. And it is the trust that the ministers had developed with one another that we had modeled for the students. It's the time we had spent engaging with our students that allowed us to really muscle through this moment of pain, to have real conversations, to reach understanding. We couldn't figure it out, and then 3 weeks later, the New York Times published a story about this student. And what had happened was halfway around the world, somebody in India saw that there was a Google spike in traffic for this student's name. And they published AI-written obituaries about this student with a different cause for his death. And each time something got a click, there would be 10 more stories that popped up about that specific cause. So our community was twisted and confused, and of course there was pain. And there wasn't one kind of religious answer to how to approach this. There wasn't one kind of moral understanding about how we talk to one another and explain his death and explain what this confusion had done to our community. But it was all of us coming together and respecting each other as equals and as individuals and with the dignity of each person, what I might call the imago Dei, the image of God that's in each of us, that allowed us to get through that moment. Now, that is one small example on one small campus. But I think if you extract that to the national level, that is how we should be with one another. That is how you be a good American at this moment, where we are trying to do the hardest thing ever. We are building the most powerful, the largest multiracial, multi-religious democracy in human history. So yes, that is hard. We have moments of real difficulty and challenge and pain, but we will get through it because at the end of the day, all we have is each other. And so I love to learn from people of different faiths. It makes me stronger in my own.
Thank you so much, Reed. I'll just add a couple of notes on that, which will lead into my final question. And then if we have time, I think we will have one or two questions from the audience. Just around creating a culture for like a vibrant religious pluralism. This is what I really loved about our work at Georgetown University is America is a very pluralist place. Any university out here, I don't care what the reputation is for how liberal or how conservative it is, every university in our country is a pluralist place, politically, religiously, ethnically, racially. We all carry backgrounds. Some of them are more visible than others that differ from each other. And the question, though, is how publicly and formally we will acknowledge the differences among us and how we model working through those differences. And Georgetown has chosen to prioritize interreligious understanding. And what I see different at Georgetown, having worked and gone to two other universities, is they are very forward about religious diversity, and the students see it modeled for them of like Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Catholic, Orthodox, LDS, people all working together, laughing together. You know, we have our formal events. We also have casual events where students just come and see us all hanging out together. And they do occasionally ask questions like, "How was this a problem for you at first, or whatever?" But mostly, I think it's just setting the tone of how we see each other as human and really support each other in the sacred day-to-day work of accompanying each other through life. And often the big picture questions of who's right and who's wrong are really not even the day-to-day questions about just how do we be together and love to, and love each other. And anyway, I really appreciate Georgetown for creating a culture where that can be modeled. And I think what I've seen with students is rarely do students start out with like real animosity towards other people. I think where animosity is nurtured is in isolation. But when you can just get people together, you realize that a lot of the malice or the animosity or these people only believe this and I don't like that or whatever, it's because we don't know each other. And so I think just owning our pluralism and the different backgrounds we come from has just been a really powerful thing that I've learned from Georgetown. But I wanted to open the question, whether you want to talk on that or anything else, to how do we create an American culture that supports the First Amendment? Obviously, it is legally protected, but what do we do beyond that in our norms of how we interact with each other, of how we relate to our neighbors, people in our various communities, and our workplaces? how do we create a culture that supports the First Amendment? Mark?
Well, firstly, many of my fellow conservative Christians have adopted a perspective of we're at war all the time with our adversaries and we never take our foot off the pedal. And if you do take your foot off the pedal, somehow you're weak or squishy, which is an unsustainable perspective. It's quite exhausting, but I think it's also not an accurate reflection of Christianity itself. And also, it's just bad for society. Society to endure has to have a certain level of social harmony, and we in America have been blessed, by and large, with an exceptional level of social harmony, with diverse people and perspectives living together peacefully, which really is the gift of God, and we should be grateful for it, and we should be good stewards of it. The other insight that I think my conservative Christians and other fellow religious believers need to most importantly recall is that we can hold on to the specific exceptional tenets of our own faith and believe in their unique truth without diminishing others or ignoring that others with very different beliefs are still creatures of God and still merit dignity and respect, and that the witness of our own faith will be more effective if we accord them that witness, that respect and dignity.
Thank you.
I think we have to go out and do this work, each of us, every day and practice it ourselves. I think if there's any call to action I have for you, it's to go and be a good neighbor, to go and be a localist. Mother Teresa once said, if you want to change the world, go home and love your family. I think the best thing each of us can do is practice that. And that seems probably too feel good at a time when our nation is under extreme duress. And we have a president who's weaponizing the federal government against many people here, many people speaking at this conference. I assume most of us did not vote for the president, although I hope there are some people who voted for the president who are here. We welcome you into this fold. But I do think we need to go and practice this locally. And I actually think there's real strength in that. That is what this country was founded on. If you need help with that, there's this organization at the Aspen Institute called Weave the Social Fabric Project. If you Google that, they have a map of all these local groups that are active in building the bridges and the connective tissue that we need in our country today at the very local level. Actually, I think all those things compound to be really powerful in the aggregate. And I'll close with this. I am a democracy fellow at the University of Virginia's Karsh Institute of Democracy. Many of you might know UVA was founded by Thomas Jefferson. And so I couldn't not bring that up on a panel about freedom of religion. And on the obelisk that marks his grave are 3 items on Thomas Jefferson's grave. The first is that he is the author of the Declaration of Independence, one of the greatest documents of liberty ever written in human history. The third item is that he founded the University of Virginia, and the middle item is that he's the author of the Virginia Statute of Religious Freedom. Nowhere on his tombstone did he put that he was the President of the United States. He talks about something that he did as governor and as a member in the Virginia legislature. He talks about something that he founded in his own hometown, in his own neck of the woods. I think that's a signal to us. Let us not get caught up in the fact that we have to fight national fights all of the time in order to be powerful or to live a meaningful life. I think each of us can do incredible things in our local community. I think that is where our national revival starts, and you have the power to do that today.
Thank you so much. And I believe we have time for maybe one question from the audience. We've got a microphone. All right.
Hi, my name is Alice. I live in Finksburg, Maryland, and I'm a member of the Episcopal Church. And I actually have a question that I think is a little bit more theological, but it touches to things that you guys are talking about. Jonathan Rauch, in his book, he talked about Christianity being one of the pillars of democracy, if I've got that right. I think that has been undermined. And a problem I have as a Christian is what I would call the twisting in Christian nationalism against what I understand Christianity to be. To me, it's more about the call of Jesus Christ, and it's about humility, and it's that Howard Thurman said, if you want to find Jesus Christ, go hang out with the disinherited and the dispossessed and the poor and the needy and all that. But I do love what you said about, it's your individual life. That's how you answer that call. But my interpretation of the whole Christian nationalism thing is that it's about dominion, not the humility. And for me, it kind of breaks out like the Old Testament, New Testament thing. So I would just like to know, as people of faith, how do you see about that reclaiming, becoming, Christianity can be a pillar of democracy?
Yes, the Rausch book is very important. As Rausch himself admits, he had publicly hoped that Christianity would recede in America several decades ago now. As a non-religious person, he appreciates that Christianity absolutely is needed to provide the moral and spiritual capital for democracy and for according dignity and respect for all people. The challenge posed by the self-identifying Christian nationalists who want some kind of official religion is that, as you say, the religion is no longer a tool or an expression of humility and service. It's a tool for coercion and control and power for the so-called right people who, once they have that power, never let go, and in the process they corrupt their religion and discredit it. So it's completely self-defeating.
I like the way you framed it between dominion and humility. And I'll just say this. I'll just go back to Scripture. In the 6th chapter of the book of Micah, there's a rhetorical question that's asked. It says, "What does the Lord require of us?" And the answer is to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your Lord. I think that's what we're called to do when we contest these questions of Christian nationalism and false strength. And we're called to walk humbly, to do justice, and to love mercy and kindness.
And I would add just one more word in this to a trio: dominion versus humility. I think one of the big questions for this movement is formation. How do you do Christian formation? And there is the assumption among some that you need dominion in order to do that well. And I think that's precisely what Jonathan Rausch is critiquing. And he looks at examples, including my church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, where he's saying, like, they absolutely do not need dominion or, a massive cultural agreement in order to form people in their faith. And so I think looking for examples of that and trying to lead with, like, what does it really mean to be a Christian? It's these values that Reed was laying out, and leading with that rather than a fear that you need control in order to do formation well. Any follow-ups to that?
No, I think that was well said. I just want to end by thanking all of you for being here. I mentioned at the beginning that I've been coming to Principles First since before they had a national conference. There were little regional dinners all around the country. And certain years, we feel like this movement, this coalition of people are really strong. And sometimes we have felt that contract. And I think it is important for us to keep coming together. We are the keepers of a flame, of this sacred tradition of America, this idea of the classical liberal order. And sometimes that flame gutters, sometimes it swells. But I just wanted to thank you for keeping that flame alive. We are building a better country, and it's because of people like you. So it's a real pleasure to be with you.
Yes, it's a great pleasure to be here. My organization was founded 45 years ago to advocate for as a Christian organization to advocate for democracy, human rights, and religious freedom for all people, and we still stick with that mandate. It's become controversial, but our founding statement points out that America, for better or for worse, is the chief champion of democracy in the world, and if we fail in that mission, who will pick up that torch? So it's a tremendous responsibility that all of us have to contribute towards.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to our next panel. Hello, everyone. My name's Charlie Sedkamp. I am from Cincinnati, Ohio. This is my 5th summit. I am part of the state leadership team in the onboarding process. So, by the way, if you guys want to know more about us, obviously look us up on the website, and it'll probably be me calling you. Or if you just see anybody here today with the staff, don't be afraid to come up and talk to us, ask us what we're about, what we're doing, and if you want to get more involved, please don't be afraid, to do so. It is my pleasure to introduce the panel on the American economy, how unchecked executive power affects the market. First, we have Will Reinhardt, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where his research is focused on political, economic, and technological changes coming with AI. Next is Justin Woofers, a professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan. His research spans labor, macroeconomics, political economy, and social policy. Then we have Jessica Riedel. Currently, Jessica is a budget and tax fellow at the Brookings Institution. She was also a leading and budget tax research fellow at the Manhattan Institute, as well as the Heritage Foundation. Rounding out the panel is Francis Fukuyama of Stanford University, where he serves as an Oliver, I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, Nomellini, senior fellow and faculty member of the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies, Center on Democracy, Development, and the Rule of Law. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We're going to start with a couple opening comments, and then we'll get into questions. So, Justin, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off.
Sure. So, wow, what a day yesterday was. And I think what's nice about it is that we can all celebrate, and we can all celebrate, like, if I were a Republican, and by Republican I mean someone who was dedicated to a republic as opposed to a monarchy. I wasn't being funny. I would think it's good that the Supreme Court says you have to go through Congress. If I were a conservative, someone who wanted to conserve the foundations of American prosperity, the fact that we took a step back to conserving those foundations would be good. If I were a Reagan-Bush free trader, the fact that we moved a step closer to that would make me happy. If I were a libertarian, the fact that we've taken the yoke of government away from our throats as we try to figure out who and when and where we don't just want to love but also do business with, I would be thrilled. If I were an internationalist, the fact that we have the opportunity to come closer to people from all around the world would make me happy. If I were focused on the global poor and the developing world, the fact that the largest economic power in the world might be open for business with those who need it most would make me happy. If I were a Democrat, the fact that we might be getting rid of an incredibly regressive form of taxation would thrill me. But really, I'm an economist. And I teach Economics 101. And so if we take a step back from tariffs and a step forward to sanity,
I think we've all got a lot to celebrate. So I'm just going to suggest we all enjoy the moment.
Strong opener. Jessica, please. Yeah, can you even...
Tough act to
I know,
follow.
right?
I'm going to assess the Trump economy, and I'm going to be fair by opening with the good economic news. Top line GDP, unemployment, and inflation rates are muddling along okay so far. The S&P is rising, although less than the global index. Now that we've got the good news out of the way, the economic threats are real and many. Tariffs are raising prices, paralyzing business investment, alienating allies, and harming the very manufacturing sector that they're supposed to be helping. We face upside inflation risk from tariffs, immigration restrictions, tax cuts, spending hikes, and Trump pressuring the Fed to cut rates. Economic growth forecasts are sluggish due to immigrant worker deportations, labor force growth trending towards zero, and middling productivity. The economy created just 181,000 jobs last year. That's 1/10 of the average rate over the last decade. And employers have the fewest job openings posted since before the Great Recession. Housing starts and residential construction spending are falling sharply. We have crony capitalism and government taking steps to partially nationalize major companies. I'm only about half done with these. Consumer confidence is at a 12-year low. Real personal disposable income has not grown since the tariffs. The Fed is over-politicized and risking inflation. Budget deficits are heading to $4 trillion a year under current policy within a decade, and that's with low interest rates. Social Security and Medicare are on pace to push the debt to 250% of GDP in 3 decades. Washington has based its entire long-term budget projections on the interest rate paid on their bonds not rising ever above 3.8%. And we're doing bond auctions right now at 4.5. So much of these costs are the result of giving an economically illiterate president nearly unchecked power over economic policy. Our Madisonian founders assumed that all 3 branches would compete for power and check each other. Instead, Washington coalitions divide by party instead of by branch, with no checks. So when one party sweeps into power, it governs together across all 3 branches without any legitimate checks on it. That leaves a political system unwilling to act even in a constitutional crisis. Consequently, the last thing I'll say on this is it leaves us with a Congress that is largely ceremonial. It does not want to exercise any power that would anger the executive and his voters. It refuses to assert its constitutional authority on tariffs. It allows DOGE and OMB to illegally impound funds. It stands by idly while the president threatens to throw the Fed chairman in prison and rig economic data. And it confirms totally unqualified hacks to the cabinet. This is all combustible for the economy and for the nation. And we got our work cut out for us.
Okay.
Yeah. How can we...
Right.
Let's continue this vibe, right?
So, as the only non-economist on this panel, I thought I'd talk about the interaction of economics and politics. I want to make 3 points. First is about institutions. The second is about the politicization of economic policy. And the third is about the economization of political policy. So with regard to institutions, Trump, I think everybody recognizes, is not an institutionalist. He likes to undermine institutions. But I think that people don't quite understand what it means when he's called transactionalist. It means that so an institution is a rule. It's a rule that survives the individual that formulated that rule, and it has a big effect on the structure of societies subsequently. Trump has operated by executive orders. This Congress has been one of the least productive Congresses, and that's how you make your mark on a society is by actually passing laws that will survive your administration. And so there's kind of a good side and a bad side to being a transactional president. The good side is that anything that's done by an executive order can be undone by an executive order. And it does not create a permanent, legislative path forward. The bad part is that it gives the particular president in question unlimited discretionary power to use that in any way he chooses, and that opens the door to monumental levels of corruption. My favorite example of this was Switzerland. So Switzerland, he had a talk with the Swiss president. He didn't like her tone, so they get a 37% tariff rate, and then they give him a nice Rolex clock and a gold bar, and all of a sudden he decides to lower the tariff rate, to 15%, right? And so it's completely personalized decision-making that this transactionalism leads to. Now, the politicization of economic policy, I think, I don't need to give you examples. One of the things I'm actually worried about that regards AI is the increasing degree to which AI itself is becoming a political football in the United States. It's actually kind of split the MAGA coalition, but you could end up in a few years with one party basically being pro-AI and the other being against it. But these kinds of political considerations have infected, many areas of decision-making. But I would say, from my standpoint as a political scientist, one of the worst things is the economization of political decision-making. If you've been following the negotiations on the Ukraine-Russia war, the Russians have basically offered some ridiculous, like $10 trillion of economic benefits. Now, the fact that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are the two American negotiators, these two developer businessmen types, they are actually guiding these negotiations with regard to the economic benefits, not that would necessarily accrue to the United States if there's a deal and the Russian economy is now open to American business, but how they would benefit personally, which is what Jared Kushner took great advantage of in the first Trump administration. And so I think that the introduction of this kind of personal economic self-interest into diplomatic policy making is, for obvious reasons, really, really bad. And I think it's going to set a precedent that we're going to see many more examples of before the day is done.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much. So, Justin, beginning with you, you talked a little bit about it, right? Learning resources, the tariff case went up to Supreme Court. I've been following it pretty closely because it hits a whole bunch of different, legislative and legal issues that I follow very closely. I was wondering if you could just kind of walk us through how this came about and the general decision that came down yesterday.
You want me to talk about the law?
Yeah. I mean, you can't have all of the lawyers doing it, right?
It's even better than that. You can probably tell from my accent, I never took civics in high school.
We don't teach it anymore, so.
And if they teach it, they don't learn it.
Yeah.
As I understand it, this was, the founding document says that Congress has the power to tax. The founding story of this country, and I am not the one to tell it, is of wanting the people rather than the supreme leader to decide the rules of taxation. Tariff is a tax. That's not an opinion. That's a definition in a textbook. I wrote the textbook. So it's clear Congress owns the right to tariff. Congress understands Congress is very bad at doing congressional work. So Congress, in its wisdom in the past, has given the White House certain powers because the White House can typically be more nimble. We're about to discover a lot about what those powers were. What they weren't was the Emergency Powers Act. The Emergency Powers Act is an act that allows certain forms of sort of economic stuff, technical word, to do when there's emergencies. Two problems here. It doesn't use the word tariff, and there's not an emergency. The Supreme Court only ruled on the first of those, which is if Congress meant to give away the right to tariff or tax, they would have used the word tariff. Where we are now then is the Emergency Powers Act is gone. So in terms of tariffs, the Emergency Powers Act was used to impose tariffs on countries, Think about tariffs, you can be horizontal across a whole country. That was the horizontal. That was the Emergency Powers Act. That's gone. There's a bunch of other powers that they did delegate that are legitimately delegated. Congress could take back at any point in time their vertical, their thin slices of the economy, their particular industries, national defense, unfair trade practices, things like that. That's where the administration's going to go now. Those powers are very, very clunky. They take a long time. They're boring. They require doing some work. So we're not sure they're going to use them. What the president did do yesterday, though, there is an old law that looks like it's probably okay, but I'm not a lawyer, that says you can, when there's a balance of payments crisis, again, I'm not sure there is one, you can put tariffs of up to 15%. He went to 10 on the rest of the world, or on perhaps maybe just on countries with which you have a trade deficit, but it's up to 150 days, and then Congress gets involved, and Congress doesn't like any of what he's doing. So that paints the landscape. I just want to end with one analytic point. A 150-day tariff is the dumbest idea yet. So you can be for or against tariffs, but think about how much bargaining power you get. Think about the president trying to call Mark Carney and say, you have to do this or else I'll impose tariffs on you. And Mark Carney saying, I can count to 150. Or if the idea of these tariffs is to onshore manufacturing, the president has ensured that it's going to be much more profitable to be an American manufacturer for 150 days. Good luck building a plant and taking advantage of that. So what that means is the president's actions yesterday are one of two things. They're a tantrum or they're simply attacks. And they're probably both.
Yeah, and just to be clear, man, I wish I got that kind of applause. Just to be clear, thank you very much. Yeah, please clap. Just to be clear, yeah. So I just want to make some of the other, since I follow this also pretty closely. The things that have not been changed are some of the steel and aluminum tariffs under the Trade Expansion Act, and some of the other trade practices dealing with China under the Trade Act of 1974. So those things could be and could provide like a base for new expansion of powers. But of course. So anyway, putting a pin in that, Jessica, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the impact of tariffs on individual households, right? That I see all this data, and somebody who is an economist, you read this and you see, for example, Yale Budget Lab estimated that the tariffs cost the average household $3,800, right? That's a lot of money. I could do a lot with $3,800. And when you see this, what worries you the most? Is it the cost itself, the kind of the distribution of it, which we see is pretty regressive, or is it the total kind of uncertainty that this entire regime creates, right? What is it that, if you could rank them, what are the things that you worry about and that concern you?
Oh boy. Well, the first thing is you're seeing a lot of debate online about whether the tariffs have actually raised prices, and certain commentators online on television who just have a PhD in English from Berkeley and no economic training are suggesting that the tariffs are not raising prices at all. If that was the case, then why would we have the tariff? The whole point of the tariff is to make imports so expensive that we stop importing them and substitute in domestic alternatives. So even if they're true, great, let's get rid of the tariffs. They haven't worked. Of course the tariffs are raising prices. One of the examples you can look at is housing construction costs have risen, and that's one of the reasons housing starts are dipping, and residential home construction spending is down at an annualized rate of about 6.7% because we import lumber from Canada. We import a lot of materials, inputs from China. The prices are going up, housing construction is falling. In terms of the cost of the tariffs, I've seen all different numbers. I believe the Tax Foundation says it's closer to about $1,000 per household. Either way, the Chinese are not paying the cost of the tariffs, we are. And what we're told is, okay, fine, we're all paying for tariffs, we're eating the cost, but this is really important to save the United States manufacturing sector. We all have to sacrifice to help manufacturing. Well, in the last year, we've lost 108,000 manufacturing jobs. after adding 156,000 during the previous 3 years. So the argument of, well, we're always losing manufacturing jobs, we gained the previous 3 years. We lost 108,000 last year. We've pretty much spent the last year in a manufacturing recession. So when the very industry that we're all paying and sacrificing to help is itself suffering, then what are we even doing here? You know, President Reagan, used to make the line about somebody, the child who gets the big pile of manure for Christmas, and he dives in excited, and they go, "Why are you excited?" And he said, "There's got to be a pony in here somewhere." I look at tariffs and go, if manufacturing is collapsing, then where's the pony? Where is the benefit that we're all sacrificing for? And so ultimately, I'm baffled about what the tariffs are meant to accomplish. If they're meant to solve the trade deficit, well, the trade good deficit went up. If they're meant to solve individual country trade deficits, we're slapping tariffs on countries where we have a trade surplus like Brazil. If they're meant to be a temporary negotiating tool, how can you turn the dial so much? And if so, how can you count on the revenue long term? If you're meant to encourage domestic manufacturing, who's going to do manufacturing investments, as Justin said, on a 150-day tariff? The reason we have tariffs, after all that, is because Trump likes tariffs. That's it. He just likes them. There's no logic behind them at all, and we're paying.
Actually, I don't think that's quite right. I think that tariffs are very useful in acquiring territory like Greenland. It's an instrument that we didn't have previously.
So Frank, following up on that, the topic of this panel is how concentrated power can distort economic decision making. You've written a lot about this idea of vetocracy, which I have cribbed and used in many cases. And part of that is really that there is almost kind of this opposite effect, right? That all of the excessive veto points in the United States, the fact that you have many different organizations and agencies that you have to get agreement from. Prime example is what happens in San Francisco, right? If you want to start a new business, there are 20 different agencies or so that you actually have to get agreement from before you start that business. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about this, right? About this notion of vetocracy and how it plays into the sense of economic decision making, how it can distort these things, and what do you think are some of the best examples of it?
Well, I think the best example is in building infrastructure, where we have this very complex system on a municipal, state, and federal level, where you have a lot of stakeholders that are given the opportunity to block, let's say, infrastructure projects that they don't like. And this is one of the reasons that we've got this big infrastructure deficit. Now, it's a complicated thing that because it is so hard to actually move forward, like in California, we've got this law called CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. All 40 million of us residents of California can launch a lawsuit against any project we don't like. We can do it anonymously with no statute of limitations. And it really makes it hard to do things like build, California high-speed rail. And I think that actually, if you think about the rise of Trumpism and Muskism, Doge and so forth, there's been so much frustration at the, in a way, the overregulation and the, all the hoops you have to jump through, the legal hoops, that it gives rise to, someone like Trump that says, okay, I'm just going to ignore the law. The law is too constraining, and I'm just going to do whatever I want. And I think that it's this very unhealthy interaction between, a political system that's made it very, very difficult to come to collective decisions on important things that are of, common interest, that then gives rise to this populist, response that says, let's just get rid of rules altogether. And I think what a group like this needs to think about is how you actually cut back on some of those veto points and make it possible to do things like, build transmission lines and high-speed rail and so forth, without going to the, the Trump extreme of just saying, just the hell with all law. Rule of law is just a constraint, and I'm just going to ignore it. And by the way, that spills over into things like Minnesota, where, you're arresting people and deporting them without due process and so forth.
Just to follow up a little bit on that, something I've been following closely is this Yes in My Backyard, the YIMBY movement. Do you think that the politics that are driving this reaction, right, is in California, we've seen the rise of this movement. As a political scientist, do you think that this creates kind of a new political awareness? Does it create kind of a new political coalition? Do you think that that's going to be durable over time, just generally speaking?
Well, it's been interesting. I'm a big fan of the abundance movement. I mean, I actually think that we ought to get to a point where we can build things again in this country. One of the encouraging things I've seen is that there are actually abundance groups in a lot of campuses, including mine at Stanford, where you do have a lot of people saying, yeah, we ought to be able to use government power in a positive way. The trouble is that there are so many entrenched actors out there that are intent on defending, their positions. And in fact, Donald Trump said this amazing thing last week. He said, I'm actually going to protect existing homeowners. We don't want affordable housing because that's going to drive the price of your house down, right? I mean, he's actually ended up on the side of all these entrenched interests. And so I don't know how this is going to work out. It's going to be a very, very tough political fight to actually get to break the hold of, some of these particular stakeholder groups.
Yeah, I have so many more questions. Unfortunately, we're going to be coming up on time here shortly, so I kind of want to go to the last question for everyone here on the panel. If you could change one institution, one statute, or one doctrine to improve all of this decision-making or accountability, what would you do? What would be the kind of narrow thing that you would do, or even big thing that you would do?
I would have a Congress.
So, how do we do that? What are some ideas? What's your over and under, right? What should we be doing in order to reinvigorate Congress? I mean, there's lots of demands. My colleagues have been calling for Congress reassertion. I have a colleague, Yuval Levin, who has done a lot of work on this. What do you think is the way to reenact that or to reanimate Congress?
You've just done something totally unfair. I had a line that was funny and accurate. And now you want details.
Yeah, no, I do want details. I guess I'm too much of a policy wonk.
And it's the claim was much more political than economic, so I'm going to defer to Frank deeply. I'm going to answer a slightly different question, which is what could I do? What I can do as an economics teacher is I can teach the world economics. And I think that if you look at some of our debates, where we're seeing wins, it's because we are having conversations. And we're having conversations and people are understanding. It's hard to believe the president is 2-to-1 underwater on tariffs right now. Tariffs are the sort of thing that just sounds so great. You get to demonize other people who have different colored skin. And it almost always polls well, and the president has fundamentally failed. And I, as an economist, take pride that I think my tribe has done well in having those conversations, and that then means everyone here, it's not that I only teach 500 kids a year, but it's that we talk, and then you're going to be at your family dinner, and you'll be at the bus stop, and so on. And so, I guess this is how you can tell that I come from liberal Ann Arbor. I guess I think I'm saying something like, boy, we all have to be a little more active and a little more informed.
Yeah. Jessica.
I think the lesson of the current political moment is that it's not a matter of this rule or this policy, because rules and policies are getting disregarded. We have to elect better people. And ultimately, we get the politicians we deserve. And if we vote for people who aren't going to do their job in Congress except be a cheering section for President Trump, and you vote for presidents who are going to ignore the rule of law, that's what you're going to get. And I think when you peel back that onion one layer, I have become convinced in the last couple of years that the two big problems are fragmented information. Conservatives and liberals live in totally different universes, in totally different echo chambers that are radicalizing. And you combine that with gerrymandering, where we create these extreme districts that are essentially one-party districts, where a lawmaker is more worried about losing the primary for being too bipartisan than they are for solving problems. I have been part of Social Security strategy meetings that are bipartisan Republican and Democratic lawmakers. And the first rule of these meetings is a lawmaker say, no one can know I was here, because if my voters find out I'm trying to solve a problem on a bipartisan basis, I'll get thrown out. We need to fix who we elect.
Can I
Sure.
add one sentence?
Yeah.
Jessica says we have to elect better people. I can feel very uncomfortable and a long way out of my lane as an economist, but I'm going to say it nonetheless. I think that means we have to be better people.
Absolutely.
And Frank.
If you haven't already, I would read Justice Gorsuch's concurrence on the tariff decision.
Yeah.
Because he actually chastises Congress for not doing its job. And he says, which is in the Federalist Papers, that Congress is the only body in the country that can be deliberative, that can make compromises, they can trade off different social goods against one another, and they haven't been doing their job. And I think that, this decision may have some important long-term consequences in reminding Republican lawmakers of that truth. And as Trump gets weaker, and there's no question this is something that's weakened him, quite substantially, there's going to be more and more defections, I think, from this iron grip that he's held over the Republicans in Congress. And I think, so even before you get to November's election, I think you could see, an erosion, a pretty steady erosion of that consensus.
That's great. I know we have a couple more seconds left, according to this, but please give a round of applause to this panel.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Ravi Campbell, and I put my principles first. Thank you. When people ask me why I joined, I tell them I kept looking at the news, kept looking at my kids, then waiting for leaders to save us. And I waited, and as you guys know, I kept waiting, and no leaders came to save us. So if that's true, that means we have to be the leaders, you and me, all of us. And I know you guys feel the same, otherwise you wouldn't be here today, so I want you to know I appreciate you, all of you, very much. Okay, but how do we do this? How do we take the energy and enthusiasm we feel in this room right now and bring it back home with us so we can be the leaders we need to be? To help us with an answer, I am pleased to introduce our next panel, titled Building the Civic Bench, featuring 4 of Principal First's best: Michael Beck, Andrew Eastman, Melissa Kennard, and Chris Rusin. These 4 will be interviewed by our amazing Executive Director, Brittany Martinez. Brittany, take it away.
Thank you, Ravi. And also thank you to Ravi, who's one of our incredible volunteers on our executive committee. And so we are so grateful for his creativity and his passion. Thank you. Well, hello, and you guys can't get rid of me, sorry. I'm gonna go on a silent oath next week, but not yet. And we're so excited to be here with some of our volunteers. We've never done a panel like this before, and I think a lot of folks who've come to Principles First, we're first interested, what's going on, and then we've got great speakers, and that's interesting, but we've never really taken the chance really to let you guys know more about us and our volunteers and all the structure and all of the scaling up that we've done over the last few years, so we're excited to share that with you. And without further ado, everyone, so I have a few rapid-fire questions that we're going to start with. So if someone wants to indicate to me that they're ready for me to pick on them first. But how long have you been involved with Principles First, and what drew you to the organization?
Michael's from New Jersey. He's always ready. Thanks for the setup, Chris.
what drew me to Principles First was a tweet from Heath Mayo after the 2020 election, and just started following him. And at that point, I think a lot of us felt, despondent, hopeless, and trying to figure out what the heck is going on with our country. And as someone who is not always politically involved, needed that outlet. And so when I found the organization and got to work with all the great people on the stage and who sit and set up the summit and all the great work, found a home. And that's what I think really drew me to the organization.
This is my third summit. The way that I came to Principles First was actually probably quite a few people in the room, similar to you guys, is I found it on the Bulwark. And so I decided to just come to DC by myself to the first summit that I came to in 2024, and ended up meeting a couple of people, including Brian Rice, who is here, and Andy, who's also part of our Illinois-Wisconsin team, and really just kind of took off from there, met some people. The next year, we did the RNC event in Wisconsin, and that's kind of just how I became involved. I feel the same way. It really just became home, It's like you find your people. So that's been my experience.
So I'll tell you my experience. It's actually a very nerdy experience. I watched the 2022 summit when Adam Kinzinger, being from Illinois, I watched that event at the National Press Club, and that was right after the invasion of Ukraine. So I saw that event. That made me familiar with Principles First, and then Heath kind of traveled the country that summer and had a meetup in Illinois where I got to meet with Heath and some other people that I thought were like-minded to me. And then from there, I attended the summit in 2023, got involved with the Agenda Planning Committee. That was a great way to sort of understand more about Principles First core principles, who are the politicians and academics that reflect our principles best. And then in 2024, 2025, when we ended up coming up with the idea of state chapters, I was able to team up with Brian and Melissa and others, and we hosted our first state dinner last April. So it's been kind of a progressive involvement, and the one thing I would always say is the way that Principles First grows is interested, organic people that meet up and aren't afraid to have conversations and say, hey, I have this idea, I'm gonna run with it, and the organization gives you a lot of leeway to do that if you're interested. I mean, it's very empowering if you're kind of a self-starting type of person.
So just like many of you, I was working from home during the COVID pandemic, and I discovered Principles First online. I don't remember if it was Heath Mayo I saw first or my now dear friend Lisa Savage at Frequent Buyer. They were talking about the first Principles First Summit at the Press Club. And I'm a longtime Republican activist, so I was looking for some place that felt like home, because the Republican Party has become obviously a very angry, bitter place. So I thought, well, I haven't been to DC in 20 years. I'm going to go to the next summit. Well, then COVID came back, and they finally scheduled the second summit at the Press Club, and some of you were probably there. We were all wearing masks. And as I arrived in DC Friday evening, I found myself walking through Lafayette Square Park, and there was a pro-Ukraine rally taking place. It was just when Russia invaded. And that touched my heart. I was incredibly moved by that. And then the next morning at the summit, they honored Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and Adam Kinzinger spoke, and others who we know and love now. And I realized this is my home. These are my people. This is what I've always believed as a Reagan Republican. I don't believe I've changed, despite some friends and some party apparatus and some politicians who have changed. So as with everything in life, you show up once, you show up the second time and volunteer, you show up the third time, you're an organizer, you show up the fourth time, you're on the board of directors. Then as Andrew said, I hosted, I think, our first dinner in the Detroit area. And I met Terry Virts, the astronaut, and Michael and I spent some time with him at the bar afterwards, hearing stories about being in space. And so this is home. All of you are friends and family now. So We're a volunteer-driven organization. You too can do what we do, and we're going to tell you a little bit more about that.
Thank you all. And, you know, we've touched a little bit on some of the events that you've helped do and create and come up with and execute, and would love to hear, and we can do popcorn because I know we've already said a few, but what are some of the things and highlights of events or meetings or whatever? I mean, we've had a lot of meetings. Whoever has a meeting as a highlight, right? But like, what are some of the things that are kind of top-notch moments in your Principals First experience? And how about we start with Andy this time? How about you?
All right, so I can tell you. So actually, building on that Principals First dinner that we had last April, there was a woman that was in the audience of that dinner that was involved in Braver Angels, which is a depolarization group that many of you may be familiar with. So after that, you can certainly applaud. They do good work. But after that dinner, we had a call from, she was I believe the Blue State coordinator in Illinois. They were doing a public television documentary series on her work, and she wanted to feature Principals First as well. So we ended up having a discussion, shooting some footage. She ended up attending one of our events, and actually they just last week had the premiere of that documentary, and I was able to ask her a question. And I said, so in your work, what have been some of the moments that have been most inspiring to you, right? Given that you talk to a lot of people that are at odds with one another. And she said, when I went to the Principals First dinner and sat at a table full of Republicans, and I'm a Democrat, and I felt welcomed, right? And I thought that was really neat, right? I mean, it was a case where she felt welcomed. I've always thought that the first rule of politics is sort of love your neighbor, but that really stuck with me, and it was just kind of a random sequence of events that all came out of that one Principals First dinner that I think are beneficial, and I think those are the sorts of conversations that we need to be having as a country.
Yeah, certainly. So if you can at all, come to one of our events around the country, or if you want to host an event, contact Brittany. Brittany was on a podcast the other day. Someone said, how about Boston? She said, working on it. So it's not just Brittany working on it, it's you too. We need you to get involved. If you have a town, you have a venue, you have 30 friends, you have 50 friends, you have a civic organization, we will come to you. Some of us will come. Maybe some of you will come. Chicago, Boston, New York, Dallas, Houston, Detroit, Charleston. I kicked off the series in Detroit, and then I flew to Charleston and helped them. And then someone picked up the ball, and they kept it rolling and rolling and rolling. So we're all volunteers. We're all here to help. And as he said, it doesn't matter if you identify as an independent, a Republican, a Democrat, a former Republican, you are welcome.
Well, as far as like a specific event goes, I think I mentioned the event at the RNC, which I think was like a really, really cool juxtaposition with the RNC being there in town in Milwaukee, in my hometown, which was really cool. And it really snowballed. It turned, from, we were talking about doing a dinner in Wisconsin. It was an election year, obviously. And it like snowballed into this much bigger event, kind of like a mini summit, I would say, which was really awesome. So it was really great to see everybody come together for that and support.
I thought what was really cool about that was that because of the proximity to the convention, there was a lot of foreign press that came, and they wanted to get sort of a different approach to, well, Principals First was originally sort of dissenting Republicans, and now we've broadened out to, all principled people that are involved in politics and adhere to our principles. But I thought what was really cool was I remember at that event, we had so many reporters that were just having random conversations and trying to report on, like, look, there are people that aren't MAGA Republicans, right? And I got to see that in the press kind of kicked forward, and you thought, oh, there's only 100 people here, but it really ended up kind of, there were conversations that were had in that room that then ended up being in the German press, right? It was kind of a neat thing to actually see.
Yeah, that was definitely a great event.
So a highlight for us in New Jersey is we premiered the first of a few community events. And so obviously the summit and a lot of the dinners still feature, what we'll call national or global politics. That community forum was talked about federal choices, local impact. And the one that I think really struck is we had a gentleman who was a director of a local food bank in New Jersey, and talking about the big, beautiful bill and how many people rely on federal funding for food banks. And you start to see the trickle-down effect of decisions that are made at the federal level and how they impact people in everyday lives. And one thing that also struck me, and as someone who deals with people who provide in-home care, a lot of those folks are not paid a lot and rely on those types of sustainable programs to feed their family. And those people are impacting my family's lives all the time in that support. And to hear really what's happening on the ground was very impactful. And so as we look forward to 2026, we envision there's going to be a lot of opportunity to take this and bring it to the local level, because that's where a lot of impact is felt.
And I think we have time for one more question for everybody before I do that. Just so you guys know, I want to let you know how we've scaled up in the last year. So last year at this time at the summit, we had no state chapters. And in less than a year, we now have 22 state chapters. And our goal is to be in as many of the 50 that we can. Hawaii and Alaska might be a little bit tougher, a little more difficult to get to. But none of that is possible without the help of our volunteers, without the help of hopefully more additional volunteers in this room. So our pitch to you is, after this weekend, if you like what we have to see, if you see how normal we are, and you think that it's true,
Normal-ish.
it's like we're normal-ish.
We're putting on a
mostly
really good show.
Regular people. So if you like what you see, please consider joining us. We're not, yes, we have a fee for our events, but we don't ask people for money. That's not what we do. We want to keep things at low cost for people. And but our pitch is to join us and be volunteers and help us make more state chapters so that we can be in all of the states. So with that being said, to each of you, very briefly, what is your quick elevator pitch of why people should join us as volunteers? Does anyone want to start?
It's fun.
Amazing. That works. It could be a little longer, but that's perfect.
I'll keep it short as well, too. I think it's a great way to get to know different people, people that agree with your principles, but maybe, and particularly now as the organization has grown, I've met people that are progressive Democrats all the way to what would have been typically conservative pre-MAGA Republicans, and it's wonderful to get them in a room and see people that were so inspired. I actually think, and I don't want to talk about this, but last year at our event, we had a bomb threat, and it was amazing to see the determination, how people handled that calmly, how determined they were to continue the event, to continue on. And it was deeply moving to see how I thought, well, people will leave. But these people were, determined. It was sort of a love your neighbor type atmosphere. And I think that's really the reason, right? It's to get to know people that are very different from you and that may also be in your state as well. So it's been really interesting just to meet all the variety of people from throughout the country that think like you.
By the way, thanks to all of you for applauding the police after they cleared the venue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think as far as why you should get involved in Principles First, we are actively, building the big tent that we're all looking for to fight this authoritarian threat. And so it's just show up, just come, and it's such a welcoming place. But even if it's not here, if it's somewhere else, if it's Braver Angels, if it's one of the organizations out in the foyer area, it's a just show up situation. Just do what you can. No one here, as a volunteer, they don't expect you to do anything that's outside of your capacity. It's just do something.
Agreed. Participation is
yeah,
key. So many people say, well, I'm not qualified. Yeah, you are.
It doesn't matter.
No matter what organization is, if you're doing something constructive and you're becoming more informed about what you believe and how to influence politics in a better way, do it.
Yep, that's it.
And I'll close with this, and I think Chris said it. You can go from what am I doing to having massive responsibility and making things happen in a very quick time. So it's easy access, it's efficient, and you can feel very productive very quickly. Brittany?
Thank you so much to our volunteers here. And I guess as you make your way off
Thank
of
you,
the
Brittany.
stage, no, thank you. And we'll start heading into the next. But the last thing I'll say, if you see anyone with a blue lanyard or a green lanyard, those are our people. Stop them, ask us questions, ask me questions. We want to talk to you. So thank you guys so much.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Melissa Milhorn, and it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, retired U.S. Army. He wore the uniform for 4 decades, culminating his service as a commanding general of the United States Army Europe and the 7th Army. Many of you know him as a respected military analyst on MS Now and a contributor at The Bulwark and his new podcast, Command Post, on The Bulwark. He's the author of If I Don't Return, A Father's Wartime Journal, and we will be having a book signing immediately following this out in the exhibitor area. General Hertling brings not just experience, but perspective on leadership, duty, and the enduring importance of principled service. Please join me in welcoming General Mark Hertling.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? I think you have lunch next, so I will try and be as brief as possible because they told me to do that. I have to just reinforce the kinds of folks you just saw. This is about the 3rd time I've done something for Principles First. It's a great organization. But the thing I've come to realize is that these volunteers that were represented up here are just unbelievable folks, both young and old and everything in between. So when you see them in the hallway wearing their right kinds of badges, give them a pat on the back and tell them how much you love them and appreciate what they do. Hey, as Melissa just said, my name is Hertling and I'm a soldier, or at least I was. I've spent some years in combat. Lots of years jumping around the country. My wife and I, after she had never moved in her life, joined up, married me, and we moved 29 times during our 40 years of service. But I've spent a third of our career in Europe. And I always knew during that service that we as a country weren't perfect. But we were steady and reliable and principled. I'll use that word from this conference. We were principled. And every day as a soldier, I know our teams tried to earn trust from both our citizens and our allies. I want to thank Melissa and Brittany and Heath and all the other folks from Principle First asking me to come to speak. So in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to discuss about 5 or 6 or even 7 things. They are some hard truths, what our allies think of us because of the 49 nations in Europe and the 54 countries on the continent of Africa that used to be part of my footprint when I was commander of U.S. Army Europe. I still maintain contact with quite a few, both retired and active service members as well as government officials. I'm going to talk a little bit about some words expressed by 2 Canadians, our friends from the North. I'm going to probably talk a little bit about a war movie, and then I'll also address our future. But before I do, let me just state and try and be blunt and provide some what we in the Army call BFOs. Always have an acronym when you're a general or in the Army, and the BFO stands for a blinding flash of the obvious. Our nation's institutions have been shaken. Our alliances have been strained, our credibility has been damaged, and our nation's values have been cast aside to the point that many of them can't name them or don't even recognize them. Now, having said that, let me get on with my presentation and talk about the first hard truth. While our military remains strong, and I believe that, we are, like all of you, living through a tectonic shift, what some would call a rupture. And that's in how we see the nation around us because we don't recognize it. The first Canadian I'll talk about is Prime Minister Mark Carney, because at Davos, he said something that I think should have stopped every American cold. Carney argued, and let me quote him here, that what the nations of the world are witnessing is a break in the rules-based international order. Not a turning of the wheel, but a fracture in the axle. It's a rupture, not a transition. For decades, we operated in this rules-based international order. At least I know I did, serving overseas quite a bit in the Middle East and in Southeast Asia and especially in Europe. And as I said before, we weren't perfect. The US sometimes bent the rules, and others did too, by the way. But those rules in that international rules-based order provided some predictability. They reduced uncertainty. They allowed nations to cooperate, to invest, to plan for their future, and to ensure they were secure. The rules-based order, I think, rested on a few assumptions. The first one was that we would usually, not always, but usually exercise constraint in what we did as a nation. It depended on the fact that our institutions would outlast any one person, any one elected leader, that our leadership would usually be predictable, and that more often than not, that we would always try and do the right thing for the right reason at the right time. Now, those assumptions have all been shattered because now alliances have been reduced to transactions, democratic partners have been publicly disparaged, authoritarian regimes have been publicly praised, and military power has been described less as a shield for shared security and more to go what one person wanted it to do. And that's not the America I served when I was wearing the uniform. But here's that second blinding flash of the obvious. We own that. We all own that. We as a nation elected this individual twice. And that isn't an abstract, that's not an us versus them, it's just a fact. It's on us. So as a result of that, we're now experiencing what I would call a stress test. And I've studied stress in different situations, I've lived through stress, and what I realize is that stress changes behavior. And one of the behaviors it changes is the ability to trust. As a result, I think our citizens and our allies are no longer trusting us. They're not asking, when will America return to normal? They are now asking, can American institutions ever be trusted again? That question haunts me every day when I wake up. Now here's a fun fact about the Army. In my last job, when I left Europe in 2012 and retired, that year we as an Army conducted something called multinational exercises 437 different times during the year. Now, sometimes it was a one-on-one relationship with another nation's army. Sometimes there were 10 armies combined in a multinational exercise. Sometimes it was as many as 16 one time in Ukraine in 2012, as we were building a transformed Ukrainian army, as I was asked to do by their chief of the ground forces, General Hennadai Vorobyov. God rest his soul, he died of cancer a few years ago. In those exercises, it was great to see the capabilities and the attributes and the competencies of our soldiers improve. But, toward the end of my career, I saw them more as trust laboratories. Soldiers planned together, their leaders shared risk, and they built habits of cooperation. And what I really came to realize in my final years that this wasn't just about tactical proficiency or battlefield effectiveness, although it was. It was about building confidence in each other, because every nation participating in those events could rely on each other under the chaos of combat if they were asked to do it. But that confidence, in my view, has been changed, not because our soldiers or our military have changed, but because signals from our political leaders have changed things. Now let me get to the second harder truth, if I may. I don't believe we can simply promise to go back. I've heard that mantra repeatedly stated this morning as I've been listening into various conversations, that we need to find a way to get back. Because my experience from a leadership perspective is that trust doesn't just bounce back into place because we declare it so. And the resilience to recover from all that is really tough to get. We will, in my belief, and I offer this to you to think about, we've got to redesign who we aspire to be. And that's going to require a whole lot more than messaging or slogans or throwing out old executive orders or replacing officials who damage the institutions. It's going to require disciplined, humble work that absorbs the shock of what we've been through, assessing the damage that has caused, and then rebuilding, perhaps even in a different way, intentionally. I hate to use this analogy, but as much as many people talk about Hitler and what he did to Germany, what happened after World War II, I think, is much more enlightening. And it gives us a better example of what we will have to do. Because Germany didn't just regain trust with other nations of the world or the support even of their citizenry just by trying to go back to normal. I'm a big fan in Germany. I love the word Auftragstaktik. I love the word Gemütlichkeit. And I can cite a few more German terms for you if you like, but my favorite term is einmal Bier bitte. For those of you who speak German, that's just a simple request of the bartender. The Germans accepted that restoration of the old order would not be enough. That what they had to do would be generational, and it began over decades through consistent government and civilian conduct. In speaking with my German friends in the time I had over there, one Mayor Mueller of Wiesbaden, told me they realigned themselves with shared principles after World War II. He said his father was an SS soldier during World War II, and now he was the democratically elected mayor of Wiesbaden. They had to realign themselves with shared principles. So what I'm thinking is to rebuild and regain trust at home and abroad, we're going to have to do the same. We must, again, not just bounce back, but prove ourselves again to our fellow citizens and to the world, perhaps in new ways. And we must share with them that we will regain our exceptional approach, not because we are powerful, but because we're restrained. We're predictable. We're bound by the same rule of law that we ask other people to be bound by. And that we must name and follow our values. The dignity of mankind and womankind, the role of citizens in a society. You know, that work won't be accomplished just through one election cycle. I heard Bill Kristol and his panel this morning talking about how we bounce back in either 2027 or 2029 when new election. Yeah, I don't buy that. It's going to take much longer. And by the way, I love Bill Kristol. He's part of the Bulwark team. I work for them, so I better not disparage him on the stage up here. But I think it's going to take longer than that. And more importantly, it isn't going to take place on stages like this. I think it's going to belong to you. Because you as citizens shape policy. You write the narratives. You report the truth. You teach. You build coalitions. You do about your daily work with your family and your children. You hold power accountable. And you secure our freedoms and our civic responsibility. We can't just leave that up to the Congress of the United States because they failed us over the last couple of years. And I believe all that because I know when institutions are damaged and you have to rebuild culture, that individuals are the ones that steady them. And they do that by insisting on truth when it's inconvenient, by refusing to normalize what corrodes civic life, by modeling strong character, values, principles, by abiding by and trusting in the rule of law and our institutions, and truthfully, just by showing up. You all have shown up today. It's going to take a lot more of us to show up in the future. Because what we've also seen in the last couple of weeks and months is history has always moved in a positive direction by people who decided that the work was still worth doing. We've seen it in Minneapolis. We've seen it in other places. Okay, let me close with another sentence from a crude Canadian. And pardon my language here. After the Halifax Security Forum, Canadian newspaper journalist and analyst Mark Gurney wrote an article that was entitled, "The Americans Won't Be Fucking Back." And truthfully, I don't think that phrase or that headline was written to insult us. It was written, I think, to capture fear. Fear that the world is witnessing something they didn't expect because it's an aberration, and that it might be a potential preview of what might happen next. And I'm too much of an optimist to believe in what Gurney said. I believe we will be fucking back, and we'll be a whole lot better. But I also believe this. When we do come back, it won't be because we insist on it. It won't be because we demand trust. We'll only get trust back if we earn it. Now, I mentioned earning trust in my opening statement. And whenever I say earning trust, I hearken back to my favorite all-time war movie. And I'm an expert at war movies, for anybody that wants to quiz me later on. And it's the line from that great movie, Saving Private Ryan. Let me put the picture in your head. At the end of the film, Tom Hanks, playing Captain Miller, is dying and is sacrificing to save that one man, Private Ryan. And he pulls Matt Damon in close to him, who was playing Private Ryan, and he whispers two words: "Earn this. Earn this." The film then quickly cuts to a new scene with Ryan in the cemetery at Normandy, that beautiful cemetery on top of the beachfront, with a much older Mr. Ryan staring at a much older Private Ryan staring at Captain Miller's headstone, and his wife approaches. Remember that scene? And he turns to her and he says, "Tell me I've led a good life." Tell me I'm a good man. Tell me I'm a good man. That moment is terrific because it's not just living up to the demands of a dead soldier. It's about inheritance. We all, as a nation, have inherited a nation built by extraordinary individuals. Our history is replete with great people. Awesome politicians, civil rights leaders, reformers, teachers, immigrants, soldiers, and everyday courageous citizens who believed in principles over power. But now, you know, if you take that metaphor a bit further, we're now, and the world is now standing at the potential grave of our credibility, and they're asking whether we understand the weight of what we've been given and what we need to do to get it back. And again, I'm going to repeat, the question shouldn't be, are we going to return to what we once had? The question is whether we will build something better with a new focus and a new vision. By rebuilding our institutions, by strengthening our guardrails, by defending the rule of law, by teaching civics, by achieving our national values and our personal values as well, by demanding leaders who see power as a responsibility, not as leverage, and by choosing restraint over rage and principles over transactions. We all got to start preparing for that. I teach MBA students, and I tell them as I teach them about leadership and strategy that an important part of leadership is building trust. And as my father once told me, trust is gained in drops and lost in buckets. Well, we've lost a tanker truck full of trust over the last 1 year. And the only thing we can do to rebuild it is replace it drop by drop. And I believe we will. Not because we're entitled to it, not because the world needs us, although that could be true and important too, but because enough Americans still believe that principles matter more than power. That's why you're here. Yeah, the U.S. is going to be fucking back. But only if we earn it. And that work is why we're here today and why you go to the different Principle First conference all over the nation. And what I'd ask you to think about is find ways every day to make it matter and to earn some trust. Thanks for allowing me to speak with you today. Have a good rest of the conference.
Well, thank you to all of our speakers, moderators, panelists. This first part of programming, we will be breaking for lunch. We'll be back at 1:10 with Chris Christie. But as you guys start to head out, just want a few housekeeping things. We still have the exhibitor area open. Lieutenant General Hertling is going to very graciously be doing a book signing. Dr. Stephen Hassan is also doing book signing. Please go check out the exhibitors. And specifically, also Issue 1 and Mission Impossible, they're doing a little polling thing. So make sure to stop by, scan the QR code, and you can participate in conversations throughout the summit. And they're hoping to get a couple minutes of your time to better understand how we can all work together to better solve America's problems. So anyway, thank you. See you in about an hour, and it's going to be a great afternoon. Thanks all.
Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Who said that? Someone said that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are at the Gaylord Hotel. Sounds good. The jazz was sounding so good. It just put you in the groove. Thank you. Heath Mayo. Heath Mayo. Microphone check 1, 2. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Today we are at the Gaylord Hotel. Let's do a clap test. Thank you. I don't. With my clap? I apologize if my clap was Desmolet. Oh. Well, we are here at the Principal's First Summit on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, hoping that everyone is enjoying their lunch. Hopefully that's better. We're good? Thank you.
We're just going to keep timer on the monitors, right? We'll just keep timer on the monitors, right? Yeah, that's great. That's good.
shortly.
in just a moment. Ooh, those lights are bright. So before we do that, though, I just wanted to say a special thank you to our sponsors and exhibitors. If you were there yesterday when we said thank you to our volunteers, you know that I have a long list ahead of me. So American Values Coalition, Protect Democracy United, States United Action, ESC LLC, The Bulwark, Unite America, NSL4A, No Cap Fund, the Chamberlain Network, Issue One, Horizons Project, Veterans for All Voters, Our Republican Legacy, Country First Academy, Leaving MAGA, Open Secrets, Stories Change Power, Alliance for American Rule of Law, the Society for the Rule of Law, Freedom of Mind, Reagan Caucus Action, Dream for America, Concerned Conservatives, Center for New Liberalism, Upvote Virginia, Moderate Republicans, Concord Coalition, Better Choices for Democracy, and The Week. And also yesterday, I did miss one of our volunteers, and I don't even know if he's in this room this moment, but a special shout out to Steve Brody. I am so sorry to have missed you when we were saying thank you, but it matters to say thank you. So thank you to Steve, thank you to all our volunteers, and thank you to our sponsors and exhibitors. And so we'll get started again with programming in just a minute. Thank you all.
America is freedom. Freedom of speech. Freedom of enterprise. Americans never quit.
He's done it!
I'm sick of stupid.
It's important that we begin to act now.
We choose to go to the moon and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Donnell makes a great play.
Derrick Henry on the run!
The thing that makes this country so great is the rule of law. And if we lose that, we lose our democracy.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper.
There was not one whiff of politics in any prosecutorial decision we ever made.
These institutions, we got to protect them. They're worth fighting for.
When it is torn apart, people suffer real consequences.
You can threaten us, but guess what? You're not going to win. We're going to win.
How great it would be if the folks here were the governing coalition of our country.
Our government is we, the people. It is not a singular institution. It is certainly not a singular individual.
When you bring people together with a joint vision for the future, they will find other people.
We are right in the middle of our story. We get to write the next chapter.
We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth.
Good afternoon and welcome back. My name is Michael Beck, a resident of Scotch Plains, New Jersey, and one of the state leadership co-chair of Principles First. Please welcome Chris Christie, the 55th governor of New Jersey, a leader known for candor, conviction, and results. He guided his state through some of the most challenging moments, from economic recovery to rebuilding communities after Superstorm Sandy. He built a reputation for tackling tough problems head-on, insisting on accountability and speaking plainly to voters across the political spectrum. Before his 2 terms as governor, he was a United States attorney, championing the rule of law, ethical government, and ensuring criminals were brought to justice. Governor Christie is recognized for his authenticity and willingness to engage people in town halls, debates, and as a contributor on many news outlets. He is never shy in dealing with difficult conversations and unpopular decisions, as evident for his strident support of the Dallas Cowboys in a state that supports the Giants and the Eagles. We are honored to welcome him back to the Principal's First stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Chris Christie.
Governor, thanks for being here.
Great to be here, Heath. Thanks for having me.
It's always good to have. I think this is summit number 2 for you, so it's a pleasure to have you back. I don't want to have too much time today, but I want to get through. I mean, there's just so much happening in the world, in the United States. Got sports betting has been on the table for you, and also your conversations with Lindsey Graham. I want to get to all of it. But I think first off, people maybe just be curious. What are you up to these days? I know you're teaching at Yale.
I teach at Yale. I have my own consulting firm with 5 folks that were in my administration. I have a law firm as well. I'm on 4 corporate boards, including, most importantly, the corporate board of the New York Mets. So that's my most fun board. So that's all that stuff keeps me pretty busy.
That's great. And you know, I think that's such a number of hats that you wear. And you know, you now at ABC, I think, more than many former governors, have sort of retained an element of seriousness and vocal relevance with respect to where the country is. How do you retain that perspective? And were you shaped a lot by your time as governor in New Jersey?
Well, yeah, I don't think you can have a job like governor of New Jersey and not be really affected in lots of different ways by my experience there. But in the end, it goes back to what my mother told me when I was a kid, which was be yourself, because then tomorrow you don't have to try to remember who you pretended to be yesterday. And that's really been the way I've run my life. And I think the relevance portion is just that I say exactly what I think, and I put up with the ramifications of that later, not before. I don't think about, okay, how's this going to affect me before I say it. I say what I really think, and then sometimes it works out really well, and sometimes, not so much. So, but I think people in general, even people who don't like me, and there are a few, they listen. They still listen. And, when they're quoting stuff back to me on Twitter or someplace else, if I respond at all, my response is, it's so great you're listening, because they quote stuff back to me. And if you really don't value what someone says, why would you even spend the time to listen?
And for me, I mean, I was long a person who was a card-carrying member of the Republican Party. And so many of these folks, you talk about saying what you believe instead of what is popular at any given time, you can count them on one hand these days. The number of people who, when you listen to them as a leader, they're giving you the unvarnished opinion that they have, that isn't run through a poll test. I mean, you look at any of these guys, and you talked about this recently and made news about the things that folks like Lindsey Graham will tell you in hushed conversations in private about what they really believe is just so different from what they're saying in public. Why is that? What's the driver of that decision, and what makes someone make a different decision?
Because they care more about their title than they care about their job or their character. I mean, like, in the end, Lindsey's a perfect example, but I could have given a number of other names. I think Bill Maher told me after the show that he just assumed I wouldn't give a name. He asked it to embarrass me. And he said to me side stage later, he goes, I asked it to embarrass me, and then you embarrassed Lindsey Graham. And the fact, though, is that guys like Lindsey and others, their whole life is wrapped around their title. And they can't envision a life where they don't have that title. So they say to themselves, okay, well, I'll make this compromise and that compromise and that compromise and that compromise, that rationalization to keep the title. And then after a while, it's like they say, well, I go up to the line, but I don't go over it. Once you do that enough times, you don't know where the line is anymore. And so you're lost. And so, that's, and that's somebody who I first met Lindsey 2011, 2010. I first met Lindsey. I got introduced to him by John McCain. And who he was and the things he said when he got introduced to me, and when he ran for president in 2016, and we were in the race. He got out very early, but we were in the race for a while together. The stuff he said back then versus what he says now is just breathtaking. So that's why he came to my mind first, but there could have been any other nominees for that, including Marco Rubio. So there. Made some more news for you today, Eve.
The compromises and the chaos, you made a recent comment, I think I saw on ABC, where you said these compromises and the chaos that ensues, it can be entertaining for the party and for anyone who supports the president or anyone. It can be entertaining in the moment, but that chaos distracts from the issues. And then pretty soon, you don't know where you stand on any of the issues, and you're not delivering results for the actual people. Say more about the point that you were making.
Look, I think it's really simple, right? We all in this room, I guarantee all of us in this room have had this experience. When you get into an argument regarding Donald Trump with someone who is like-minded to you on issues, right? They say, yeah, I know he's not a good guy, and all the stuff he says, it's embarrassing, but I agree on the issues with him. And that's their rationalization. But what's been proven now in the last year is the act gets in the way of accomplishing the issues that people who make that compromise want accomplished. And what's the proof of that? I was saying this to Heath on the way over here, that when we got together last year, for folks like us, it was a pretty dark time. Amongst Republicans, the president's approval was 92-5. And most of the 5 were in this room, right? So, but you look at an AP poll that came out just 10 days ago. His disapproval among Republicans is up to 27% among Republicans, right? People are waking up to this. And I think, Heath, I said what I said last week because that's what's waking them up to it. They're saying, hey, wait a second. I supported this guy and compromised my principles to support this guy because he was going to make the economy better. But it's not. And his job approval on the economy right now across all demographics is 39.62. Then they said, well, I supported him because of immigration. And we wanted him to close the border, and he did. But then you see the conduct, the character or lack of it, playing itself out in Minnesota and in other places all across the country. And people say, well, I didn't vote for that. And now he's ruining the immigration issue for the Republican Party. And on immigration, he's 38-61. Imagine a year ago, if I had sat on this stage, or the one we were in Washington, and told you that Donald Trump was going to be 23 points upside down on immigration with the public, you would have thought I was nuts. But for people who care about those issues, about immigration, about the economy, trade, he's upside down on all of those things. And that's people saying, we elected you to do these few things. And you are off distracting me and the rest of the country with your games and your language and your lack of character. And so that's why what I was trying to say on ABC last week was, people don't like to hear this, but the single most important issue when you're voting for someone, especially for president, is character. That's it. And by the way, the party that we've been a member of, we set up all these litmus tests oh, he or she's not perfect on this, on this, on this. And that's how you wind up where we are today. Because nobody can be good enough. Nobody checks all the boxes. So what do? We nominated and elected an entertainer. Right? We wanted to be entertained. Well, it's like any show that's on TV for a long time. The ratings start to go down. And the ratings are going down. So for everybody who is principled enough to have shown up here and works with this group, I want you to think about where we were a year ago, where we are now, where we're going to be 9 months from now. Don't move. Don't move. It's moving back to us. Don't move. You have, I believe, withstood the worst part of the storm. And it's coming back our way. So we just have to continue to stand up for the things we believe in. And to me, there's nothing more important than the character of the people you vote for. And this president is the single greatest example of that, probably since Lincoln. He always wants to be compared to Lincoln. There it is.
I want to switch gears and talk about some of those issues where, even a lot of folks in Trump's base have started to turn on him. And, with your background as a prosecutor, I wanted to focus on the Epstein files because this has been just fascinating for me to watch as Trump is basically, I think the MAGA base, to a large degree, I didn't think it was possible, but I think they are starting to lose trust and faith in him on this issue. How do you see what's happening right now in Congress? Is this a function of how Trump has staffed up DOJ and how it has been undermined under his leadership? Would we have more answers if it was someone else that was being more transparent? Like, will the American people ever get answers on these Epstein files?
Maybe. But look, I think I'd argue, let's differentiate between answers and prosecutions. So I'll do answers first, then I'll do prosecutions. On answers, it was a bunch of rich, predominantly white guys who are masters of the universe, have made more money. Like, think about what all of these men who have been exposed so far have in common. They're professionally successful, they're extraordinarily wealthy, and most of them are incredibly geeky, right? Like, these guys could not close the deal ever in their lives, right? Could not close the deal. So now they become really rich, and they're thinking, I'm really rich now. I got to find out how to close the deal. And they look at Jeffrey Epstein and they go, he knows how to close the deal. I'm going to hang with him. What more do you need to know? The character of these men is awful. And so on what we need to know, may there be more names and all the rest of it? Yes. But you're going to hear the same story over and over again. Every time a new name comes out, like I saw the video of Les Wexner's video of his deposition where he was talking about, like, I didn't know that Jeffrey Epstein stole $1 billion from me. Like, you know what? The scary part is I actually believe him. Like, he had that much money that he just didn't miss it. And his relationship with Epstein was so important to him that even if he knew, he didn't care. Right? So you're going to see more of these kind of guys, right? Now, on the prosecution front, though, this goes way back. I was the U.S. attorney in New Jersey when the Epstein case started. I want you to think about that. We're talking about 2007. About 19 years ago. And I remember when the plea agreement was reached. You know, all of us amongst the U.S. attorney community would talk with each other about cases that were going on in other places. When I saw that Alex Acosta came to a plea agreement with a guy who was accused of pedophilia, where he turned the case over from the feds to the state, and they sentenced him to 18 months, but he could be out every day. He just had to sleep there, like as if it was a hotel. And he went to work every day. And a United States attorney under George W. Bush agreed to that deal. And a Justice Department agreed to that deal. And so, Trump is just a continuation and expansion of that problem. Epstein got Alan Dershowitz and a whole bunch of other lawyers who did whatever they did with Alex Acosta, who again, this would have disappeared. It disappeared all through the Obama years. You didn't hear Eric Holder ever talk about Jeffrey Epstein, did you? Not once, right? So all through the Obama years, it disappears. Trump comes in. The only reason it comes up is because Trump makes Alex Acosta the labor secretary. Great decision. So he goes into hearings, and the Democrats bring up Epstein and that plea deal. And then Acosta has to resign. And so it bubbles back up again. And now and I was around at the time, so I know how angry he was. I didn't understand exactly why he was that angry, but he was really ripped. And the reason I know about it is because he offered me labor secretary first. And I turned it down because I didn't want to go in his cabinet. And he then gave it to Acosta. So when Acosta caused all these problems, Trump came to me and said, "It's all your fault. If you had just said yes, I would have never gotten this guy, and none of this stuff wouldn't have come out." I still didn't understand why he was so mad. I didn't know about his relationship with Epstein at that point. And really, very few people did. So my concern is that for most of the people who can be prosecuted, should be prosecuted, we're beyond the statute now. You need to know this stuff goes back 19 years. And so, and every one of those administrations, Bush 43, Obama, Trump 45, Biden, and Trump 47 all own it. Now, Trump has made the Justice Department unrecognizable, and we would know more of the information about these people if people that were not bought and paid for by the president were not running the Justice Department. But that's what we got. And I think it's amazing that Tom Massey and Ro Khanna and others have gotten done what they've gotten done in light of all this. It really is. So, because you remember, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both told us a year ago there were no Epstein files. There was nothing in there. Now there's 3 million pages plus, right? So I guess it just showed up. Maybe it was like in an office at the FBI that no one had looked in for a while, So we got to give credit. Like, Congress deserves almost no credit for anything right now. I mean, seriously. In one respect. 4%.
2. Oh.
4. So I think two things. My God, how could Congress only have 4% approval? Then I think, how do they even have 4% approval? Like, who are those people? Like, I'd love to interview those people. Like, okay, so you think Congress is doing a great job? Yep. Tell me why. Like, I think those would be some fascinating answers who those 4% are.
It's Nancy Mace voting for herself.
It could be. Could be Nancy. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't want to be in Congress anymore.
She doesn't even
think about
Congress.
How bad Congress has become when Marjorie Taylor Greene goes, "Nah, this is too much of a shit show for me. I'm out of here." Like, right? I mean, it's incredible. She's like, "No, this has gone too far. This is absurd. You can't imagine you could live that long." But in the context of all that, Ro Khanna and Tom Massey, without the two of them, we wouldn't know what we know now about the Epstein files. We wouldn't. The Trump administration would have never released it.
I'm going to ask one more, but then we'll just open it up for audience questions. So be thinking and getting your questions ready. I noticed a couple days ago when Mike Selig, Trump's appointee at the CFTC, came out with this statement that sports gambling was somehow a derivative financial instrument.
Yeah.
you took issue with that, as did to his credit, I think Governor Cox did as well.
He did.
I mean, this is a real issue. I don't think it's made it into sort of the mainstream political discourse in a way that some of the other hot button issues do. But I mean, this is a real sort of, I mean, this poly market thing where you can bet on like when it's going to rain today, and like, is this? I mean, it's certainly not a financial derivative, but I mean, you've thought a lot about this issue recently. I'm curious what your reaction was to that statement and how you think about it.
Well, you pretty much saw it, right? I mean, my reaction was like, okay, so a bet on, for instance, how many points the Patriots will score in the Super Bowl, over under, is now an investment. It's a derivative investment, like only in Trump world. Now, remember, first off, why this is happening. And it's the confluence of everything in Washington right now. It's the Trump family and money. So Polymarket and Kalshi, the two biggest ones, have a ton of money. A lot of people have invested in them. To Polymarket. Now, in my day, that would be called a call. You're on the board of one of them. You know you can't be on the board of the other one. That's a bridge too far, apparently. But you can be a paid advisor. So New Jersey and me as governor that got sports gambling legalized in this country. The case that was won at the Supreme Court 8 years ago was Christie versus the NCAA. And we won it on a states' right basis, saying like states and the people of those states should be able to decide, do they want sports betting or don't they? And if they do, it'll be regulated by that state, taxed by that state, and run that way. And now in 40 states across the country, they have sports gambling available, and it's regulated, and it doesn't market to teenagers. It makes sure that it interacts with the leagues to protect the integrity of the game. And some of the things you've seen recently at MLB and at the NBA on betting were a direct result of the sports books reporting unusual betting activity on a particular item to the leagues, who then with law enforcement investigated these folks. And we've seen a couple of pictures from the Cleveland Indians who have been charged and some folks in the NBA who have been charged. So it's working the right way. Now, all of a sudden, the CFTC, the Commodities Future Trading Commission, wants to be the National Gambling Board. Because what could possibly happen if the federal government comes in to regulate something that the states are handling just fine? It'll be great, right? How could they possibly screw it up? So my concern about it, Heath, is that, and by the way, in the 10 states that don't want gambling, Mississippi and Alabama, Georgia, Florida, California, Texas, are 5 of them, they've affirmatively said we don't want sports gambling in our state. Kalshi and Polymarket are offering sports gambling in their state in absolute defiance of state law, because they say, we don't have to follow your laws, we're regulated by the federal government. So you're going to see, I think, lawsuits and investigations in probably 30 to 35 states, and there's going to be a big fight over this. And I hope that what happens, because I fought hard to have people have the availability of sports gambling, is that they'll let the states do their job. If the states were screwing this up, I can understand. But, think about it. The last piece that we should all be concerned about is that unlike the sports books, Kalshi and Polymarket are marketing directly to teenagers. You only have to be 18 to go on those sites. You need to be 21 to gamble on all the other sites that are regulated by the states. Do we really want, with all the problems we have with smartphones already, do we really want like 15-year-olds pretending to be 18-year-olds, betting on whether Maduro is going to be captured or not, or, any kind of sports game that they go into? So that's my concern. And unfortunately, this child who is the chairman of the CFTC. I mean, seriously, he put out a video. I said, he's the chairman of the CFTC? Because it looks like one of my sons. Who is this kid? And he's the only member of the CFTC. It's a 5-member board. Trump's only appointed him and fired the rest of the people so that he makes all the decisions on his own with no other members. So what could possibly go wrong with an agency like that handling tens of billions of dollars in sports gambling across the country every day? Nothing could go wrong. It's all good.
Okay,
McDonald's doing, Junior's doing well.
Let's open it up. Do people have questions? I see one right there in the row here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, I just here's one. Okay.
Hello, my name is Julie. I'm from Arizona, and my question for you is, what are you going to have to see and what are you going to have to hear before you support someone for the next presidential election?
I think fortunately or unfortunately, I know almost all of them who might. So it's less of what I'm going to have to see and some of what I already know. Right? Like, I've known J.D. Vance for a long time. I don't need to see anything else. Some of you might remember when I ran for president in 2016, I debated Marco Rubio in New Hampshire. It was an interesting result. For those of you who didn't see it or don't remember, it's easy. All you have to go to YouTube and write Christie Rubio debate, and you will get the clip, and I'll let you make your own judgments. Look, I do think this is changing right as we speak, and is going to change even more rapidly over the next number of years. And I don't think we have any idea who the front runner for the Republican nomination is going to be. Because if the midterm elections go the way I suspect they will, And some people, and many people have said to me, that's a cop-out. You should have made a choice. It's binary. Someone just said this to me the other day in the airport. It's binary. I said, well, for you, it was binary. For me, it wasn't. So even though we don't necessarily agree on let's say, a majority of the issues, there's a number of Democrats who I've worked with who might be candidates for president. Like, I'll give you one name, Rahm Emanuel. Like, I've worked with Rahm. We worked on TV together for a number of years at ABC. He's incredibly smart. He's tough. And I think he's a reasonable guy. Awful, foul temper, but a reasonable guy. And so, like, Rahm's a guy who I'd be very interested to see if he decides to run, what kind of campaign he's going to run. And if that kind of campaign can win a Democratic nomination or not. And so, you know, there'll be people out there on the Democratic side, and there'll be people on our side that would interest me too. But, like, you know, I got to see it play out, and I got to see how they conduct themselves. Because, you know, there are probably people in this room who were ready to support Nikki Haley a few years ago. Not me. Because I always knew she'd cave. And she'd turn around and endorse Trump, despite all the stuff she was saying during the primary. That was all an act and a show. So that's part of what I mean in answer to her question, which is, like, part of his, like, when Nikki was saying all that stuff, I knew Nikki. And I knew there was no chance that she was going to miss speaking at the Republican convention. And so, you know, she did what she needed to do. She bowed down to Trump, got her chance to speak, and I don't think she's ever been heard from again.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Deborah. Hypothetically speaking, a lot of people are predicting that the president might not last for health reasons for the end of the year. So do you think that is going to make things better or worse? And then also, how long is it going to take us to get back to normal or some sense of normalcy?
I'll start backwards on that. The way we get back to normalcy is for us to demand it. We have to demand it. And all of you are here, so you're already part of the demanding crowd. But we got to expand the demanding crowd. We get what we are willing to tolerate. And think about how many people you know who voted for Trump. Even though they're like, they're moaning, like, oh, all right, but, you know, it's a binary choice. He's better than the alternative, all that kind of stuff. Like, we have to drag it back to normalcy, demand it back to normalcy. And how long will that take? I don't think it's going to take maybe as long as you think. Remember, presidential elections are always kind of a reaction to what we have, right? So people saw George W. Bush as kind of a cowboy who was shooting from the hip and maybe not that smart. They're wrong, in my opinion, but that's what the general conventional wisdom had become. So we picked the professor, right? So Professor Obama comes in, cerebral, unemotional, kind of a, you know, glass in front of him. And people get tired of that, so they go all the way over here to the, you know, reality TV show star. Biden had a chance to do something great and blew it. He beat Trump, did what needed to be done, promised us he would be a transitional figure, and then lied and decided to run again and screwed the whole thing up. People looked at him. What was the swing there? Asleep to awake. No joke. The American people were like, oh my gosh. They saw that debate in June, and they went, oh yeah, all right. Can't do that. And then Harris comes in and says, I wouldn't do anything different than Biden. Well, there's a winning strategy for you, right? So I think you're going to see a severe reaction in 2028. I hope that severe reaction that we demand is character and normalcy, not seen as a philosophical reaction, right? we get a philosophical reaction, we're gonna wind up with AOC as president. No joke. Don't think she went to Munich because she wanted to get some beer, okay? She went to Munich because she's thinking in her head, I could be president. And who can blame her? She's watching Trump. Like the standard for being president has diminished fairly significantly.
Well, we're about out of time, but I just want to take a point of personal privilege that on behalf of everyone in this room, I think, you know, it's fortunate that there are at least some Republican leaders out there who are willing to stand up in rooms like this and say the things that you were saying, because it is difficult to do within the party in the environment that we've lived in these past couple of years. But as the governor has noted, I think it is changing. And I also want to commend everyone in this room for the dialogues that we are having like this, because Governor, it's like you more than anyone as a political leader. I mean, I've sort of 2007, I guess, when you were a prosecutor, I was in high school, dating myself a little bit.
Thanks, Heath.
But you're someone.
Meet me at the bar, everybody. I'll be getting drunk. That Heath was in high school when I was prosecuting Charlie Kushner. It's great, isn't it? But God, thanks, Heath.
Well, let me say that
Heath will later tell you what I was doing when he was in grade school. It'll be really good.
Well, I'll save it here and say, you more than anyone, I think, were someone as I watched when you ran for president the first time, and even I think before you ran, people talked about this guy should run because look at how he connects with voters in New Hampshire. Look at how he speaks so candidly with people. He doesn't blow them a bunch of smoke. And every time I heard you speak, I'll be honest, I agreed with a lot of what you said. I didn't always agree with everything that you said, but it made me realize as a citizen, as a voter, and about our politics, that if you agree with 100% of something that a politician is telling you, they're probably selling you something.
No doubt. Like, look, I used to say all the time, Heath, that to people in 24 when I was running, look, if you're looking for the candidate who you're going to agree with 100% of the time, go home and look in the mirror. You are the only person that you agree with 100% of the time. And if that's the standard, man, don't vote for me because you're not going to. But I will say this, I know we got to conclude, is just that, look, we are going to do better as a country. I know we are. I think back now, we're going to be in our 250th year this year. We have an obligation to do better. It doesn't mean we're perfect. We've never been perfect, ever. But we've been better than everybody else. And I teach this class at Yale, which, as you might imagine, are mostly left of center students. Usually 2/3 of my class is left of center. And they all kind of complain about the country. And this is what I say to all of them at one point in the class. Go, okay, I have friends in the State Department. Secretary of State and I know each other quite well. And I want you to come next week with your passport. Give it to me and tell me what country you want a passport from instead of this one. And I will get you that passport. And you can then be a citizen of whatever other country you think has gotten it better than us. Because, in my opinion, no one has. And so we have a job to do to drag us back to normalcy. And it's up to us. You've already passed the test because you're here. Now, you've got to go out there and drag more people into this room. And this room, I am willing to bet you that by next February, this room is going to be twice the size of what it is now after the midterms. You watch. I'll be here to see if I'm right. Thank you all for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Chris Christie.
Good afternoon. We are Margaret and Greg Edgar. We're volunteers out of the state of Arizona. Excited to be with you here today. This is our 11-year-old son, Declan. We are here today because of him and his 6 siblings. Protecting the principles that will be enumerated throughout this summit are crucial to defining the America that he will inherit from all of us. So standing here today to talk about those principles and how we can employ them back into our society is crucial in my opinion. We're excited today to introduce you to a panel on the changing media landscape, misinformation, and the battle for reality. I think we can all admit that media has changed the world that we're living in already, and it's just going to continue to do so. And we have experts today moderating our panel. We have Andrew Regalado, Senior Organizer at the Horizon Project. He's joined by Aaron Rupar, independent journalist and publisher at the Public Notice newsletter. Dude, that was good. That was a notice. I can read, I promise. Wyatt Sharp, 17-year-old host of the Wyatt Sharp Show, who began his career at 11 years old. And we're also joined by Sophia Nelson, founder and CEO of Redefining Freedom Center of Virginia, and author of the forthcoming book, Redefining Freedom. In an era of deep division, these experts will discuss how we can navigate a fractured information environment and find a shared reality. Please join us in welcoming our panelists.
All right, y'all. Let's jump right into it. I want to give each of you a chance to answer the same question up front. What is happening right now? How are you capturing it? And where are you sharing it?
I'm happy to start on that. I think one of the things that's happening is the demise of gatekeepers with media, where even when I started working as a political journalist covering national politics 10 years ago, there was the Washington Post, the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and people read those papers regularly, and it was kind of like the currency of the dialogue that people would have about politics. But now I think especially for younger generations, people are getting their news from a really diffuse set of sources, from influencers, TikTok, YouTube. And so oftentimes we're kind of talking past each other because people aren't engaging with the same set of facts or trusted sources. And so it really becomes difficult in an environment like that to break through to kind of a broad-based audience, and so we're all kind of siloed. And I think that's one of the frustrations that people have, in consuming political news is who do we trust? And I think that's even compounded now by the rise of AI, where people are getting deceived by videos that they're sharing, and so I think it's on news consumers to be more vigilant in making sure that they are engaging with trusted sources that are reputable. And I think it's something we need to think about, kind of educating students, media literacy skills in schools, so people have tools to determine reliable information from bad information, credible sources from sources that aren't credible.
I would maybe just build on that too by saying I think amongst people in my generation in particular, it's really unprecedented that people have access, as Aaron pointed out, to news in such easy, kind of accessible ways. And so for young people, that's meant that they can be more informed, but it also means that they're more kind of susceptible to misinformation and disinformation. And one of the things that has been happening recently is kind of the rise of online digital media voices like Aaron, and of course that's what I'm trying to do as well. And obviously there's a number of positives to that, and I think one of the things though that people do have to kind of balance is the fact that some of these online digital platforms don't always have the same level of credibility. Oftentimes what's kind of sells, so to speak, on these digital media platforms is different than what might sell on kind of traditional news TV media, because on the traditional side of things, they very much value credible sources. On the digital side, sometimes what it comes down to is whether or not people are willing to watch it, and in order to do that, unfortunately, sometimes things are clickbait, sometimes things are only put out there because they know that psychologically speaking, people will want to click on it, and then they get tricked into it. And so I think right now people kind of overall are trying to balance that. And in a media world that moves so fast, it can definitely be difficult. But I think seeing everyone here in this room today even as well is kind of proof to the fact that there is still hope and that people can think for themselves regardless of how kind of, again, unprecedented and fast-paced our media environment is moving.
I think for me, I would frame it like this. You know, it's been said a lot throughout this conference that we are in our 250th year, and we are. So 1776 was about what? Freedom. It was about those inalienable rights, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. 250 years later, in 2026, we here have to be about responsibility. And I think the Governor Christie was speaking about this, and there is nothing that is dividing our country more right now than the information ecosphere. And funny story, we were in the green room in the back talking, and somebody somewhere mentioned something about what the media was like 50 years ago. Well, I was alive 50 years ago. None of these other people up here were, just saying. And I'm sitting there and I'm telling them, yeah, you know, 3, 6, and 10, those were our networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, that was it. And you had Peter Jennings, or you had Tom Brokaw, or Dan Rather, and that's who you watched every night. And they were consistent, and they didn't do what we do now. We didn't have pundits, we didn't have talking heads. I bring that up to say, because I think the framework matters, of a certain age, people watch very different news than young people like this gentleman sitting next to me. And that is part of what is pulling us apart. And so I think that for me, as someone who writes for 2 traditional news outlets, I was also mentioning to my colleagues that one of the pieces I did just last week for Forbes on the Epstein files, that piece got yanked offline when it went up, and the editors pulled it back and spent another 2 days re-editing it because they're afraid of saying the wrong thing, of doing the wrong thing. Does it get a lawsuit from you-know-who that lives at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? And the point is that our republic cannot withstand this, a free democracy like America, the one that we live in. If we cannot even agree on reality, and that's where I really want to pause this. Reality versus the republic is the argument we need to be having, because right now we can't even agree on what real facts are anymore. We don't know who's telling the truth, who's a lie, which network is better than the other, which one is more liberal or more conservative. It's causing problems, as we all know. So that's kind of where I'd like to park it and just say that as someone who, again, writes for 2 major traditional outlets, my editors are more skittish now. They're more nervous. They're more concerned. They're paying attention to what kind of content now, and they want to tamp it down more because they're walking a tightrope. So the free press isn't really free anymore. I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. So it's very clear, everyone agrees there's a problem. Y'all are all coming from different angles. And so this 24-hour news cycle, it seems like we always have to react to it. It's unrelenting. It's constantly going. Could you guys talk about how you approach it? Like, a big news happens, you have to go on air or write something or look at your phone. What is your first step?
I think I'm trying to be as intentional as possible, because I think right now in the media landscape, people feel as if, as Andrew pointed out, they have to comment on everything. And that's led to an increase in polarization across the board, because so many of these voices who are online and who are digital, oftentimes they are opinionated and they're partisan one way or the other. So as soon as news happens, their first kind of inclination is not, how is this going to impact different segments of the population? Instead, the perspective is, well, I'm this party, I'm this color, this is what I have to say in order to respond to this. And it's really unfortunate, because I think that creates an environment where there is less kind of structured dialogue. So for me, when I go, and whether, you know, there's breaking news even happening yesterday, of course, with the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs, whenever there's big news like that, I always try my best to say, who can I book on my show, or who can I talk to that will bring something new to the conversation, but that will be principled and that will have a position that is, even if it's grounded in ideology, that's not the only backing behind it.
Yeah, and I think it's important, especially with the way that Trump uses social media to spread disinformation, to try our best to fact check when we can. And sometimes that's that tension with the desire or the impetus to be first and to have quickness with commenting or even sharing what he's posting. But that's really tricky. I mean, he had a press conference about the tariff situation yesterday where it was a fire hose of lies at times. And so I trust that my audience broadly is savvy enough to know that when I quote him, I don't feel the need to necessarily debunk every single lie that he tells. But I mean, how many times has he lied about the 2020 election? I mean, do we still need to put in parentheses every time that the election was not stolen or rigged and that Joe Biden won? So I don't pretend to have perfect answers to that, but these are really kind of conflicting priorities that we have, where you want to be quick, you want things to be timely, but you also want them to be accurate and provide enough context so that people who aren't immersed in political news like we are, that most of the people here are, don't get deceived and don't get snowed by misinformation. So that's a really challenging thing with the environment that we're in these days that I think is really different from the pre-social media era.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it depends on what hat I'm wearing. Am I in my pundit hat? Am I on my Twitter hat? Am I on my journalism hat or professor teaching hat? And I think that, again, everything they both said is right. You want to be principled. You want to fact check. One of the things that disturbs me about so-called media now, there's no fact checking anymore. And again, this even goes to those of us that write for magazines or papers or whatever. It used to be in the old days, there were a ton of people hired that actually literally went and checked kind of line by line and went, not just the links that you put in the hyperlinks, but there was fact checking. So we've lost that now. And so I think that like yesterday's tariff decision is a really good example how all of us who are lawyers, and particularly constitutional lawyers, were scrambling to try to parse through the document really fast, right? And try to pick out like, okay, who did what and what did who, and then get on and start talking about it. So I think part of the problem is, and I think we would all agree, is that because everything moves so fast, that it's really easy to get it wrong. And I think that has really contributed to the damage and the pull and the division that we see in the country.
So then, who sets the standards of truth? Is it the political class, the president? Is it journalists? Or is it really just on all of us that we really have to have way more agency today?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an active fight. And, I think you can even go back to, 2020, 2021, when Twitter really put a priority on fact-checking, where they would, I remember some of Trump's lies about the mail voting in the run-up to 2020 would get tagged by Twitter for being misinformation. And even those kind of minimal efforts have gone by the wayside now, where, I think there's a mentality that people have where more speech is kind of the solution to misinformation and you can correct people. But because there's so much misinformation, and because, again, like with AI, with people sharing videos that are deepfakes, which I see more and more of, who is the arbiter of that? I mean, with a deepfake, it's pretty clear, when something isn't a legitimate video, you can point that out, but, it's not always so kind of cut and dry. And so I think that's like a very active fight that's happening in society, that we don't really have one arbiter, and the sources that I think we could broadly agree are credible, like New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, fewer and fewer people are reading them, and especially like with the Washington Post, they just laid off like half of their newsroom, so they're doing less than they were able to do a month or 2 months ago. So I think that's a really active battle, but I think that's kind of where trusted independent voices can be really valuable for people as traditional media declines. That myself, I've been doing this for 10 years, so I know that people trust me, and I take that seriously to not disseminate misinformation or get the facts wrong. But that's challenging when you want to be quick as well. So I think that's really kind of something that we're sorting through. But I think independent media has an opportunity there, where if audiences trust you, you can step in and fill that sort of role that maybe 10 years ago was filled by more traditional sources.
I think it's unfortunate, as Aaron points out, whether it's with the Washington Post or other examples where media is in a pretty sorry state in some ways with respect to layoffs and other things. But one thing that I don't think anyone else my age would say, but I'm going to say it, and that is I think local news is very important as well, because if you have disaster happening, even if we look to Minneapolis and what's happening with immigration and customs enforcement right now, local news, those are the teams of journalists and producers and those in the field who know these local communities best. And so so when national news outlets want to understand the situation, it's great that they'll send their, national teams to these areas, but the local, teams, they're the ones who know the local corner store business owners. They're the ones who are very much involved in the community. And so, again, it's unfortunate because I think right now people are just so drawn to being, as accessible as possible with respect to getting their news, looking on their phone. And so that unfortunately sometimes means that local media and local news gets left behind. So I would just say, to all of you that by supporting local news, I think that's valuing truth in many ways as well, but it's also, in many ways, you're going to get the best information from there because that's where kind of the voices are that people know and the people that understand the communities the best.
So again, let's frame this. Corporate media is a huge issue right now. All of the major networks, all of the cable networks are now owned by, whether it's Time, Discovery, or Paramount, or whoever, you name them, and they're Larry Ellison. So you got people who have allegiances to one point of view or the other, and those networks are being shaped by that corporate stock price being driven, that share we have to kind of adhere to what our bosses want versus the freedom of the press that we should have. And you just have to look at Don Lemon, look at Jim Acosta, look at Joy Reid, and those that were part of that media ecosystem and then broke off on their own or were let go or forced out because they were on air speaking uncomfortable truth that corporate media doesn't like. Because again, lest we forget, the President of the United States of America has sued or threatened to sue and then settled for tens of millions of dollars. And if I'm on the network board of directors, I don't want more lawsuits, so I want to keep him happy. You see the problem with that there? Because the free press can't be free to do its job. There's no way in hell we ought to be where we are right now, and the President of the United States had a press conference like he did yesterday and attacked the Supreme Court, called them scumbags, people he appointed, and said the vile things that he has said to female reporters, calling them piggies and all these things. The Epstein files rife with you name it, and nobody asked the question. And they do it because I have friends who work for these networks. They're like, I'll lose my job. How? I mean, that's what we're not talking about. So the arbiters of truth are we the people.
Thank you, Sophia. You said something profound, this concept of privatized media companies. So acting like they own which stories need to make it out to the public or not. And since when I started working in Congress, it became this thing that politicians couldn't start talking about something. And I started in conservative politics. So Republicans at one point stopped commenting on immigration issues. And now I work in civil society and I see pastors, veterans, doctors, also feeling like if I talk about something, I'm going to be coded to left or to right. Tell me a little bit about, do you all feel like there's certain issues you can't talk about on your platforms?
I mean, I would say in particular amongst young people, maybe just to start as a young person who is involved in politics, one of the things that I think the pundits and politicians and the media often do is they attribute young people as not caring about politics or feeling apathetic about politics. And I think this kind of comes down to the fact that young people, it's not that they don't care about politics, it's that they feel disillusioned towards the political system. They feel as if, as Sophia and Aaron have both pointed out, as if a lot of kind of what happens in the political sphere is not intended to incorporate their voices into it because it is so polarized and it is just in many ways people talking at each other instead of talking with each other. And so, in the context of what Andrew was talking about, I think right now media will choose which stories to publish based off of what they think will resonate with their viewers. And going back to the corporate media example, you have MS Now on the left, you have Fox News on the right, and there's no true corporate media who is actually focused on doing what a journalist should do, which is break news, answer, and get the facts and ask tough questions. And so, that's what I think the focus should be on right now. And frankly, I think that's what the majority of people do want, even if, some of the platforms like Fox News and MS Now and whatever, if they do get a lot of views, that's one thing. But I think their viewership is going down very quickly. And in large part, that's because people are looking for good, credible, and kind of truthful journalism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I have to pull any punches with my audience in terms of stories that I can't cover, but I do think on the Trump point that one of the niches that I fill is presenting Trump kind of unvarnished to my audience, which I think, this is one of the reasons that I feel like he won in 2024 was if you tuned into CNN or Fox or even read about Trump's rallies in the New York Times, they were sanitized where, Trump would go on this unhinged rally talking about, sharks being electrocuted or whatever. We can think of a million crazy things that he said during the campaign. And you read the New York Times and it's like an economic speech, Trump talks about inflation. And, they don't want to be, kind of pigeonholed as being biased or being liberal. So there's kind of that urge to whitewash what he says and make it more sensible than it really was. And so I think there's a lot of power in me using my platform, which I've done for a decade now, and just kind of presenting the unvarnished truth of Trump to people. And that in and of itself, I think kind of tells more truth about him than a news write-up, which is a very traditional way of covering politicians, but I don't think really does Trump justice. So I'm fortunate in that with my audience, I don't feel like I have to shy away from certain stories or there's certain things that are like taboo. But just in terms of the platform that I have, I think that's one value add that independent sources can have that I think corporate outlets feel constrained or they feel like if they do that, that's going to cause problems for their brand.
Well, I can speak from a unique perspective. Principals First Conference, not last year, but the year before last, I talked about the free speech issue and what you can and can't say. And of course, I was a professor at a Virginia university, and I let off a tweet that caused a firestorm that was unbelievable, asking a question in the context of Christian point of view, and it upset the LGBTQ plus community at my college, and all hell broke loose in ways that were unbelievable. I mean, not only did I lose my scholar position, but death threats, all kind of vile things being said, called all kind of names that I wouldn't repeat here, and being told that I had made people feel like they were unsafe and whatever. A tweeted question on my personal feed, not on campus, not at the university, not anywhere near students, and offered happily to talk about it, but was smacked down very hard, and it absolutely has a chilling effect on you wanting to go near controversial things or even do the most base things. And I had to really work through that and, realize that if you're going to teach in a university in this climate, you probably should shut your social media account down. If you're going to work at a job or in a law firm or do those things, you probably shouldn't have a social media account and definitely not be someone that writes opinion columns or anything, because like you talked about at the outset, it's not just the corporate media. Now it's in our universities, now it's in our churches, it's in our places of work. Everybody has social media policies now, or what you can and can't say. So what I think we're kind of like the frog in the pot, and the water's been boiling and we're all asleep, because it is everywhere, the censorship, the what you can say, what you can't say, what will happen to you if you say the wrong thing. And that's not the America I grew up in, and that's not America.
Well, thank you all for your resilience, just fighting the good fight out there in the world of journalism. And Sophia, we're sorry you went through that, but we're happy you're here back to share it with us. So I want to make sure we turn to the audience. We talked a little bit about audience development, not straying away. So we're turning it to y'all. If you have a question, please feel free to raise your hand and someone will bring you a microphone, I believe. And don't hold back. What's burning over there? All right, right over here. Awesome. So I will repeat her question. She's saying, how do the audience as readers discern in this moment information that they're seeing?
I mean, I think part of it comes down to understanding the difference between what a journalist actually is and who you're getting your information from, because I think a lot of what happens right now is people have kind of the tendency to just slap the label on themselves and call them a journalist, despite the fact that they're actually, a political commentator, which is important in many ways. It helps fill kind of the void and helps people understand certain issues as well. But journalists, they have a couple of different jobs. They break news, they ask questions, and they get the facts. And if you're not doing those things, that's fine, but then you fall into the commentary gap. And so I think people need to be careful to make sure that they are getting their news from people who are true, genuine journalists and not people who fall into that commentary kind of lens. And again, it's not saying commentary is not valuable. It is. It, can help people kind of understand and help shape other people's opinions. But journalist versus commentator, I think, is an important distinction in that.
I would agree with him. I'm an opinion columnist, and you should not come to me for the breaking news of the day. You should not come to me for what's happening in Iran or something like that, because that's not something I may have an opinion about it, but that's not fact checking. It's not real journalism. And I love that you've made that point 2 times. And I hope you put up a big banner somewhere that says what a real journalist is, because we don't have that anymore.
And I'll just point out that it's not a new problem. I mean, I remember in the 2016 presidential cycle, logging onto Facebook and being appalled when I'd see my aunt sharing something from like patriotusa.maga.com, these sites that were clearly, I think that was part of the Russian interference campaign too, is setting up these kind of like sock puppet news accounts. And so in some ways, I think it's gotten a little bit, maybe even better than it was, 10 years ago when it was so new that people didn't know the difference, where if they saw something that looked like a news website, they kind of assumed that it was legitimate. So, it's just kind of, it's going to be different for every news consumer, but I think it is really kind of building those relationships with the people that you're reading, especially if they're independent. And, hopefully that, not getting burned by them spreading misinformation, but then over time coming to trust them and including them as part of your news diet.
We have another question over there.
Yeah, hi. I want to kind of just start off, as the parent of a teenager, what you're doing is awesome. Don't let anyone say that you don't have any right to do what you're doing, just like someone who's been doing it for a while. So really cool there. The question I have for you and for the panel is, we have a group of people out here that remember the good old days. I'm a Democrat. I remember disliking Republicans and Democrats from decades ago. You cater to an audience that doesn't know any different. So what do you think your audience, when they're a voting age even, or 10 years, is going to think of today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting. I think a lot of what happens right now is people who don't understand Gen Z and who don't understand the needs and the wants of young people, they have sometimes a tendency to just go with the easy solution. And I mean, I'll give you an example. Australia recently decided to ban social media for those under the age of 16. You're seeing this as well with artificial intelligence, where the kind of default solution is saying, we'll just ban these technologies. And I think what I would kind of plead to people in the audience, but also people who are watching at home, is this idea of let's understand before we jump to conclusions. And so in the context of social media or in the context of AI, maybe it's regulating these technologies, or maybe it's actually introducing classes in school to help people understand, help young people understand how to use some of these technologies responsibly. And so I think all of this comes down to just making sure that people have the tools and the resources they need, again, before jumping to some of these easy default solutions that happen so often.
Yeah, and I would just point out that, if you're Wyatt's age or even a few years older, Trump seems normal to you, right? I mean, he's been on the scene for a decade, so if you're a 20-year-old, I mean, this is kind of what you understand politics to be. And so I think for people...
It's problematic, too. I'll just say. It's very problematic in a number of ways, because I think young people now have become kind of accustomed to this idea that if they're getting involved in politics, this is what they're getting involved in. And so what happens as a result? Young people, when they get involved, they think they need to turn to social media and post tweets or post things on Instagram in the same fashion and in the same kind of demeanor that Trump does. And then obviously people wonder, why is the political climate becoming so polarized? It's because of that. It's because those are the figures who are defining what the political climate looks like.
Yeah, I would just agree. And I think, again, those of us, again, who are over, let's say, 40, remember a different politics. Politics has always been nasty and messy and bad. It's never been pleasant. But I'm old enough to remember when having a lady sit on your lap and somebody took a picture of it. Gary Hart ruined your presidential aspirations. Now, We're down here. And I think to your point, if you're online, the vitriol and nastiness online is severe. The things that people would never say to your face or say out loud, just blam. And it is not, and it's coming. I mean, you have senators now, U.S. senators and members of Congress dropping the F-bomb, calling people sons of bitches. I mean, this is, the president talks like that, we know. But my point is, it's become normal. And so I don't think you're going to get the best of the best to run for office or engage, to your point, in the future, because I think it's a cesspool. I don't know how you see it.
I just want to say something quickly, too, because you kind of sparked something in my mind, and that is when I think to what young people actually want in politics, they want transparency and they want accountability. They don't want to see their concerns or their problems dismissed. And so when you have someone like Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, go before the Justice Committee on Capitol Hill and respond to a Democratic congressman who is asking real, poignant, important questions about victims of sexual assault, and the response from the Attorney General of the United States is to call the congressman a loser, to call him washed up. I mean, that is what people are tired of. And
he was my con law professor, by the way.
Well, and he's a very effective congressman, and I think to young people watching, that's why they don't want to get involved in politics, because they look at this and they say, this is what I'm exposing myself to. And then what's even more, I guess, kind of interesting is people will then turn around just a few minutes later and they'll say, well, why aren't young people involved in politics, or how do we get more young people involved? And we need to fix that in order to make that happen.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Well, thank you to the audience for the questions. We don't have time for any more audience questions, but I do want to give everyone a chance here for closing remarks. Collective agencies definitely came through in all of your remarks, that Americans have to decide what they amplify, what they choose to believe in, and what's worth them reading. And I think that in itself is just a value of self-governance, and that's something to be proud about, being American. So this is year 250. What do we want to keep up to get to year 300?
I would just close where I began. The battle for reality, for truth, for facts, is the battle for the Republic. 250 years in, this July 4th, I think we're going to have to redefine freedom and figure out what parts we keep that are working really, really well, and how we fix the guardrails that have clearly broken down in this last probably decade, but definitely in the last year or so. We're going to have to go forward and fix it.
I'll just say I think it's rather poignant. I'm based in Canada, and I think a lot of what's happening right now is obviously geopolitical tension, and so I think really valuing allies and making sure that when you have countries who share in the belief of a democratic future and of a democratic society, work together instead of calling them names, instead of, even if it is doing it jokingly, calling them the 51st state. I mean, those are things that will alienate, people in the country, and I can tell you, again, being from Canada, a lot of Canadians towards the United States, we love the United States. We feel as if, you've obviously helped us in times of need, but I think a lot of it right now is people want the United States to be that friend, to be that ally that they always have been. And so for everyone here today, I think recognizing the value and the importance of some of your geopolitical allies, and recognizing that, yes, America has a big role to play, but other countries can, bring something to the table as well.
Yeah, and I would just close by noting that, one of the nice things with living in America is that we get another chance at this in November, hopefully. And, I definitely think the last year has kind of unified people in opposition to the threat that Trump poses, which is a change of pace from where we were at in the 2024 cycle, where it felt like we had a hard time coming together. And so, if November goes well, which it seems like, I was listening to a little bit of what Chris Christie said and some of the reasons why we have optimism that it will, then hopefully a year from now at this conference, we'll be talking about more fun things like, who the Republican nominee in 2028 is going to be, and Trump being a lame duck. So, I'm confident that, the elections, despite Trump's efforts to meddle, will happen and will be mostly free. And if they go the way that they seem like they're going to go, then, hopefully this is kind of the dark days before the dawn.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Kitzinger, and I'm a member of the Pennsylvania leadership team for Principles First. Our first panelist is Barbara Comstock, a Republican politician and former U.S. Representative for Virginia's 10th District, recognized for her focus on technology, cybersecurity, and STEM education. Former attorney and staffer for GOP leadership, she served in the Virginia House of Delegates before becoming the first woman to represent her congressional district. Next is John Giles, the former 40th mayor of Mesa, Arizona, serving from September 2014 to January 2025. A Republican, he focused on economic development, attracting major employers like Apple, Google, Meta, and promoting sustainability through a climate action plan and supporting education initiatives. He gained national attention for endorsing Kamala Harris in 2024. Our final panelist is Connor Lamb, an American attorney, politician, former U.S. Marine, who served as Democratic U.S. Representative for Pennsylvania from 2018 to 2023. My former congressman, he represented PA 18 and later PA 17, ask him about gerrymandering, and serving on committees for the Veterans Affairs and Transportation before an unsuccessful 22 Senate bid. And our moderator for this session is Mona Sharon, a prominent conservative syndicated columnist, author, policy editor for The Bulwark, known for her never Trump stance, a former speechwriter for Nancy Reagan. She has written for National Review and served as a fellow for the Ethics and Public Policy Center. She focuses on politics, culture, social issues, and frequently appearing on television and hosting the Beg to Differ podcast for The Bulwark. Let's get them started with a nice round of applause.
Welcome, everyone. We are so glad to see all your faces. This is, how many of these have we done? I think when we started doing Principles First meetings, they were in Heath's living room. Maybe not, but we've certainly grown, and we so appreciate you all being here. So in order to get us in the mood, I thought since we have two former members of Congress, I will tell my member of Congress joke. So this man is a 19th century American small town. This poor man is being led to the scaffold to be hanged for a crime. And the mayor gets up and says, you know, we have a tradition here for the condemned. He's allowed to say a few words before we do the deed. Turns to the person, says, would you like to say a few words? And the man says, I don't really want to say anything. And from the crowd, the congressman puts up his hand and says, will the gentleman yield? He says, if he doesn't want to speak, I will gladly take his time. The mayor says to the condemned man, well, what do you think? You okay with this? And the condemned man says, well, okay, but please hang me first. Sorry, guys, couldn't resist. So we are at a moment now, I think we can say, where the world is looking up a little bit. Welcome to the post-Supreme Court slam down of the Trump autocracy. And so I think everybody on this panel, even though there are three, while I consider myself a former Republican, Barbara and John can speak for themselves, one Democrat, but I think everybody on this panel would like to see a resounding victory in the fall for Democrats. And so you guys have defeated Democrats in the past. So, and John, you as well. So I should have said you guys. Connor, of course, is a Democrat, has defeated Republicans. But I'd like each of you to take a crack at looking forward and hoping for a good outcome for Democrats. What do you think are the biggest vulnerabilities facing Democratic candidates? So, Connor, can you start?
Sure, and thank you all for being here and being interested in these topics. You know, we try to live out our principles in the practical everyday of campaigns, and it's extremely hard to do in this environment. So I guess that's where I would start my answer. I think the Democrats have a vulnerability, which is really a similar one to the one that Republicans have, which is that we have low participation in our primaries. Only the most, motivated voters take part in them. They're heavily influenced by what's happening online. And there usually is not a lot of consideration at the primary phase to, where do we really need to be in the closing weeks of this campaign in October to appeal to independents and former or even current moderate Republicans. We just don't select well for that as a party all the time. In 2026, we may not pay a big price for that because we're going to turn out a lot of voters who are motivated to beat Trump in the fall, and the midterm cycle sort of favors us. But we all know this is building up to the big show in 2028, and we don't want the image of our party to be one that is sort of ever more niche and made up of only the most highly educated with very sophisticated tastes. And so I'm not sure we're solving that problem yet.
Barbara, what about you?
Well, I think maybe they need to make sure they recognize that the issue set has really flipped in their favor, and the issues that all the Republicans ran on, they can now run on, and they can quote the Republicans back to them. And I think we've gone through a lot of that today. But the affordability agenda, as you saw in Virginia and in the New Jersey races last year, are now in the favor of Democrats. So make sure you are talking about affordability every day. And then the tax issue, with the tariffs decision, the Supreme Court, you've got a conservative Supreme Court, the Chief Justice very clearly has said tariffs are taxes. And whoever your Republican opponent is has voted numerous times to increase your taxes because they have supported those tariffs. No matter what they say now, they have voted for them consistently over the past, 15, 16 months. And yesterday, Donald Trump says he's going to double down on them and do it again. And very few of them, if any, have said, oh, no, that's not good, because they're all worried about their primaries. They're worried about a mean tweet from Trump. So they're going to stick with that. So I used to always, as a Republican, run on, hey, there's the bad guys who are trying to raise your taxes. Democrats are now in this foreign position of realizing you get to run against tax-raising Republicans. Don't give up that issue.
Okay.
And then crime is the other issue. Do not give up crime, because even though they think we know immigration is now flipped to their side too, but to Democrats' side. But don't think that crime isn't on your side, because all this misspent money that they're putting on, going after gardeners and grandmas, they're not going after the real criminals. And the Attorney General up in Minnesota gave a great example recently where they said the Justice Department, the Trump Justice Department, was dropping charges against a 12-time felon on meth charges who had strangled a pregnant woman because they didn't have people to work on that case. So they're letting that criminal go while they're, shooting people and citizens in the face and doing all the awful things you saw in Minnesota. So look in your districts on where they are not allocating money on real crime and instead are doing these foolish waste of money things. And all the fraud, waste, and abuse is now in the Democrats' favor, not Republicans.
Following up on that, yes. The Department of Justice has actually pulled investigators, FBI agents, and others off child sexual abuse cases so that they can go after illegal immigrants. So John Giles, you are from Arizona, border state, obviously very sensitive to the topic of immigration. Barbara says that issue has flipped, and now it can play to the Democrats' advantage. Do you agree with that? And if you don't, where do you think that people should draw the line? What's the sweet spot for messaging on immigration?
Well, certainly I think the public is horrified by what they're seeing in Minneapolis and the heavy-handed and inhumane way that the Trump administration is administering its immigration policies. On the other hand, a lot of my Republican friends are saying, well, you got to concede that Donald Trump secured the border. And I do have to concede that. I remember watching the State of the Union a year ago where President Trump said, everybody said we needed to change the law. No, we needed to change the president. And I said, you know what? You got to give him that one. So you got to be careful with the immigration issue.
Well, Democrats, I think, are supported. I mean, I always supported securing the border, but securing the border doesn't mean, the border isn't at the Home Depot. The border isn't about going after all the people they're going after now. So Democrats should certainly make it clear we support securing the border. Let's send ICE down to the border,
Right.
not in our neighborhoods.
I agree. You're right. The problem is my state is known as the meth lab of democracy, and Pennsylvania is not all that different. And so the voters that are particularly going to vote on the issue of immigration are not necessarily giving it a lot of thought. They're just saying, okay, Trump, it wins on the immigration issue. And if they're a one-issue candidate or a voter, then you got to concede that's something that we've got to figure out how to message correctly, because Trump is going to start ahead on that one.
Is it, though, possibly, is there a pitfall? Because you remember that Republicans for decades won elections on the topic of crime, but then crime got under control. And suddenly Republicans lost that issue. It just wasn't top of mind for voters. Is there any chance, do you suppose, that because the border is now secure, people will be focused more on other things?
Yes, and I think that one of the reasons, among several, that Donald Trump won was his success with the Hispanic community. And so in states like, I come from a minority-majority city, and that's largely true for our state. So, and we lost, Trump won the Hispanic vote to a large extent in my state. So to the extent, and I think seeing the cruelty and the lack of humanity in the way, again, this policy is being implemented is really riling the Hispanic community in my state, and I assume throughout the country.
Okay, let us think now about the problem that is sort of a structural one in America, namely, every single time we look at a Senate map, we say there are all these huge swaths of the country that are mostly empty. They are mostly rural states out in the West that Republicans control because they get rural voters and Democrats don't. So, Connor Lamb, how should Democrats begin to address this? Because otherwise they're always going to be at a strict disadvantage in the Electoral College.
That's right. And I think there's probably a few schools of thought within our party about this one. I mean, there are people who think, let's just run independent candidates in those types of states. And you've seen a little bit of that in Nebraska and maybe some other places. I struggle with that one because although it may be successful in some cases in the short term, we're doing all this because we want to govern and pass laws and actually change things, and you want to be able to count on the senators that you elect to govern in a similar manner to how they campaigned. John Fetterman being a nice example that would remind you of the cost of that from my own state. So I do think you want to have a party that can go into the Senate together and govern. I see the Democrats as being weak on the area of religion, and we know obviously that in a lot of rural areas you have a lot of Christians, evangelical Christians, people who that's really the center of their life. And if it's a foreign thing to you or you're not comfortable talking about it, you're at a disadvantage. The other is, and this goes back to your first question about vulnerabilities, we still just kind of talk about big government programs almost only as the solution to things. There are obviously individual exceptions to that, but writ large, the Democratic Party is a party that wants to increase the budget of agencies that are mostly located in Washington, D.C., which you can do some great things with. But there's a lot of people out there that just are not starting in that place as what they want. I think if we could find a way to convey that we want to put the solutions to problems in people's hands at the local level and invite them back in and trust them to solve things in their own way, we would be more successful. But we have not made that a part of our broader kind of vision yet.
Barbara, do you agree about the religion thing? I think that's a real vulnerability for Democrats. A lot of Republicans and others feel alienated by Democrats because they're very secular and they're very Republicans perceive that Democrats are not just not religious, but anti-religious.
I agree it's a concern, but I think you're seeing that change a bit. And you're mentioning like rural and getting particular candidates. I was recently at an event for former Governor Roy Cooper in North Carolina, who was a Sunday school teacher. for years, married to the first wife, not like all these Republicans who, have cheated on wife 1, 2, and 3. And so, and then whatever's going on with the staff. So this is a guy who can very comfortably go around and talk about, his growing up on a farm, his having taught Sunday school. He's also somebody who passed Medicaid expansion with a Democratic majority when he was governor. So he's somebody who's very much in touch with his district. So I think a lot of it is sometimes know your district, know the people in your district. And I think what you saw, and I think this is also going on in Iowa. Now, this is a governor's race, but the governor in Iowa, the governor candidate, he's won twice now as auditor. And he's talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, usually Republican issues, but he's already done this in Iowa. But he also talks about growing up on farms in Iowa. He's talking about the tariffs and how it's killing the farmers. He's talking about the economy, number one. He is going around and filling up rooms like this on a weekly, almost daily basis, and he talks about his faith all the time. It's authentic. Now, if it's not authentic, what can you do? But I think the Republicans also have a problem, which is why Democrats should start talking about faith now. They are kicking the Catholic Church in the teeth all the time because the Catholic Church is out there talking about the abuse that our immigrant community is getting right now. And they have been, if you haven't seen, I guess Cardinal Dolan recently talked about how Vice President Vance admitted that he had lied about the Catholic Church, trying to make money off of immigrants, a pretty vile thing for Vance to have said. And you also, so you have them really working in the community. So regardless of what your faith is or your personal faith is, you should be working with these communities who are helping your community. So it's about being a candidate and knowing the people, knowing the helpers in your community. And I think you already heard people this morning, certainly Bill Crystal, who was just up in Minnesota, talking about the helper community. And those are going to be people in your faith community. And then I think on the Republican side, you also have this growing anti-Semitism on the Republican side. Now, I know there's always been, issues on the Democratic side too, but it is strong and growing in these young men on the Republican side, the Groyper community. It is a big problem.
Tucker.
And it is an opportunity for the faith community to come together and Democrats to stand against that, regardless of what your faith is, to be for the First Amendment, to be for speech, freedom of religion, and to stand with that community and go to whatever faith community you can to say you will be their friend.
On a related matter regarding anti-Semitism, actually, thinking about Josh Shapiro, who people are talking about as a possible 2028 candidate. He's an observant Jew, and he's made it a point to try to reach out to all voters, people who voted for Trump. He's got above 60% popularity in a swing state, in his own state of Pennsylvania. Do you get a sense that that can work, that for a Democrat to be religious themselves, but even if they're Jewish, do you think that is the way to go?
Well, I think the point was made earlier. You have to be authentic when you're talking about your faith. I recall at the time of the inauguration, the day before, J.D. Vance was just being very blatantly evangelical and preachy and Jesus this, Jesus that. And I thought, oh, I'm not used to hearing that from the vice president. I'll take him at his word. He apparently is a man that's very faithful. And then the next day was when they were in the National Cathedral, and J.D. Vance, and I thought, wow, this guy's he's getting it right between the eyes, because the bishop's just literally reading to him from the Bible. This has got to be very uncomfortable for him. And the close-up happened where he rolled his eyes.
Yeah.
And clearly the best Christian in that crowd was his Hindu wife, right? So I think you've got to be...
who he's trying to get to convert and talking about it very publicly.
So that's, yes. I mean, now again, I come from, I also reflect on the Charlie Kirk Memorial, which was essentially a revival. I mean, the Republicans are trying to own religion 100%, and I'm concerned that the Democrats aren't going to learn the lesson of the Joe Biden election. He came across, again, as a very devout Catholic, a man who was sincere in his religion. A lot of people voted not for Joe Biden, but against Donald Trump in that election. But still, he was seen as a viable alternative, partly because he was perceived as, and correctly so, as a man of faith.
Yeah, let's just spend another minute or two on the topic that Barbara raised about crime, because I really think this is an opportunity for the Democratic Party. Wonder if you all think they will take advantage of it, namely to say, okay, this administration has been completely zeroed in on devoting all of the resources, this obscene amount of money on ICE and on deporting gardeners and the fathers of 3 Marines and anybody else, not just the worst of the worst. And they are neglecting crime. They're neglecting street crime and ordinary crime that people are concerned about. So my slogan for the Democrats is less ICE, more cops. What do you all think?
I like it.
I think it could. I think it could work. I'm not sure. I guess it all depends what part of the country you're in. In Pennsylvania right now, we're getting news stories about the way that crime is down compared to the highs of the early pandemic and afterward, both in my city of Pittsburgh and
Shapiro
in
got
Philadelphia.
more cops on the street.
Yeah, they got more cops on the street. They've done things good. I actually think that the immigration response is probably going to look less like an argument about crime, and maybe, to return to our last topic, in a state like Pennsylvania that's heavily Catholic, where you see the minds changing and the movement taking place is like church-going Catholics who just cannot stand the tension of seeing what's happening to these people that they're supposed to look at like they have the face of God, and I can give you local examples of people who I know are prominent Republicans in the community, like speaking out in a protest tone about what happening to some of these people. So the crime argument is a solid one, but I'm not sure it's going to hit in the gut like some of these other ones.
And it's also an economic issue now. You're seeing, down in Texas, they're not going to have any construction if they keep going. And of course, Trump is exempting certain friends of his and not going after their businesses. So it really is, and you heard from Jessica Riedel earlier today about how the immigration, crackdown that they're doing is really having an economic impact. So the economy is issue number one. And the great news for Democrats is you can own the economy issue because everything Trump doubles down on is hurting the economy. And because he is economically illiterate, the 4 times bankrupted guy, this is killing and Republicans are sticking with it.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I hope the DNC is watching this because that is an excellent suggestion. Here's what's on the front page of the Arizona Republic yesterday. ICE is put down $80 million to buy a 500,000 square foot facility that they're going to convert from a warehouse into a detention facility. Now, to some extent, you have to say, well, if we're going to enforce, immigration laws, we have to have detention facilities. On the other hand, the point that you make, if they were to spend a fraction of that fighting real crime in our community, it would be a dramatic impact. So I think that hopefully that message is one that I think really has legs.
And the corruption, I think, on those detention centers and how poor, they are horribly kept, and 39 people or more have already died in them.
It's
and
horrible.
It is pure corruption there. And then they won't let the members of Congress in there, which is a violation of the law. So people are repelled by these detention centers.
Okay, do we have somebody who can grab questions from the audience? Do we have a helper with a mic by any chance? Okay, here we go. So we're going to leave time just for a few questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for you. You talk about Democrats not being people of faith. I think that's misinformation because the Black community is the base of the Democratic Party, and they are people of faith. You're talking about white people, right, who subscribe to a certain type of Christianity. So I just want to correct the record, and I'm also Latina, so I do wanted that.
I would agree, and I did because that was a lot. I remember when I would go to black churches in my district, a lot of people would mention, saying, why aren't more Democrats here in the black churches visiting? Because that obviously is a big area people face. So thank you.
Thank you for that. That's an excellent point. What I was trying to say, if you were referring to me, is that many Republicans perceive Democrats to be anti-religion, not that Democrats aren't religious. So, but thank you for that.
Or the candidates try and misrepresent that.
Well, the question was about how we're going to win large rural states for the Senate. So that was the problem, is that the voters we are not currently winning mostly are white evangelical religious voters. And that's the challenge we face. We would be nowhere without the black voters that you're talking about. That is absolutely true. We just have to grow.
Okay, next question.
This is more a comment. I just want to reinforce what Mrs. Comstock said. I think Democrats can own the crime issue. I live on a very busy street in Baltimore, and I put a sign up on the front of my house that says, I am pro-police and anti-ICE. You cannot be pro-police. I said being pro-police and pro-ICE is like being pro-women and pro-rape. It was very provocative, and so far, I've gotten positive feedback. So.
All right. Thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Susan. I'm from Mequon, Wisconsin. And I want to suggest that data centers are sort of the third rail of party politics. In a state like Wisconsin, somehow the door has been opened to data center construction, and it's ruining people. It's ruining the habitat. It's ruining the availability of water and land for ordinary people. It is a field day for anybody owning stock in a utility. They are just destroying the countryside and the scale of the money. So in Port Washington, Wisconsin, they're building the biggest data center. It's 1,900 acres. And its end user will be Oracle. And the money just pouring in on the PR, on the politicians, the pressure on the newspapers. And local politicians don't know what to do.
Okay, let's see if we can get a comment from the panel
important.
on this. Does anybody have views about this? Yes, John.
Well, yes. In my city, we have 25 data centers, and some of them are multi-billion-dollar projects on hundreds of acres. And so during the 10 years I was the mayor, this was something we were very, very involved in. And Arizona just it heavily incentivizes to attract data centers. That's seen as an economic boon for our state and our region, and it has been. But we are at the very much at a tipping point when it comes to data centers. They don't employ a lot of people. They're heavy users of water, heavy users of electricity. And so I think we're about at the point where we're saturated, but you've got this immense pressure from the AI technology. If you want to promote and encourage the development of AI, hello, those are data centers. So yes, communities are very much on the horns of this dilemma right now. In Arizona, we've had multiple cases where the city council meetings have turned into hundreds and hundreds of people that last for hours on end, coming in, and without exception, the city councils that have addressed this issue have caved and have voted to reject the data centers. So that's the direction that this is headed. How it relates to a presidential campaign or winning partisan elections to Congress, I'm not sure, but it is very much a hot topic issue that is kind of a kitchen table issue and if a politician would be smart to have a good answer to that.
Okay, we're going to wrap up with one final series of observations, and it concerns the 2026 races. worries about learning the wrong lessons. So I'll go first real quick. I just am concerned that it's probably going to be a very good year for Democrats, and I hope that the Democratic Party won't take the wrong lesson from 2026 and think that it's going to be a cakewalk just to run against Trump. Connor, what do you think?
Right. I would encourage you all just try to think about it geographically, because we're going to lose the thread of this a little bit in 2026. But remember that 2028 and governing after 2028 really is about those 6 swingiest states. So whatever the message coming out of this November is, start to ask yourself, is that going to help Democrats, win a state like Wisconsin in 2028? And more than that, is it going to help them elect a senator someday in a state like Ohio or Iowa? If Mary Peltola pulls it off in Alaska, maybe that'll be as much of a roadmap for us as anything, because we'll never govern without senators representing places like that.
Barbara?
Yeah, I mean, I think, this focus on, the, top line issues like the economy, taxes, the kitchen table issues are what's going to be focused on this year, and they're going to be to the advantage of Democrats. And it's always smart to be in that middle space, finding real solutions for that. So if they stay in that space, it's going to do, I think you have, like John Ossoff has been great on that, but being bold on things like, I mean, he is taking on the racism of Donald Trump and of the Republicans and what's going on in Minnesota. And I think that is needed because that's the soul of our country. So those kind of things are needed too. So, always cover the kitchen table things, but, the soul of our country is important too. And so and I think you're right, getting who's going to be in those big states, and having some victories there, but then staying in that middle space and having real solutions and bringing people together, not the division that has been the hallmark of the Trump MAGA era.
I think the Trump administration is doing its best to lose mightily in this upcoming election, but I don't underestimate the ability of the Democratic Party to screw things up.
Well, let him finish.
I worry that they're going to be so excited about Mayor Mondami and the popularity of AOC, and they're going to say, you know what, woke is back, and it's not. I think we still have to realize that this is a battle over the center, the political center, and if the Democrats can learn that and they can not, rein in the overly progressive parts of their party, we should all be very optimistic. But again, I'm very nervous.
I did want to highlight, though, Republicans are hiding. I know a bunch of candidates have noted that they will not go out in public anywhere where you can talk to them, a lot of Republicans. Democrats, like I was mentioning, are filling halls. You saw what the huge John Ossoff audience, Rob Sand that I was mentioning. But a lot of congressional candidates, Democrats, are doing that too, while these major Republican candidates are refusing to go out in public. They might have money, but they aren't going out in public. Call them out on that, because they owe you answers on the Epstein files, on taxes, on tariffs, on these. If there is a detention center in your state or in your district, they need to tell you why they haven't been in there and why they haven't found out what's going on there. So don't let them get away without showing up in person to have discussions like this. And the Democratic candidates should be calling them out on that.
All right. Thank you all.
Oh, they had asked me to do the intro.
No, they didn't know you were here, so okay.
Oh, I was in the Good afternoon. As we're waiting for people to sit, I'd like to just see a quick show of hands. Who here has had strained relationships with family, friends, colleagues in the past 10 years? Maybe I should ask who hasn't. So you're in the right place. This panel, Cult of Personality, Psychology of Political Obedience, is for you. We have experts in their fields who've been working on this anywhere from 50 years to 7, Rich, maybe you're the most. You're the baby. So I'd like to introduce them. Will Sommer, the moderator, you may have known from the Bulwark, senior reporter at the Bulwark, where he writes false flag newsletter on right-wing media, political radicalization, and conspiracy theories across the MAGAverse. Will is the author of Trust the Plan, QAnon, and the Conspiracy That Unhinged America. Dr. Laura Field is a scholar whose research examines political behavior, democratic norms, and the psychological foundations of civic engagement. Dr. Field is the author of Furious Minds, The Making of the New MAGA Right. She was a recent guest on the Mona Sharon show. Mona was just here. Dr. Stephen Hassan has spent the past 50 years of his life as a mental health professional, forensic expert, helping people leave destructive cults since 1976, when his family deprogrammed him from the Moon cult. Ex-Mooney. It's an incredible story that he shared earlier this week on Trevor Noah's podcast, What Now? He is the author of numerous books, including Combating Cult Mind Control, Freedom of Mind, and The Cult of Trump. Rich Logis, in his I Love MAGA hat, has dedicated his life to undoing the political damage he caused during his 7 years as a devoted MAGA activist, pundit, and podcaster. He speaks around the country and has been featured on major media outlets in the US and abroad. His autobiography, One Betrayal Too Many, Why I Left MAGA, was released just a couple days ago, right? And Dr. Maria Stefan is a scholar and practitioner whose 25-year body of work focuses on authoritarianism and nonviolent movements, civic resistance, and democratic resilience. She is currently Horizons Project co-lead, and she co-authored 5 books, including the multiple award-winning Why Civil Resistance Works, The Strategic Logic of Nonviolent Conflict. And Dr. Stefan was recently a guest on Stephen Colbert. I guess Brendan Carr was not in the room. So I hope you find this panel really helpful. They will provide calls to action and guide you in your personal relationships with people who have been led astray. Thank you.
All right, thanks y'all. Thank y'all for coming out today. I'm Will Sommer with the Bulwark again, and you know I think this is it's so great to be here. I see we have a Greenland Defense Front shirt in the front row. There's like good vibes around here, right? As people concerned about American democracy. All right, and I think we have a loaded panel today. As you can hear, I think a lot of great stories, a lot of people who are passionate about democracy, opposing authoritarianism, and frankly, I mean, this stuff gets pretty weird, right? So I think there's some curiosity there, and we'll have some interesting stories. So first, I'd like to kick things off. I mean, this is a panel about cults of personality? What role does sort of personal devotion play in authoritarianism, particularly obviously in the case of our current administration? And then what's the good news? How do we get out of it? And so first I'd like to kick things off with Dr. Laura K. Field here, who, by the way, whose book was like maybe the most important book last year on Trumpism in the face of the new right. Laura, could you talk about Trumpism as a cult of personality or personal devotion, in particular when it comes to the new right? And if you could define that, because I think it's not just sort of a Trumpian thing. There's sort of this particular wrinkle of what we're describing here, and this kind of particular malevolent force.
Thank you. Yes, I'm so honored and delighted to be here with all of you. So my book is focused on this one slice of MAGA, which is the intellectual elite, and what I call the MAGA new right. And so it's a little different, like you said, it's a wrinkle in the mechanism here, because I think it's fair to say Trump is not exactly an intellectual. He's rather anti-intellectual and instinctive, but he's pretty clearly, I think it'd be a mistake to underestimate his instincts. And the people I've written about, the book kind of chronicles the emergence of this MAGA New Right movement between 2016 and 2024, and really the consolidation of power within the GOP. So if we're talking about a cult, it's the cult of the interns here in Washington, right? And the wonks and well, wonks is maybe an overstatement, right? But the people who are working within the administration and who are staffing the Capitol. So it's kind of a narrow slice, but I think it can help us to understand the difference between the first administration and the Trump-Vance administration, and the radicalization that we're seeing. And so, I mean, you can do an analytic description of what they stand for, and I can trot that out. But it's, basically replacing the old liberal international order with nativist populism. The ideas are not especially surprising, but there are sort of threads that reach back to the old right and to paleoconservatism and Buchanan. And what the intellectuals I write about saw was that Trump really had these instincts that represented these festering parts of American conservatism that had been festering for a long, long time. But I think maybe where I differ, or my value added here is, I write a lot about the seductive quality of a lot of these ideas, and it's not so much the cult of personality behind Trump with these people. A lot of them, I think, have contempt for Trump. But it's the draw of radical ideas, anti-modern ideas, reactionary ideas, and just this sort of seductive character of a lot of the convictions, the strong convictions. And so that's what I try to demonstrate in the book and to draw out. I've been seduced by those ideas myself in my, in my life as an academic. I'm a political theorist. I'm a pretty bookish person, but I love Friedrich Nietzsche, right? And I love the critics of liberalism. And I'm a good liberal now, but when I was younger, I was really drawn to just these sort of ruthless ideas in political philosophy. I'm not proud of that, right? But part of me has that. I have that in me. And probably many of us do. And so I think one of the important things that I would say is it's important to kind of acknowledge that a lot of this isn't stupid. It's alluring, it's seductive. Fascism was really seductive to a lot of smart people, I'm sorry to say. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from. So maybe that can get us started off.
Great. Thank you. So, if we're talking about cult of personality, we got to talk to Stephen Hassan, who was in an actual cult. And, we'll get into your personal history in a second, but if you could talk to us, when we talk about a cult of personality, what do we mean by that, at least as far as you see it?
So I use Eric Fromm's, social psychologist's malignant narcissism as an understanding of the stereotypical profile of cult leaders. And it's not just narcissism and lack of empathy, but also thinking they're above the law, pathological lying, sadistic, revengeful, etc. There's a whole list, and I did, in fact, chapter 3 of The Cult of Trump, comparing Donald Trump with Jim Jones, Sun Myung Moon, my former cult leader, and Hubbard of Scientology. My frame is different because I had a firsthand experience. I grew up 1.3 miles from Donald Trump, by the way, in Flushing, Queens, so I knew about Donald Trump as an unsavory character my whole life. But my frame is psychological warfare, going back to the Cold War, and how there's been psychological warfare leveled by our government against other governments against our government. So my framing is 50 years, And I'll just say I was in the room with Sun Myung Moon in 1974 when he said, we're going to infiltrate the US government. God hates democracy. He wants a theocracy. And when we take power in America, we'll amend the Constitution and make it a capital offense for people to violate our rules. And I was so brainwashed, I would have died on command or killed on command. Quick to answer your question, I got deprogrammed. I learned about Chinese communist brainwashing. That's what turned on the lights, because when I was in the cult, I didn't feel I was brainwashed, but I thought the commies did brainwashing. So I was open to learning about another enemy of the United States, and it was that when I applied it to my experience in the Moonies did all of those. And that began my exit to the group. And here I am 50 years later educating people about how to discern ethical influence and unethical influence and helping people to know how to talk to people in cults to help them get out, which I think we'll have time to get into later.
Great, thank you. Now, Rich, you were obviously a Trump devotee. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you started as an independent, right? And then Trump just grabbed you in such a way. What was it about Trump's personality or his sort of visceral appeal that pulled you in?
So let me just preface by saying that I would like to apologize for my past MAGA activism. If I had met any of you here who are not in MAGA, I would have deemed you an existential threat to my life and my livelihood and my family and my country, and I'm sorry because you would not have deserved to have been spoken that way. And if anyone's watching this who's in MAGA, I would like to say to them that today is a stellar day to leave MAGA. So I was attracted to Donald Trump's campaign as a political independent, as someone who felt very politically lonely. I believed that the two parties were the same. I felt that American democracy had failed most Americans and was only in existence for the wealthy and the powerful. And even though Donald Trump ran as a Republican, I gravitated to the campaign because of his outsider status. No government, no military, no political experience at all. And I thought that what we needed at the time was to obliterate the established political order and build it anew. And I came to realize that after leaving MAGA that it's much easier to tear something down than it is to build it up. And I was not someone who was just a Trump supporter on the peripheral. I volunteered for the campaign. I helped write part of the call script. After the 2016 election, I got deeper and deeper into the MAGA world. I spent my own money to professionally podcast. That's money that could have gone to my own family, and instead it went to my MAGA activism. I wrote for lots of MAGA media, including places like Fox and The Federalist and American Greatness, which is a work that Dr. Field mentions in her book. But it was in early 2021, up until the summer, when my doubts commenced. And it was actually not Donald Trump who was the first accelerant of my leaving MAGA. It was my governor, Ron DeSantis, in Florida. And what he did was, at the time, is he platformed COVID anti-vaxxers at his press conference. And I was never an anti-vax person. It confused me, and I didn't understand why he was doing that. And after he did that, I did something that sounds very simple, but was profoundly life-altering and changing for me, which was I diversified my news and information sources. And after I did that, it led me on a 1 year, which I call a journey of my year of heaven and hell, to the point of May 24th, 2022, which was the day of the Uvalde, Texas school shooting. And it was on that day that I decided to leave MAGA, albeit quietly. It was in August of 2022 when I wrote and published a mea culpa. And I said in that story that I was sorry for supporting Trump and that I wanted to apologize to anyone I may have hurt with my words, deeds, and rhetoric. And when that was published, I actually never thought that anybody would care. But it turned out that people did care. And I'm thankful to all of you and all the people I have met who have told me that our leadership at Leaving MAGA and other people who have left, that it provides sources of inspiration. And I think, Will, that what Donald Trump did is he took a brand of right-wing politics, which was something I was very ignorant about when I was in MAGA and beforehand, and he branded it Make America Great Again. And as the person who branded that form of politics, he became a leader of the MAGA community, because that's what I call MAGA. It is a place where people have found purpose and a sense of belonging and a sense of gathering, and they look at Donald Trump as the titular leader of that community. And that's why when Donald Trump is off the political scene, the good news is I believe that MAGA will start to unravel. The bad news is that we need to catch people before they get subsumed into whatever else comes next after MAGA and after Trump. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you all for caring about my story and all the other stories of our leaders who left.
Thank you. So Maria, I think you have a fascinating personal story. You were someone who was opposing authoritarianism in other countries like Venezuela and the Balkans. And then you realized, I think, that America needed those same kind of techniques and support. When did you have that realization? And how can people get involved? How can they normalize opposing, an authoritarian figure like Donald Trump?
Sure, thanks, Will. And Rich, thank you for your story. And just like first, I want to express appreciation for Principles First. I'm looking out to this ballroom, and there are just so many incredibly talented, dedicated people. Last year was my first Principles First Summit, and you all may recall there was a bomb threat. And do you remember when we all came back together after that bomb threat? The level of shared commitment, of purpose, of dedication. I felt so proud to be part of this community. So just thank you. And every year it gets bigger and bigger. So Heath, Brittany, thank you for all you've done with this community. So I've spent 25 years working with and writing about movements all around the world who have challenged various forms of authoritarianism. And these have been left-wing dictatorships. These have been right-wing authoritarian regimes. I come from Polish ancestry, so I'm deeply proud of the story of the Polish Solidarity movement, that through trade unions, the Catholic Church, students used all these creative, powerful tactics to dismantle a communist dictatorship. And I've been deeply inspired in our own history, thinking about Jim Crow in the South, which was a racial authoritarian system. And some of my mentors growing up, taught me the power of organizing, of training, of the discipline that led to the Montgomery bus boycotts, the lunch counter sit-ins, the Selma marches. So the deep discipline and persistence that helped challenge authoritarianism. And I also know, around the world, this allure of authoritarianism, like what I've experienced, and I saw this starting to play out in the US. Why do people obey at the end of the day? Why is there obedience? They obey for many reasons. They obey out of habit. They've always done it. They obey out of psychological identification with the ruler. They obey out of fear of punishment, fear of sanction, fear of being ostracized. They obey out of self-interest because they're gaining something from the relationship. They obey out of a belief that we don't have the power to change anything. And I think, because political power depends on all of these forms of obedience, it's really fragile. Because at the end of the day, authoritarian regimes ultimately depend on the consent and obedience of ordinary people. And when we withdraw that consent and obedience, they are like emperors with no clothes. That's where our power comes from. And I think as I was seeing, certainly, knowing the history of authoritarianism in this country, but certainly with the first Trump administration, the level of dehumanization of the other, the attacks on the media as the enemies of the people, the attacks on independent institutions, just the self-aggrandizement, all the way up to, helping to lead an insurrection and an attempted coup. So all the signs, all the elements of the authoritarian playbook were very clear during the first Trump administration. And now, in the 2.0 version with less guardrails in place, it's just been even more clear that we're dealing with a regime bent on retribution, a regime that's using the power of the state to punish people, to punish opposition, to terrorize our communities with with federal agents who are going in, abducting people in masks. And so it became so visceral and so clear. But then, what gives me hope is that in this country and around the world, people have confronted authoritarian regimes. They have used weapons of will. They have used protest, vigils, marches, strikes, boycotts, walkouts, lots of different actions. They have built the alternatives, and they have prevailed. And I have deep confidence that given the feistiness of the American people, the entrepreneurialism, the civic spirit, that we can do it here.
Thank you. So Stephen, obviously you have a very interesting personal story, and I would love to hear what it was personally that drew you into an authoritarian personality cult type movement. And if you could offer some specific insights, I was struck by Rich saying that he was he kind of fell out with MAGA over things like you're supposed to accept that the COVID vaccine is bad for you, or January 6th was just sort of a walk around the Capitol. It seems like in these personality movements, there's often the followers are expected to believe in increasingly outlandish things, almost as a sign of loyalty. Maybe you could touch on that as well.
Sure. So the most important principle in social psychology is called the fundamental attribution error. And why it's so fundamental is when people try to understand why Steve joined the Moonies, they over-attribute something wrong with Steve and under-attribute all of the deception, hypnosis, sleep deprivation, and psychological warfare techniques that were used on Steve. In my story, I was situationally vulnerable because my girlfriend dumped me abruptly. I was sitting in the cafeteria at Queens College, and 3 Mooney women smiled and love-bombed me. "Oh, Steve, you're so smart, and we want to know all about you." And I said, "Are you students?" "Yes. Can we sit at your table?" I was never a joiner. I was writing poetry. I was reading 2 to 3 books a week. I had skipped 8th grade. I was not a joiner, but my mind got hacked. And how did it work? I wrote chapter 2 of Combating Cult Mind Control to detail all of the specifics. But what I've learned in 50 years is, yes, there are situational vulnerabilities that we all as human beings are susceptible to, but let's look at the techniques of predators and traffickers and predatory organizations. And in specific, I told you, I was in the room 52 years ago hearing about the takedown of the US. Russia wants to take down the US. Putin was never happy that the Soviet Union collapsed, and there's been a plan to take away our checks and balances and to put think tanks in place and to dismantle things. So what I want to emphasize is, and many of you raised your hands, you know someone in your family and friends, a lot of people were just plain Republicans. Maybe they were following their congressman or senator. Maybe they were watching Fox News. Maybe they were in a church group that mirrors authoritarian cults where the leader said, "I am a prophet," or "I am an apostle, and God told me." Donald Trump won the 2020 election. And if you have any doubts about what God told me, you have a demon, and I can help exorcise the demon. We're talking about 20, 30 million Americans who were raised in these or recruited into these mega churches. So again, my frame is much more psychological warfare. But the good news is brainwashing does not erase your real self or your values. It's best understood as a dissociative disorder. So the real Steve was still there. I just had a Mooney Steve that, like a computer gets hacked and takes over your operating system. I had a Mooney Steve that was inculcated to shut down the real me. But after a near-fatal van crash, 2 weeks in the hospital away from the cult, I had the opportunity to meet with ex-members because my father cried and said, how would you feel if it was your son who met a controversial group? Please listen with an open mind. And if you want to go back, I'll drive you myself. But at least your mother and I will be able to sleep at night knowing we did the responsible thing. And I was a true believer, and I wanted to prove I wasn't in a cult and brainwashed. So I agreed. And within 5 days, my lights turned on again. It's like, we're doing Chinese communist brainwashing on Steve. This is not what God wants. And here I am 50 years later.
Right, thank you so much. So Laura, I want to just kind of circle back. Obviously, your expertise is on the new right. I mean, these are the people we're talking about in not just the administration now, but I think in particular in 2028 and going forward if J.D. Vance is the nominee. And I guess from my point of view, correct me if I'm wrong, but it strikes me that what's unique about the new right is their belief in using the power of the state to really crush their foes. Whether it's culturally, things like someone mentioned Stephen Colbert, it just sort of all across the spectrum, using the government in a way that they feel previous Republicans, perhaps a lot of the Principles First crowd, were too focused on things like the Bill of Rights or the Constitution or not being hypocrites. So who are the people who are in this movement? Who are like the faces we would recognize? And what can we, I hate to say look forward to, what can we expect if they really are ascendant in a Vance administration?
So, I mean, J.D. Vance is their baby, right, and their darling. So he's really the main face of it, and he's their big, glorious success story. The other people, there's a whole sort of map in my book about the different factions. Some names that might be familiar are Patrick Deneen at the University of Notre Dame or Adrian Vermeule at Harvard, who are part of the post-liberal faction, the kind of creme de la creme of the new right, and tend to be, they're Catholic, very conservative Catholics. There are others like Yoram Hazony, who runs the National Conservatism Conference that people have probably heard of, and that's the gathering place for a lot of these people. And then there are the Claremonters. Probably everybody's read the articles about the Claremonters. Michael Anton, who just wrote the new security report, is associated with them. And of course, John Eastman, who wrote the coup memos. So you have that group. And then you've also got sort of I call it the hard right underbelly, but these very hardcore fascist types. Some are Catholic, some are Nietzschean pagans. You may have heard of Bronze Age pervert. These are raw egg nationalists. Curtis Yarvin, right? There have been a lot of profiles of him. And so those are some of the names, and they all have different ideas about what's ideal, but they have kind of pragmatically come around to the idea that what you want to do is harness the administrative state. You destroy what you can, and then you take what's left over to impose a new order, right? And it's very radical. A lot of it's very anti-modern. And I think that they all basically think that the old conservatives are friends in the room, right? They failed to conserve anything. And so what they've taken it upon themselves to take over the regime, that's the kind of language they use. And Trump is an opportunity, a vehicle for that, right? To take over the regime and to impose this sort of new, they probably wouldn't themselves use the word fascist, though some of them are happy to, an authoritarian, imposing morality, right, on the order. And what they offer, I think, especially to young people, is this sense of moral order and hierarchy and answers to life, right? We live in a liberal democracy. We don't, part of that is not imposing one set of values, one way of life on any person. And I think a lot of young people, I mean, a lot of us, that's a real challenge, right? So where do we get our values from? Where do we get our our guidance from? How ought we to live? Obviously, these are big questions for everyone, and the new right comes along and they say, we have answers. And Donald Trump is going to be our vehicle to reorganize society around some of those, because the old liberal order was so all-imposing and threatening, too. That's another part of it. There's a very deep conspiratorial dimension to it. So looking forward to the future, I think that one of the things that gives me a lot of hope is that I think the people I write about are far more radical than most American voters. This is not what people voted for with Donald Trump. And I mean, maybe many of them did, of course, right? Of course, many did. But from a different perspective, I think that they were not, they had a lot of other reasons for voting for Trump, right? Nobody really believed the Project 2025 stuff. They didn't, I think American citizens weren't really ready to hear about some of the radical projects that Trump had in mind and weren't ready to believe that he would actually proceed with that. And so I don't think they like this. I think that there's not nearly as much radicalization in the average American voter. So I think there's something very strong about the current administration and also something very weak, which brings us to J.D. Vance. I think he's in a very difficult position. I think the GOP is, I hate to say it, but forever changed, right? I think that the people who are being cultivated in the GOP right now, there is a lot of this stuff. It's pretty nasty. It's pretty scary. But I don't think that it matches up or aligns necessarily with what American voters want. And J.D. Vance is in a very difficult position because of all the infighting, because of the Fuentes stuff, because of Epstein, and because he can show zero leadership, right?
No, I think that's real. As when someone, Gavin Newsom's just a lot hotter than him as one of these famous these looks maxers. I don't know. Anyways, it's kind of the hot new thing.
I think Rubio might be more frightening.
I think that's a great point. I bet you guys didn't expect to hear about Bronze Age pervert and raw egg nationalist today. So I think let's get 2 questions over here, and then we'll go into audience questions, and we'll close with a lightning round about what makes you optimistic. So, Rich, you mentioned you were encouraging other Trump supporters to leave the MAGA movement. I guess looking at at the sort of national atmosphere, do you think more people are leaving Trumpism, and what's driving that?
So I am happy to report that as an organization, Leaving MAGA has never been busier. Thank you. We are now featuring leaders and testimonials of people who were 2024 MAGA supporters who left sometime last year. We're in touch with people who identify right now as MAGA and are having doubts and their own confusion and struggling a little bit with what's going on around the country. And I do think there is an increasing number of people who are in the MAGA community right now who see that something is amiss nationally. They see that their communities are being torn asunder by actions from ICE. They're seeing their neighbors, the people they see when they frequent businesses, they're seeing them apprehended without due process. I think that the cracks are starting to show right now in MAGA, and I think as those fissures and those chasms widen, this is a great opportunity for all of us who have friends and family in MAGA. Because I'm asked all the time, Rich, what do I do to get through to my mom, my dad, my kids, my best friend? And my answer is that there's a couple of things that you can do. First is to be superhumanly patient with them. Second is to let them know that if they ever themselves have doubts and are questioning their support for MAGA, that you can be there for them as a friendly ear. Because if they feel that they can turn to someone, if they're feeling that MAGA is not comporting with their values and they have a friendly ear to turn to without judgment, without being ostracized, without being censured, then you can avail yourself to those individuals who are in MAGA and let them know that they can turn to you. And of course, if they turn to you, what we would ask at Leaving MAGA is introduce them to us so we can meet them and we can give witness to their stories and their testimonies. So I'm, not to get ahead of the lightning round, Will, but I am optimistic right now that I do think that there is a shift happening in the country, and I think as that shift happens, we're seeing more and more Americans who have traditionally been apolitical who are starting to pay attention more to politics. And those who have been politically indifferent, they're paying attention because they see the failed promises of the Trump administration, especially when it comes to affordability. So the shift is happening. I wish that it were happening more rapidly, but I am hopeful that I think that come in the midterms, even though I am not a Democrat and I do not belong to any party, I'm loath to prognosticate, but I think that the midterms are going to result in an electoral repudiation and revolt against MAGA.
Thank you. So Maria, just quickly, for the average person who just feels despair looking at what's going on in the country, in the situation in Minneapolis or elsewhere, what is one concrete thing people can do to fight authoritarianism, to build community, to support democratic institutions?
Yeah, I mean, what is wonderful is that there are so many ways to get involved in this moment, and we have so much power and agency, and and a key thing is don't go at it alone. Join a group. Join your local PTA, join your local bar association, chamber of commerce, congregation, getting involved, meeting people here. So who is here from your state? Find 5 people. What can you do together? And the thing is too, that authoritarian regimes have no power without the support of key institutions. So without the support of businesses and kind of business elites, without the support of faith organizations, without the support of police, military, media outlets, so people within those pillars have tremendous power. If they shift, that's what brings about change. And so if you are a lawyer in this group, are there any lawyers here? If you're a lawyer, there are lots of things you can do. So there's a new initiative, the Democracy Rising Collaborative has just come out with a toolkit for what lawyers can do called theruleoflawyers.org, theruleoflawyers.org. If you're a small business owner in this room, there are groups that are organizing businesses in this moment to stand up for the rule of law and for sensible business practices. There's Integrity Matters in this room who's organizing small businesses. There's the Business Response to Authoritarian Threats that's bringing different corporate actors together. If you're a faith organization, I take so much inspiration from groups like the Mormon Women for Ethical Government, who are bringing people together across difference, showing up, offering pastoral presence, accompanying communities. If you are a veteran, there are organizations like the Unite for Veterans Coalition that are offering people's homes, places where they can come and get engaged. Just doing 1 or 2 things well, getting involved with community, getting involved is something we can all do, and that's what brings the change.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I think we have time for 1, and maybe if we're quick, 2, maybe, who knows? Let's try to get as many as we can from the audience. Okay, great. Will you be picking people? Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the talk. It's been very interesting. My name is Jennifer Shields. I live in Maryland. I am one of those people with 2 loved ones, both my parents. And I think what I've analyzed over the time with them is the effect of Fox News and that ecosystem. And I don't see that going away anytime soon. So how do we combat that?
That's a great question.
Especially with CBS News and potentially CNN becoming part of that ecosystem as well.
Sure.
So let me just, because we're running out of time, say that what doesn't work is to attack the leader, the doctrine, or the policy of any cult. Logic and facts will activate the cult identity to defend and think you're persecuting them. What works is warm, respectful, curious, active listening. And the secret power is asking a good question and being quiet while the person thinks about it. And as I mentioned before, learn about Chinese communist principles of Robert J. Lifton, for example, and his 8 criteria. That's what helped me get out. I have a model called the BITE model of authoritarian control, which works for pimps and traffickers. Talking to people in MAGA about Chinese communism and pimps and traffickers and how they brainwash people, they'll talk with you about that. You can share a documentary about Scientology or some other cult. You want them to think, okay, what is brainwashing? How can we discern? and they will help themselves get out. Because as Rich said, there's dissonance happening inside, and we want to have a big exit ramp and welcome our family and friends back. We want to, if we blocked them or muted them, we want to say, I miss you, I want you back in my life. Let's not talk politics, but let's be in each other's life, because they will leave, and I do agree, Rich, lots of people are leaving.
Thank you. Can we get one more question from the audience? I think we can fit, just in the interest of, and thank you all for raising your hands. I wish we could take a lot more.
Thank you, and thank you to the panel. I'm from one of those rural states that Connor Lamb talked about. Although I'm sure my accent gives away that I do live in New Jersey. So I'm from Tennessee. I've lived in Seattle, which along the coast is just great. Go 25 miles across the Cascades, you may as well be in Christy Nome's front yard. Those people are not, I agree with you, Steve, they can't be reasoned with. Right. But the other part is, who is the audience? How do we reach them, Dr. Fields? They don't want to hear it. They think we're the elitists on the coast. My grandson at Christmas, who goes to an $80,000 a year Northeastern University, at the table, said, Grandma, do you know that 90% of all the officials in the U.S. government are paid for by Israel? And I said, okay, son, where is your evidence? He said, well, 90% of the people my age agree with that, believe that. So I'm thinking there's a problem with basic epistemology, scientific proof. How do we deal with fact? And how do we move through a post-factual society?
I think that's a great point. Just briefly, Rich, perhaps you could take that. Can you talk just very briefly about the power of the MAGA media ecosystem? It strikes me as a real bubble.
Well, when I was in MAGA, I will say that any information that even remotely refuted the pervasively held mythologies and beliefs, it was shunned. It was kept out. And the lady who mentioned Fox News over there, something that I have tried before, sometimes it's succeeded, sometimes not, is an information bartering. You read an article or a podcast episode that your MAGA close one or friend or family watches or listens to. If they read or listen to something, you provide them. And if you're able to do that, and if the other person is not willing, that's not on you. But if they're willing to do it, now you've introduced them to alternative sources of information. That's how you combat the disinformation, because the right-wing media, that's its mantra. The mana of the right wing is disinformation.
Great. Well, in the interest of time, I think, we've had a pretty optimistic panel. I think we've got a lot of things already to be optimistic about. So I do want to thank everyone so much for joining us, and our panelists as well. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
I know it's been a long day, but hopefully it has been an interesting and thoughtful day for everyone. That was an amazing panel, and it was a large panel, so we're going to take just a minute to rework the stage. But while we're doing that, let me introduce our next speaker. There aren't many people who really embody the heart of the "we've got to be better" movement of pro-democracy in this country than our next speaker. Joe Walsh is a former congressman. He was a OG Tea Partier. who has come to really embody our pro-democracy movement. And personally, I can't think of anyone who inspires me more. You can see Joe on his, or not see him, yes, and also listen to him on his podcast, The Social Contract, which I recommend to all of you. But at the moment, I want to ask Joe to come up here and do what he does best, which is to fire you up and to challenge you. So with that, Mr. Wall.
Thanks, Frank. Welcome! Come on! I promised myself I was going to start kind of down and then lift up. But I come out on this stage and I see all of you, and I can't start down at that level. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Give yourselves a round of applause. Let's start, because I've only got 2.5 hours before the next panel comes on. I go to bed every night exhausted. I go to bed many nights in tears. I wake up every morning sick to my stomach. It's a hell of a way to live with where this country is at today. Every day. Every day for the past 7.5 years, when I walked away from MAGA, when I publicly walked away from Trump, when I declared war on Trump, when I walked away from the party that I'd been part of my entire adult life, every single day since then, I go to bed exhausted and I wake up sick to my stomach. And then I grab a cup of coffee. Maybe that has something to do with my stomach. And I grab, figuratively speaking, my musket. I actually have a musket. And I set out again to do everything I can that day to defeat this guy in the White House, to defeat what my former party has become. Now, I'm going to believe that damn near everybody in this room, maybe not as idiotically extreme as me, but you all go through the same darn thing. We all feel the same way. I mean, I know you're here for a lot of reasons. And man, you're getting a boatload of information. You're getting great ammunition to go back home with. I know there are a lot of reasons why you're here, but you're here because you love this damn country. And yes. I feel like we're so constrained too often. Say it. We love this country. We love what our founders did. We love what our founders sacrificed to give us, and we want to preserve it. And every day, I have kids, I have grandkids, I have a wife, I've got a job. We all have all of that. But we try to find time to do what we can for this country we love. I ask myself every day, what do we do? What can we do? What do we do right now? Because I'm going to tell you, and I know wonderful speakers you heard today, and you're going to get a bunch more wonderful speakers tomorrow, and we all got to be ourselves, but I believe this democracy we love is teetering. I believe this democracy we love may not be around in a few years. I could be dead wrong, but I believe that. And so I ask myself every day, what can I do that day to do my part that day to try to just help make that not happen? In a way, I'm tired of being told that Trump sucks. He does. He's everything our founders feared he is. But Joe, I hear from people who see me on TV or the radio or a speech I'll give or my podcast. Joe, what do I do? I get it. I agree with everything you're saying, but what do I do? And we don't get enough of that. We don't get enough of that. You're going to get, again, a boatload of information this weekend. But what do we do if we want this 250-year-old experiment in self-rule and democracy to survive? What do we do? I'll tell you. I got some ideas. First, the first thing we can do, I promised everyone I'd watch my language. And I'm going to. The first thing we can do is meet this moment. Recognize this moment. Have the courage to say what it is. I'll start. We have everything our founders feared in the White House. He's a pathological liar. He's a psychopath. He's a fascist. That's what we have in the White House. We have one of our two major political parties, my former party. I know this is hard to say because I'm going to say this in front of a bunch of Republicans. My former party is an authoritarian embracing cult. It is. I know. We all want to pray for the good old days of Mitt Romney and George. I was going to say George W. Bush, but he pissed me off this past week. After 10 years of Trump and George W. doesn't say a damn thing, this past week he takes a subtle swipe at Trump. George W., get out of here. I know we want that Republican Party back. It's not coming back. So the first thing we all can do is honestly face the truth and publicly speak the truth. I'm still a proud Tea Party guy. I'm now a Tea Party Democrat. What the? Caught myself. 9 months ago, I became a Democrat. I'm talking about what we can do. I got to tell you something. Most people in my new party, they're not meeting the moment. They're not fighting. They're not recognizing what the threat is. Not at all. You've got a lot of speakers you're going to hear from this weekend that don't recognize the moment, that are not meeting the moment. They still want to treat Trump like he's a president. No! He's everything our founders feared. He put his face on the Justice Department building this week. He did that. He's taken over the Justice Department. He's turned the Justice Department into his own personal law firm. Pam Bondi works for him. He says this shit, ooh, there I go, publicly. Don't treat him like some normal American president who's just kind of crazy on a few ideas. Speak the truth. This is a problem. It's a problem with my new party. It's a problem with too many of us never-Trumpers who just want to say Trump's bad on trade. Oh, I wish Trump hadn't said that. No! He lies every time he opens his mouth. Let me tell you a little inside baseball. I used to do a lot of CNN and MSNBC. MS Now. I don't do as much anymore. And I always could sense why, but then I had a few producers tell me why. And they all said the same thing. Joe, we love you. Oh, we love you, Joe. You say it like it is, but we can't hear that stuff on on Jake Tapper's show anymore. Like Jake Tapper, and I love Jake. Jake Tapper needs a Republican talking head, a Democratic talking head, right there analyzing what Donald Trump just said. Boy, you put me on that panel, I'm going to say he lied. He always lies. He's trying to divide us. He posted a video of pictures of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes. How do you analyze that? My point is the CNNs and the MSNBCs told me privately, we can't have that kind of out there crazy stuff. We have to analyze the stuff Trump does. So, what? I'm going to speak the truth. And I don't know how many people in this room agree with me when I say Donald Trump is a fascist. All I'm asking for all of us, everybody's asking me, what can we do? The first thing I'm going to tell you we all can do is meet this damn moment. And if you're afraid to speak the truth in this damn moment, I love you, but you're not helping. Speak the truth. Have the courage to say the truth. He is what he is. He's everything our founding fathers feared. Say it, believe it. The Republican Party right now is an authoritarian embracing cult. It is. I'm saying right now. I'm not saying it can't be the good old Republican Party in 2 years or 10 years or another 20 years. I don't think it will. But I'm not saying it can't. But right now, that's what it is. I mean, my God, when you really step back and think about it, I mean, everybody step back with me. We've got two major political parties in this country. I mean, we're all the same. We're in the trenches every day getting outraged about what's going on and posting something and tweeting something. But when you step back and you really take a look, we have two major political parties in this country. And again, you'll hear from a lot of smart people this weekend, and I'll go on TV with a lot of smart conservative thinkers. And a lot of them will say to me, Joe, they both suck. Both parties suck. And my answer is always, yeah, but they don't suck equally. They don't. I can tell you, my new party is bad on a whole, caught myself, boatload of issues. I worry about my new party. They're bad on a bunch of issues. They're being energized by their far left. Man, the Democratic Party has a lot of problems, but hello, the other party right now is full-on anti-democracy, full-on anti-freedom. Go, I'm not done. Full-on anti-constitution, full-on anti-rule of law, full-on anti-pluralism, and doggone it, full-on anti-basic human decency. Now, again, don't know where you sit, don't know where you stand. But I got one party that's bad on a bunch of issues, and I got another party that's an existential threat to this country. Excuse me. That's not complicated. All I'm asking, thing to do number one, gosh darn it, be brave and speak the truth. Please, it's about meeting this moment. We cannot defeat what this threat is if we don't identify it publicly. We just won't. You may lose a friend or two. You may be booted out of some club. You may not be invited onto TV as much anymore. But doggone it, this life, the older I get, I realize it's so short. The first thing we all have to do is meet this moment and speak the truth, period. I've only got 55 minutes left. I've got 5 minutes left, so let me ram through this. I'm a Catholic boy. Lent started a few days ago, and the Lenten message, heard it again from the priest this morning, has been beaten through my head. The Lenten message these 40 days, we must deny ourselves. We must take up the cross. And we must follow him. Again, for all the Christians in the room, God bless you. That's the Lenten message. Deny ourselves. Take up the cross and follow him. Pardon me, Lord. Let's move that to the political. What do we do? And by the way, before I get into this last part, if you believe, you may not. It's fine. If you believe and agree with me that the threat is the threat, that our democracy is teetering, that the Republican Party right now is a real threat. And boy, oh boy, right? Trump's an old fart, so he probably isn't going to run again. If he were 10 years younger, damn right he would try to run again. But let me tell you something. As somebody, Mr. Tea Party, who was part of Mr. MAGA, anybody in this room who thinks when Trump's gone, Trumpism and MAGA and whatever the hell that is it goes to, man, you are smoking something. It's here. It's here to stay. If you agree with me on what the threat is, like these aren't normal times. This isn't a president who we just disagreed with on trade or whatever. This guy yesterday disagreed with a Supreme Court ruling, fine. Then he attacked, called into question the patriotism of those Supreme Court justices. If you can't understand that this is something, it's so hard for me not to swear, that this is something really different, you're missing it. So if you believe what I'm saying, that we ain't never been here before, then we are called to do stuff that we never thought we would have to do. Deny ourselves. So what does that mean for us as citizens in this great republic? That means, right? That means at this moment in American history, everybody in this room has been called to give something up. To give a little bit up of our cushy life, to give up some family time on the weekend, to give up that group, to give up spending time with whoever, because I'm going to do something this year to try to save my democracy. It means giving up some stuff, giving up what makes us comfortable. It was hard to come here. I'm glad you're all here, but it costs money, pain in the butt. You had to get on a plane or a long car drive. There might be a storm tomorrow. Oh my God, am I going to get back home? All of that. You got to give up part of your normal, good family, work, social life. Right now, we're called to do that. Right now. I don't give a damn how old or young you are. We are called to do that right now. There's no like magic bullet here. Oh, Joe, give me the answer for how we can defeat what Trumpism and MAGA is. No, it's all of us. in our own little lives, giving up a little something to do more. Second quick thing, not take up the cross. Again, what does that mean in the political? That means grab your musket. That means grab your musket. Because I need you to believe, I need you to really believe that this is a war to save this thing. And if you don't believe that, I love you, I respect you, I don't want you at my side. I want people who believe our democracy, I'm almost done, is about to go, and we have to defend it. That means we have to fight. Grab our muskets, figuratively speaking, and resist. And again, no magic bullet. That means we knock on doors like we never have. That means we come to events like this like we never have. That means we march in the No Kings protests like we never have. That means we get behind a candidate like we never have. That means, oh my God, my Facebook group, I hate to interject politics in front of my Facebook group. Screw that! That means we do that now. Oh, but wait a minute, Joe. I got this book club. Man, I love the girls. I love the guys in this book club, whatever. Now's the time. I'm sorry. You insert what you believe. You help inform your book club. What I'm saying is, this is the time now when we are called to do things we've never had to do before. Final thought. This really is my final thought. This is an important one. I laugh about it. I never thought I'd become a Democrat. I mean, right? Laugh at me. I deserve that. But when people in the media ask me why I did, it's simple. Because in my bones, I believe my former party is a threat to everything I love. And for the rest of my breathing life, I want to help the other party defeat that. And I'd love a third party. I'd love a fourth party. I want all of that, but we ain't got that, and that ain't coming now. You all in this room don't have to become Democrats, but I get really pissed off. Too much. I get really pissed off at people who tell me, Joe, I agree with everything you're saying about Trump and the Republican Party. They are a threat to democracy and the rule of law. But Joe, I could never become a Democrat. Or Joe, I could never vote for a Democrat. I got all of this in the 24 campaign. Joe, you're right about Trump. You're right about Republicans, but I could never vote for Kamala. I'm sorry. I got no effing patience for that. None. None. Oh, and again, it goes to what you believe. You may think I'm a crazy man, but if you believe the threat is the threat, you are obligated to support the only other party that can defeat that threat. That doesn't mean you have to become a Democrat, but doggone it, that means you need to support what the Democratic Party is. You need to support their candidates, and you need, like me, to help the Democrats get their frickin' act together. Woo! If your bones are talking to you like my bones talk to me every day, this is the year. It ain't sexy. You just do the hard work. You inform everybody you know every week. You march, you protest, you knock on doors, you make phone calls. You become active, responsible, free citizens in this country to preserve this democracy. There ain't no silver bullet. That's it. And by the way, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm not even close. If we all just did that, Some of us have huge platforms, some of us have smaller platforms. If we just all stayed in our circle of influence and we all just focused on informing everybody we know about the truth of what's going on. I talk to Trump supporters every day. Man, I put truth in front of them every day. And I got to tell you, every day a few of them say, "Oh, Joe, I never knew that." It's part of what we're called to do. I love you. Thanks for taking the time for being here. Woo! Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm sure I'm awake now. And I don't know how anyone is supposed to follow that up, but I'll do my best. And I'm really excited to be standing here to present Principles First 2026 Profile and Courage Award. Courage isn't loud. It doesn't come with applause at first, and it rarely comes with rewards. More often, courage looks like standing alone, telling an uncomfortable truth, and accepting the cost that follows. Tonight's honoree knows that too well. Rich Logis, who I think is in the back here, come on up, Rich, didn't drift away from extremism quietly. He walked away publicly from a movement that once defined his identity. And instead of retreating, he chose something harder: accountability. He chose to say I was wrong, and then to help others find a way out. Through his work, Rich has shown that democracy isn't protected only by institutions or elections, but by individuals willing to confront misinformation, reject face-beard politics, and reclaim their moral agency. That takes real courage, especially at a moment when silence is easier and conformity is rewarded. For his willingness to speak truth, to bear the personal cost of integrity, and to help others choose a better path, Principles First is proud to present the 2026 Profile and Courage Award to Rich Logis. Rich, please join us on stage.
Wow. Okay, thanks everyone. Well, this is as equally shocking as it is honoring. I will say about Principles First that in our nation's history, every time we have been in a crisis situation, the American people have formed unlikely but necessary alliances. And I see Principles First as an organization who brings together unlikely but necessary alliances. So for this honor, for everyone who had a hand in it, it means so much to us. We're grateful, we're humbled. And on behalf of everyone at Leaving MAGA, we just want to thank the Principles First team and all of you for being here. So thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andy Eastmond. I'm a Principals First volunteer from Illinois, and our last conversation today is going to be a conversation with Sarah Longwell. She, given the applause, she doesn't need much of an introduction, but she is the publisher of The Bulwark and a leading analyst of voter behavior and public opinion. She has overseen extensive research into political realignment, persuasion, and the attitude of voters across the political spectrum. Her work focuses on understanding how citizens process political information, what motivates shifts in political identity, and how democratic norms can be reinforced through accountability and engagement. She'll be in conversation with Will Sommer, who is a senior reporter at The Bulwark, where he writes the False Flag newsletter on right-wing media and conspiracy theories. He's the author of Trust the Plan, QAnon, and the Conspiracy That Unhinged America. And I hope you enjoy the conversation.
All right, thank you all for joining us. So Sarah, you and some of our Bulwark colleagues were just out in Minneapolis, and so I want to really kick things off with what you saw there. I think this is a story that has really interested the nation and concerned a lot of people, but also that, I think one of the things is that it's not over. I think there's been a sense the administration wants us to think it's over, that they're drawing down. So I want to know, what did you see out there?
Yeah, do you guys mind if I stand up? I'm going to walk around a little bit. We were just in Minneapolis. We did 2 shows out there, and I can't tell you how moving it was to be out there. We both went to the memorials for Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and we went to the Whipple building, which is where, they're sort of both detaining people and then releasing them. And when they release people that they've been detaining, moms, little kids, they release them without their coats, without a phone, sometimes without shoes. And there are these people, a lot of 60-year-old women. They stand out there all day in the cold, and they bring them blankets, and they drop them off where they need to go, and they give them coats and food. And then there's this other group of people that stands there and just, plays Bob Dylan and waves American flags at the ICE agents as they drive by. And it's so cold out there. I was just spent the whole time being like, what kind of long underwear are you wearing, sir? Is it enough? Because it's fair. And they're taking off their gloves and showing me their hand warmers, and they're out there every day and have been for months. And actually, they were like, what are you talking about? It's a beautiful day. It's perfectly, it's 20 degrees. This is nothing. They had 50,000 people out there for a protest, and it was 20 below. And the things that were amazing about all of it, listening to their stories, it was a bunch of things. One was, it's funny because I was looking at them and thinking about how brave they all were, but they wanted to tell me all the brave things that they'd seen other people do. And so they were talking about how when ICE has been shooting smoke, how they, what are they called? Like there's the flashbangs and then the smoke bombs that they do at people. It's like pepper spray. It's meant to kind of smoke you out. This woman, who was an older woman, was telling me how she saw this young woman. The young people will bring out those buckets that you might keep baseballs in or something, and they would run to the smoke bombs and they would put the buckets on top of them. They would run and jump on top of them with the buckets so that the smoke didn't get to anybody else. And I mean, the stories were they've built an underground doula network where people are going and delivering babies at their homes for people who are afraid to go outside or afraid to go to hospitals. You guys Bulwark Plus members in here? Thank you. All right, so anybody who's a Bulwark Plus member, if you're not, you should be. But for those of you who are, what it did is it let us go out there and donate all the proceeds to Second Harvest, which is a food pantry, but it's one of those things where they set up a grocery store so people can come, but it's very inexpensive. But now they've had to become a food delivery service for people who can't leave their homes, and because the weather's been so bad. And so we donated, and they came to both shows. But what was really striking to me, then we went to the Alex Preddy and Renee Good, the sites of where they were shot, and there were impromptu memorials where people come and put things, and they're not memorials like there's no designated place, so they're just on sidewalks, and there's community members that are there all the time tending to them, like moving the snow off of things and cleaning the signs and like taking care of them. And it was just such an unbelievable expression of community and the way that people show up to take care of each other. And, you know, I don't know if it was this time last year, but whenever we do live shows, whenever we're anywhere, the number one question we get asked is like, what can I do? I'm so mad, I'm so frustrated, and what can I do to help? And it's always hard to have an answer, right? Because nobody wants to be told, you know, donate to a politician or, you know, become a Poll Work Plus member. Like, those are not satisfying answers to the things that people, like, are feeling right now. But they have taken that helplessness, and they have turned it into this massive community that is out there protecting each other. I mean, all the women that were standing outside of, and it wasn't just women. I mean, there was a guy there, he was probably like a 30-year-old pastor who had come from Baltimore and just had seen what was going on and like stood out there every day with these women and was talking about how he couldn't preach to his own congregation if he just sat there and did nothing. Like, every single thing that we saw was this incredible expression of people showing up for each other. And I feel like, and I said this in both shows when we were out there, was like, for a country that has been trying to figure out how to fight back, for a country where we are watching a lot of, whether it's the law firms or the universities, just sort of, and the media companies, like all these people that are supposed to undergird our democracy collapse and cave in the face of what we're seeing. People are always like, they're so let down. But I did feel like what's happening in Minneapolis, like I feel like they're teaching a country to fight back. And you know, this is gonna sound cheesy, and I hear it as it's about to come out of my mouth, but I'm gonna say it anyway, which is, you know, that Mr. Rogers quote about like, when terrible things are happening, look for the helpers. There was like strong helper inspirational energy on the ground though, that sense of watching these people do this every day, especially, I don't know why the cold really left an impression on me, but it just like really ups the degree of difficulty. Like, you know, it snows in DC and for 4 days, you know, you get 2 inches and nobody can go anywhere. And they're out there, and there was like an 8 inches of snow accidentally, but like they weren't expecting it. And they all just proceeded. And it just really was incredible. So anyway, that's what I saw when I was in Minneapolis. Oh wait, sorry, there's more. One of the other things that they really wanted us to say to people, they were like, go and tell everyone. I think that they, you know, when everything happened and blew up there, when Americans were getting shot in the streets, there was this, Anderson Cooper came, and the national media was there, and all eyes were on them. And then, obviously, they took, what's his fascist with the haircut?
Greg Bovino.
Bovino. So Bovino, you know, left, and Tom Homan came in, and so I think they feel like the national media has both moved on, and that the country feels like, well, it's probably fine now. And they wanted people to know that, like, no, like they're still there. They're not leaving. And in fact, I mean, they were just talking about the different tactics. Like, they've mostly changed tactics. It's like they'll put pride stickers. The ICE agents will put pride stickers on their car, or like anti-ICE stickers. And they're changing their license plates all the time because the people in Minneapolis now like know which ICE agents, like what their license plates are. And so all the people in Minneapolis have started putting Mexican flags on their cars so that they get, it was just, which I thought was so funny. But like, ICE is doing things. Just before we had gotten there, 2 female ICE agents had pretended to have car trouble outside of an immigrant's house that they wanted to, and so he came out to help them fix their car, and they arrested him. Which was, to me, very much sort of a microcosm of the cruelty, where it was like, it's sort of the way they're arresting people when they show up for their green card interviews. It's like the people who are doing the right thing are the ones getting snapped up. And so it just sort of underscores the edge of cruelty on it. Because look, I am somebody who thinks that the American people are it's totally fair of them to expect that we secure our border. It's totally fair for Americans to say, you know, for people who've committed crimes, who are drug dealers or traffickers, like, we want them out of the country. That is not what this is. And the releasing people without the coats into the cold, it just really struck me like it's unnecessary. It's this, the edge of the cruel edge to it seems to be part of the purpose. And it's very easy, and when you sort of have to face that kind of cruelty, to be overcome with sort of the sadness of it. But that is not how those people out there were reacting.
So you also spoke with Tim Walz, the governor out there. What is your sense of how elected Democrats are responding, you know, there, and what can that tell us about how Democrats are responding more broadly?
Yeah, Walz was funny because if you guys listen to the stuff that we do, you know that some of us at the Bulwark, I would say especially Tim and I, were not huge Tim Walz. We were like, no, he's a Democrats version of, like, or he's like what Democrats think will code for young men, not somebody who will actually inspire sort of men, which they were having a problem with. But he's clearly, but he's also, so I think we were sort of critical of him as the vice president's choice, and yet he definitely wanted to come to the show. He wanted to mix it up with us when he walked on stage, because the crowd didn't know he was coming. And so when we brought him out, actually Tim did a bit that was funny. He was like, you know, this is somebody that we at the Bulwark say nothing but nice things about and that we're huge fans of. And, you know, we'd like to welcome to the stage Governor Josh Shapiro. And and Walz came out, and the crowd was so happy to see him, and they were so excited and on their feet. And I think he's a very excellent governor, and I think he's been a very, like, I think for them, like, he's clearly very connected to the people there. Like, I think they responded incredibly warmly to him. But, you know, I was struck by both him and Senator Tina Smith, who also came to that show. These are extraordinarily kind people. They are very, very nice. And as a result, when they talk about this administration, there's a sense that, like, they're dealing with rational actors, or they're dealing with people of good faith, that I kind of wanted to be like, no, they're like, and I think that this, it reminded me that I think in some ways the frustration with Democrats that Democratic voters feel come from the fact that Democratic voters don't want their own version of Trump. They really don't. I mean, I kind of probe at this all the time to see if they just want, you know, their own kind of bully, their own kind of, you know, authoritarian just on their side. But they don't. They want somebody who is a good person, but they also want somebody who's really clear-eyed about what we're dealing with. And I'm not saying that these guys weren't clear-eyed, but they were a little bit as though they were still dealing with a normal political party a little bit. I don't want to overstate it, but there's like an edge of that makes it clear to me that, Tina Smith, you know, she said all the right things about what Congress's role should be, the fact that maybe we're going to war with Iran in like 5 days, and Congress hasn't been consulted about it. And she was like, well, I'd be a no vote on that. But I was like, that's good. It's good to be a no vote, but like, maybe you should be running into the street screaming, like, remember Congress, remember the Senate, remember that we are here to legislate and we are being completely ignored. Like, there's this way in which their like energy right now is very mismatched to their voters' energy, which desperately wants people to fight back. And I was, again, struck by the Minnesotans there, who, these are not people who are fighting back with, they're not lighting things on fire. They're not throwing things at people. They're not burning things down. they are showing tremendous restraint, but an enormous amount of determination and being proactive. And I just felt like the politicians, they deserve politicians who are matching that energy.
So Sarah, you know a lot about polling. You do the focus group podcast. What are you seeing from voters? Both, I guess, Democratic voters, but also Trump voters. I mean, what are we seeing from what they want ahead of the midterms?
Yeah, so look, I was trying to be careful early on. So let's say last year, I think people were sort of right out of the gate. Trump starts doing a bunch of insane things, right? He's pardoning the January 6th insurrectionists. He's just unilaterally imposing tariffs. He's ending birthright citizenship. He's given all this money to ICE. Well, hold on. I got several things to say about this, but I think people wanted sort of an immediate, like, don't people regret their vote? Don't people regret their vote? Isn't this crazy? Aren't people regretting their vote? And I was like, well, no, people are kind of saying, give it time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Like, we want to see where this goes. And so there was a period of time where voters still were kind of hopeful that Trump was going to turn things around. That has stopped. And it's not as though the bottom has fallen out. I mean, you can see it in the polling. But the level of frustration over the economy, and this is, to me, kind of a central piece of analysis where it's not just that people are mad about prices, and I mean prices for everything. It is also that every time Trump focuses on the ballroom or crypto or invading Greenland or Canada or whatever insane thing he's doing, as far as voters are concerned, he's doing that instead of focusing on lowering prices, instead of focusing on people's material well-being. And that frustration has really started to boil over. And I think it's been interesting to watch, especially young people, because one of the things that's wild about young people, I don't know how many young people are in this audience. Who are you pointing at? Is there just like a kid? Okay, you got a kid there? But the thing about, right, and I saw this during the election, we were doing focus groups, and it was clear that they had never heard of the Access Hollywood tape, like with 20-year-olds. Because it had been like 9 years earlier when they were in, it wasn't like their parents were like, hey, watch this video. And so like they didn't know. And when our social media team, they like re-upped it and put it on TikTok, and it immediately went viral. And all these young people were like, I can't believe he said that. And we're like, yeah, it was weird back then. I know that it all seems like this is the only way politics has ever been, but it's not. And so a lot of young people who were just entering the market, entering the job market, so people who were in their 20s, right, they were like 10 when everything started, 11, 12, and for a lot of it, it was COVID and Biden when they were coming of political consciousness, so they were kind of like, I don't know, we'll do this other guy who maybe seems like he'd be better for the economy. And so young people were the first to be like, nope, this is not what I wanted, this isn't working for me. Because Trump way overperformed with young people, but they've been the first group to drop, and the other group that's really dropped has been Hispanic voters. And this has been one of those things where, and again, it's mostly economic issues, although I think with Hispanic voters, there is also, it's funny how many people heard Trump say, I'm gonna deport criminals, and thought, so he's gonna deport criminals. Like, that's a totally reasonable thing to say, who now also are looking at what ICE is doing and thinking, like, that is not what I voted for. And so both young people and Hispanics, and I think for Republicans, they really thought Hispanics, they were like, this is our new voting bloc. Like, this is how we are gonna become a dominant political force. And that section of voters that they overperformed with, like, those were, the first, last in, first out, is sort of the phenomenon you're seeing with those voters. And then there's a subset of voters, swing voters, that I always call the red-pilled voters. And these are your, like, the comedians, the bro podcasters, whatever. And a lot of those guys were just like, I don't know, Trump's coming on our podcast. I like him better because she won't come on our podcast, but he will, or Joe Biden's old, or whatever. And he just seemed like a little more fun. I mean, I don't know why, people vote for people for a lot of weird reasons. But the fact that he was just out there was something that they liked. But now that group is the kind of group that like, they're swingy in the sense that they're kind of liberals. Like they liked the idea that Trump's not going to take us to war. He's going to focus on the economy. He's going to be more populist. And they're like, this is terrible now. And so a lot of those groups are the ones that are sort of either running away fast or sort of drifting away, especially as the economy doesn't improve.
So you were recently quoted in an article in The Atlantic by Mark Leibovich talking about your frustration with Democrats, so much so that you had to apologize for your tone on the phone, saying, "I'm sorry I started shouting," you know. So which Democrats are doing it right, as far as you can see?
So here's this, I want to tell you this story really quickly. Raise your hand if you consider yourself like a lapsed conservative or Republican, like somebody who used to be, okay. And then how many people would say like, I'm like a center-left liberal? How many people are like, I'm a dirty lib progressive, hardcore? Okay, all right, good mix, good mix. Well, I gotta tell you, so I go and speak at these things sometimes, and I was at it's a group that does actually very good work, and they were having like a retreat. But as I was talking like this, they were all at tables, and they were like doing an arts and crafts project, like knitting or something. And I was like, these are adults. What are they doing there? And they're like, oh, well, you know, people, it's soothing and whatever. And so I had just come back from that when Leibovich called me, and he was calling me because to ask me about the Democrats and Ken Martin, who runs the DNC, and apparently Ken Martin was in hot water with his employees because he was going to make them come back to the office. And there was a real revolt about coming back to the office. And I started to scream into the telephone and say, Democrats are treating these people like kindergartners, and they are not built for when the fascists come. Like, you want to take Fridays off? You know who's not taking Fridays off? The ladies in Minneapolis who are standing out in the cold. Like, this is not the right energy for the moment. You have got to be built for something different. So I got very upset, and then I apologized. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not yelling at you, obviously, but he quoted me. As this is like a really like a reporter trick to be like, and then she apologized for shouting into the phone. But I do think that there's something to, I always think about this, you know, there's a lot of us from the center-right who, I don't know if it's because we're angrier or if we see things slightly differently, if we've just been closer up to it, but I desperately need Democrats to live what they're saying about the threat to democracy. You know, I had this boss, I had this boss when I was a young Republican, you know, operative, and, you know, I would have to do some task, right? I'd have to get like a CEO on the phone or something like that, and I'd be like, yeah, I can't get him. Left a couple voicemails, called his secretary, he's not answering the phone. And my boss would be like, well, what would you do if your life depended on it? And he wasn't threatening to murder me. He was asking me, like, if the stakes were enormous for you, what might you think about doing? Because if you're like, well, shit, if they were going to kill me if I didn't get this done, I guess I'd drive to the CEO's house, or I'd find their friends. Like, and you suddenly start thinking about all the ways you would achieve this thing if your life really depended on it. And so I think about that. When you say democracy depends on it, how do you behave if democracy depends on it? Do you nominate the 82-year-old? Maybe not. Do you have Fridays off? Take summer Fridays? Like, probably not, right? Like, you have the energy of a person who thinks that the stakes are enormous. And I think that what I just think a lot about is how Democrats understand that their voters are upset and that they want them to fight. But it's not just that they want, like, to fight, it's that, would you act with the urgency that meets the thing you're saying, which is that our entire country is at stake? And I think, I don't, what was the question? But that's
Well, if there are any Democrats who, I guess the second part is if there are any Democrats you feel are acting with that urgency at the moment.
Well, you just named two of my favorite Democrats. Those are what we like to call bulwark Democrats in our office. But it's funny. Yes, I think that both of them obviously won by huge margins. I think that they were tactically understood that they needed to run on energy prices and affordability on those issues. That is what voters care about right now. But I think that what's interesting about the moderates that we love is they are often quite temperamentally moderate, too. And sometimes I'm like, how do I take the soul of a progressive and jam it into the policies of a moderate? Like, how do I make that, what does that look like? But and it's funny, the polling that's coming out right now, there was just a new poll that came out, and it was like Mark Kelly, who had been at 0%, because no one knew who he was like suddenly at 7%. Well, why is Mark Kelly at 7%? Because Mark Kelly, when Pete Hegseth was like, I'm going to take away your pension, and also we're going to sue you guys for telling people not to follow illegal orders, he was like, go pound sand, and like, I'll sue you back. And so suddenly voters are like, oh, well, that's interesting. And when I do the focus groups, we did something very specific not that long ago, where we took a bunch of people who say they want the party to be more progressive, and then we took a bunch of people who said they want the party to be more moderate, and we did a bunch of groups in that frame, and if you hadn't told me which group was which, and I just listened to them, I wouldn't have been able to tell you which were the more progressives and which were the more moderate. Because they both sound exactly the same, because it's not about moderate or progressive right now. That's become a weird inside the Beltway frame. They want somebody who's going to be more aggressive. And again, it's like finding somebody who feels like they're acting with the urgency that the moment requires. There's like, I always want to say that they know what time it is, because that's what the kids say. I know what time it is. But look, I mean, I have my favorites. I think there's people who are sort of, I think there's sort of like your Bashir, Shapiro kind of class, that Buttigieg, that are like actually more policy moderates. And then you've got your more progressives, your AOC. I don't know who else is like. Yeah, well, I was thinking more presidential candidates, but like, I mean, the Jasmine Talrico thing is like a kind of a perfect microcosm, right, of I think what the Democratic Party is grappling with, which is Jasmine has the like, I'm going to go punch you in the nose, I'm a real fighter, I'm going to get up here and just say what's what. Versus a Talrico, which has a slightly more like, I'm going to talk in the language of a Christian, and like is going to, and I'm actually not sure policy-wise, again, I'm not sure policy-wise Talrico and Crockett are all that different, and which means it's mainly temperamental. Because Jasmine Crockett, for as much as people think of her as a more progressive candidate because she's fighting, she's not. Actually, Jasmine Crockett, policy-wise, is a pretty mainstream Dem. And so I do think for voters right now, they are just much more interested in people who can find the right temperament. And honestly, when I was watching people in Minnesota, I was like, who's doing it well? The people in Minnesota are doing it well. Like the regular people, much more so than the actual candidates. Because, if you guys listen to me, you know that I'm like kind of lukewarmish on Newsom. But I bet a lot of people like him because he's at least fighting with Trump on sort of Trump's terms. Now, I think that performance art is like a lane that needs to be occupied. Somebody's got to do that stuff. Does that make you qualified to be the next president, or does it make you the right candidate to be the next president? I'm not sure about that. Actually, I am sure, but I think about it. I just...
So as we close out here, let's take it back to Minneapolis. I mean, if you could share another story or someone you talked to that gave you hope in terms of something you saw in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I mean, there was like this guy. He was probably a little younger. How old are you?
37.
I bet he was your age. Not mine. I'm much younger than you. But he was probably like in his mid-30s. But he's like a grown man, and he just walks around and like takes care of the Alex Preddy Memorial where people, it was like unbelievable. They were just like stethoscopes hanging from all the trees and a lot of like doctors, like nurse, like jackets with writing on them and a lot of prayers and flowers. But he just is from the neighborhood, not an activist, not a big political guy. And he just hangs out by it and talks to people. And he's not somebody where you're like, oh, well, is that creepy to just have someone that just wants to chat the whole time? Like, no, just sort of like, no, I decided that we didn't want the city to come around and just, clear everything out. And like, we're making sure that each day we're taking the stuff and putting it somewhere so we can get it to his family. And it made me think about, and it sort of makes me think about both for the Bulwark, for a group like Principles First, it's a lonely time for people, and it's a scary time for people, and people feel unmoored, and they feel like they don't know where to look for help. And the place where they are finding it, they're finding the ballast, is in community, in the communities that they can put together. And I believe so strongly in building new communities, in building places where people can gather and give each other sort of strength and reinforcement. And that kind of, people come up to us at the Bulwark shows and they're so lovely and they say things like, will you keep us sane? And I'm like, well, you keep us sane. And it's just the looking back at each other to say, we're not insane. Like, what is happening is insane. Like, we're fine. We're all seeing the same thing together. And that is reassuring for people, but it is also where you can find people to do the thing with, to go and do something. I mean, it was clear to me that the reason that they were able to stand out there in the cold is because, like, they liked being together and they liked showing up for each other. And that's what kept them coming up back day after day. And I do think building community, including the one in this room, is a big part of how we get out of this moment.
Okay, Sarah Longwell, thank you so much for joining us.
It's
And
great
thank
to
you
see
all.
everybody. Hi.
Thanks, everyone. That concludes day one. I just wanted to make, thank you. I just wanted to make one announcement about the programming tomorrow. A little bit to what Sarah said about building community. I think in the morning we're going to do something a little bit different that we haven't done in previous summit years. I know people always come, these discussions are great, and it's so hard to figure out how we make the most of our time in this room together. We've all come from all over the country, from all different places. We're all energized to make a difference. I think, I've heard from a lot of you the feedback over the years and this year in particular, and we wanted to make sure that we were engaging you, figuring out what we're going to actually do when we leave this place about all of the problems that we're talking about and all of the challenges that we're facing. So tomorrow morning, it's early, but at 8 a.m. there is a candidate training session. If you've ever thought about running for office, or even if you've never thought about it, but you're just curious about what it would take to do, and you want to understand, and it's not running for Congress or running for Senate, it's even if you wanted to run for, town board or dog catcher, I don't care. We just need good people like the people in this room running for office. The Country First team is going to put on a training tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., so we invite you to come to that, number one. And then at, I think, 9 a.m. or around the time we would start, we're slated to do sort of a town hall style sort of Q&A discussion, meet and greet with all of the volunteers from Principles First, to just have sort of a discussion with you about what we can do throughout this year. Obviously we've got an election year coming up, but we really are looking to make a difference and not just talk about things. I mean, we do these dinners around the country, like Sarah was saying, building communities in places where you wouldn't expect us to get hundreds of people in a room, but we do. I mean, we went to Northern Kentucky, we go to Dallas, we go to Cincinnati, and everywhere we go, there are people like the people in this room. They don't all make it to the summit, But that is a big way that we have found that is successful to grow this and to spread the word and to build the coalition of people that can, not just fill this room, but win elections on the margins or decide elections on the margins. And that's the name of the game at the end of the day, right? So I invite you to come to that tomorrow morning. It won't be a speech. It will be more of a discussion. We'll probably separate into areas of the room, maybe divided by areas of the country, so that you can meet folks from your region and talk with them about what's been going on, because we have leaders from all the different states that have done different things, whether it's public town halls on issues with candidates in their region or sort of mini summits and dinners. So we want to get you involved in that, because ultimately that is the lifeblood of this organization. I mean, I say this every year, and we do it, but we would be doing it a lot faster if everyone, if you could just imagine that everyone took the banner back to their communities and we're hosting Principals First discussions in their towns and villages and communities, and the banner was being collectively raised by all of us. So we've heard that feedback. I think it's the right feedback, and I think if there is an action item that comes from this weekend, I think it will probably come from that discussion tomorrow morning. So I invite you to be a part of that. I'm looking forward to that. It'll be different. It may be chaotic, but it will be a fruitful discussion, I think. But thank you for being at day one. Let's finish strong tomorrow, and we'll see you back here in the morning. Thank you.